Hi, I'm Jennifer. So, an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The three of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and talk as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers, and that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches, I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. "I miss you, Mom," I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. "How long have you been without food?" I asked. She counted with her fingers. "2," she said. Her face was sunken in. "My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets," she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. "Here, I can share my lunch with you," I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, and as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. "You know, you can have the whole meal," I said. Her eyes widened. "No, I can't accept that. It's too much," she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. "Have it. You need it more than I do." As I left, she grabbed my hand. "Thank you. I will pay you back one day," she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meal to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing on the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by, faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough, and just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the three of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency, and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. "Your curriculum is amazing," she said. "However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I am so sorry." Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. I think I can arrange something for her, she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. I want to know about you, she started. Tell me, who are you? She asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. I knew you wouldn't ever change, she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before I could ask, she continued. I want to discuss working with you. She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs. I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. Thank you, I cried out with a huge smile. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back, I said. You don't have to, she answered. After all, I told you I would pay you back one day. I looked at her with confusion. But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for? She took my hand. A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful. My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think? I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home. But I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference. And that's what I did.
Hi everyone, my name is Misha and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born into a super rich family where my parents always treated me like a princess. But it all changed when 2 years later, my little sister Dia was born. And then suddenly, the earth started revolving around her. Oh, honey, doesn't she look like an angel?
Oh no, she's definitely a goddess. Since her birth, our wealth has doubled.
My little sister was indeed really pretty and a natural genius, while I was dyslexic and could hardly read even at the age of 7. But John...
You should just give up, Misha. No matter what language you study, it's all gonna read stupid to you.
And while she'd bully me for being different, Mom and Dad would just adore her for her little achievements.
I've run out of career goals for her. She can be anything in this world. My daughter is perfect.
Mom, do you even know she hit a kid at school today? How's that any good?
She fought against a bully. You should be proud of her.
Proud? She was the bully. I just hated her at times, and I wished she would just vanish somewhere. But then, our lives took a terrible turn. On Dia's 6th birthday, Mom and Dad took us to see the Grand Kumela, a festival where almost 15 million people gather once every 12 years. It was super crowded, so my parents asked me to hold Dia's hand. But the moment they went ahead for the prayer, she started acting like a brat.
Let me go. I don't want to hold hands with you. I'm a big girl now, and you can't even read. If we get lost, I'll be the one saving you.
Shut up, this is no joke. Stay next to me. But she kept complaining and then bit my hand. Ouch! I suddenly let her go and she ran into the crowd. I ran after her, but she was nowhere to be seen, and I started to freak out. Some security people rescued me, but we just couldn't find Dia. Mom fainted as soon as she heard this news. For months, my parents kept looking for Dia and put out several rewards for whoever found her. But that just ended up with frauds coming from random girls dressed like Dia to receive the reward money, and Dad would have kicked them out. And seeing Mom spiral into depression, I couldn't help thinking it was my fault. I had let go of Dia's hand, and thinking about it broke my heart.
Oh, honey, you shouldn't cry like this. We're gonna find your sister, okay?
But what if we don't? I won't be able to forgive myself, Dad.
It's not your fault, love.
Mom, you don't blame me?
Of course not. It could have happened to anyone. And all we can do now is love and support each other and not give up hope.
Mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in ages. I started working hard on myself in my studies, and my parents cheered me on, but they never stopped looking for Dia. Years passed, and one day when I topped my 10th grade exams, I went home with gifts for everyone. But when I got there, I was stunned to see my parents crying and hugging a girl.
Oh, honey, look! It's Dia! Dia's back! This boy found your sister.
I was still in shock as my parents showed me her DNA test, which was a match.
We checked her birthmark, and she remembers things from her childhood days. She's really your sister, Misha.
I missed you so much, Misha. I missed you too, Dia. Look at you, you're so grown up now. She then told us that after getting lost, she'd been rescued by a monk who'd raised her all these years. I'd been living in a monastery, and then this guy came here as a tourist a week ago and told me I looked a lot like a girl a family had been searching for. So he brought me here. Dad offered the guy Neil a handsome reward, but he turned it down.
I'm grateful, sir, but what I really need is a job. I have a sick mom to look after, so it would be great if I had a regular salary. My family and I can never truly pay you for everything you've done for us, son. You can take both the money and the job.
The guy's face lit up, and Dad hired him as my driver. The same night, I was super excited to hang out with Dia, but the moment I entered her room, she threw a nasty fit. Ugh, can't I get any sleep now? I'm tired of answering everyone's questions all day. Just get out. And there I knew she was my sister for sure. Who else could be so bratty towards me? I was heading back to my room when I spotted Neil outside.
Ugh.
Gotcha.
Whoa, that was scary, miss.
What are you doing? Need some help?
No, yes. I can drive cars, but this one's so complicated with all the automatic settings. I just can't
move.
What?
Just do as I say. I moved into the driver's seat and showed him how everything worked, and he looked impressed.
If you're so good at this, I'm sure you can drive well too.
Shh, it's a secret. Until I turn 18. After that, we started talking, and he was the funniest guy ever. My cheeks hurt from laughing so much. Soon, Neil became the friend I never knew I needed. He drove me around everywhere, and in between, he'd pick me up meals too. OMG, I was craving this burger so bad. Gosh, this tastes like heaven.
Only the best and greasiest for you.
But my peace around the house was being hijacked by my sister again. Mom had promised to perform certain rituals if Dia returned home safely, but Dia had the most ridiculous wishes of her own. The monk I lived with told me to wear gold all over my body, Mom. My skin feels so dry. I want to bathe in milk from now on, Mom. I don't think I can go to school so soon. How about you send me on vacation somewhere first? Why is your list of demands getting so absurd? And you need to go to school, Dia. Unlike you, I haven't been able to live in luxury for the last 8 years of my life. And now you have issues if I want to live a bit? A bit? We'll go broke if you keep making Mom and Dad spend this way. Even after all these years, you haven't grown up at all. That's enough, Misha. Mom came in and scolded me, but I was so pissed that I just stormed off to the rooftop. And surprisingly, Neil was there too. What are you doing here?
I was just getting some fresh air. It's been quite tough lately.
What do you mean? Neil told me he spent all the reward money on his mom's treatment, but now the doctors were asking for more.
I don't know how to ask your dad. He's already paying me for the job and…
I can lend it to you.
What?
Yeah, you can take the money and pay me back later. That's the least I can do for you.
You're an angel, Misha. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you. Anyway, why are you here? You look bothered too.
I ended up telling him everything going on with Dia.
She's been away from her family and friends for so long, and it's an adjustment phase. Or maybe she's acting out. Just give her some time. And you need to take some stress off too. Come with me.
We drove to a beautiful beach and spent the entire night there talking and laughing, and it was then that I knew I'd started having feelings for Neil. I dozed off in the car on our way home, but when I woke up, I found myself in Neil's arms as he was carrying me to my room. As he put me in my bed, I felt in a dream-like state, and I pulled him in for a kiss. Ew! I saw Dia standing at the door. She ran to my parents, screaming that Neil and I were madly in love.
Do you have no shame, Misha? He's a servant and you kissed him? I dreamt of marrying you to some billionaire and you're settling for a driver?
Dad, Neil's a good guy.
Yes, he must be, but not good enough for you. We can't fire him because of what he did for us, but stay away from him, okay? He is way below your league.
Their words pierced my heart, but I wasn't going to give up on the person I loved so easily. I went to Neil's room later that night with some money and told him we could run away.
What? No, Misha, we can't do that. They're your parents, and you know how miserable they were after losing Dia. They'd be heartbroken to see you gone.
He calmed me down and told me we were going to find a way to convince my parents someday. Fine, I believe you, but you can keep this money for your mom's treatment since you need more. The next day, Neil was assigned as Dia's driver, and she kept sending me pictures of how she was bossing him around, which made me angry. And later that night, that witch came to my room. Seeing how pathetic you guys are feeling without each other, I've decided to do you a favor. You know how much Mom and Dad adore me and can't refuse anything I ask, so I was thinking I can convince them to let you two date.
Really? You're gonna…
No, not yet. Well, there's nothing in it for me, so how about you give me something I want?
What do you want?
Soon it's my birthday, and Mom told me she's gonna distribute all the ancestral jewelry between us two. Just tell her that you don't want any, and she can give everything to me.
What? That's ridiculous. Those are family heirlooms and…
Well, if you want heirlooms more than your one true love, then so be it.
No, wait. I'll do it. I'll give it to you.
It's a deal. The next day, it was Sunday, and Neil mostly spent it with his mom in the hospital, so I went to see them both. Excuse me, can you tell me which room Mrs. Bertha is in?
Oh, honey, she passed away 2 years back.
What the heck? I immediately called Neil and asked him to come meet me. Did you lie to me? About your mom? The hospital staff said she'd passed away 2 years ago.
I'm so sorry, Misha. I didn't mean to lie, but I needed the money to pay off my debts.
What?
My dad borrowed a lot of money for my mom's treatment, but after she passed away, he left me all by myself. Now the moneylenders are after me, and if I don't pay them back, God knows what they'll do to me.
He broke down in tears, and I hugged him. Hey, it's all right. You didn't have to hide the truth from me, Neil. And don't worry, I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. The next few days, Neil was really busy with all the preparations for Dia's grand birthday party. I couldn't speak to him in front of Mom and Dad, so I sneaked up to see him on the rooftop. Looks like someone's super busy.
Misha, I missed you so much.
I missed you too, Neil. We sat down and talked for a while. You know, this time my parents are super excited for Dia's birthday, but for the last 8 years, it was the saddest day for them. They'd instructed the servants to decorate the house with lights in her memory, hoping she'd return one day. And now she's finally with us, thanks to you, Neil. I love you so much. Suddenly, his eyes became teary, and I told him about my deal with Dia to cheer him up.
What? You're willing to give up something so precious for me?
You're more precious to me than all the jewels, and she's gonna help us.
No. I can't do this anymore, Misha. I just can't fool you anymore. I'm such a horrible person, and you shouldn't give up anything for me.
What do you mean?
I lied to you and your family. That girl, she's not your sister. She's a con artist I picked up from the street to work with me.
What are you saying, Neil?
It's true, but I can explain.
You jerk! How dare you! I told you not to tell anyone anything!
I'm sick of being your puppet. I brought her here to fool your family, Misha, But then she started to blackmail me, and I had to ask you for money for her. I can't do this anymore.
This girl wasn't my sister, and the guy I loved was a fraud? I felt devastated and rushed to tell my parents the truth.
How could you do this to us? How could you play with a mother's feelings?
Dad called the cops and had them both arrested, and it just broke Mom down.
That's it. No more rewards, no more searching. My heart can't take it anymore. We should accept the fact that our daughter is gone. For good.
After that, Mom fell super sick and we had to send her to therapy. We also stopped looking for Dia, and I moved to the US for university. When I came back after 4 years, I started working for Dad's company, and within the next 2 years, he made me the CEO. On the day of the handover celebration, I was in my office when a guy broke in with security chasing him.
What's going on? Who is this guy? It's me, Misha.
Neil? I asked the guards to take him away, but then he said the most shocking thing.
Dia is here with me, your real sister, and I swear I'm not lying this time. It's really her. Trust me, Misha.
I didn't trust him one bit, but given there was the smallest chance that it might be my real sister, I decided to see her. He introduced me to a girl who did look like Dia and didn't remember much about our childhood together, except that she was our family. Of course, I got a DNA test done, this time under my observation. And to my shock, the test results proved she was my real sister. I immediately called my parents and they came running.
Oh, honey, I can't believe it's you.
Mom, Dad, I thought I'd never find you guys. I missed you all so much. I missed you too, Misha. But as everyone was busy hugging, I noticed Neil was leaving and I followed him outside. Stop, where are you going?
I just wanted to make up for what I'd done to you and your family, Misha. But I still can't look you in the eye.
You spent all these years looking for my sister?
I had to. I couldn't live with myself otherwise.
Then why did you con us in the first place, Neil?
To get revenge for my family, but it was so wrong.
Revenge? What do you mean?
My mom was your and Dia's nanny, and she loved you both so much and often told me stories about you guys. That's how I was able to tell the fake girl some things about your childhood. But after Dia got lost, Mom was fired. The cops took her in for an investigation, thinking Dia's disappearance might be a kidnapping. She had a hard time dealing with those false accusations and got super sick. I couldn't help blaming your family.
And that's why you decided to take revenge.
I'm really sorry for everything, Misha. Living with your family and getting to know you, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. You were so good to me and I fell for you. And then I couldn't think of hurting you.
That's enough, Neil.
Trust me, I really love you, and I thought finding your sister was the only thing that could make you forgive me. But I know it won't be easy, so I won't stay and bother you.
He started walking away, but something in my heart felt heavy. Wait, stop. I forgive you, Neil. You've been through enough yourself. I can't forget what you did in the first place, but I can definitely forgive you.
Do you really mean it?
Yes, I do. So please stay, because this time I want to know you for real. Hi, I'm Rose from Austria. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a huge mansion with my parents, grandparents, aunt, and lots of maids. We were rich, and my life was practically perfect, especially because I had the best mom ever who spoiled me rotten. Like when I was 6 and went to school wearing a fairy costume for a month. It was against the dress code, but somehow Mom convinced the teachers to make an exception. And when I was 8, I wanted a big dollhouse. So Mom got one constructed in our backyard big enough to fit a family of humans. I loved having Mom around, and she was a very kind and sweet person, but she was a bit peculiar. You see, Mom was fascinated by everything paranormal and thought she could communicate with ghosts. No one in our family thought it was a big deal, till one day when I was 10, Mom and Dad had a fight and Dad left. Who needs humans when you have a million ghosts to keep you company?
You're insane! Go hug your invisible friends! I'm out of here!
After Dad left, Mom became obsessed with her hobbies and spent hours locked in the room. room talking to herself. But one night, she lit too many candles and caused a fire, which burned down half of the mansion. My grandparents were furious and asked Mom to leave. Mom and I moved to a smaller place, and even though we had enough to live comfortably, it was nothing compared to our life before, and it really affected me.
Look, I bought you a new doll.
This is a rag doll, Mom, and it's so scary. Take that away from me.
But sweetie, I made this for you.
Well, you wouldn't have to waste your time if you didn't burn down my old toys.
Mom looked at me sadly before leaving, and I felt bad, but I was a kid, and I really missed my old life. I thought Mom would eventually give up her obsession and we would move back to our old home, but she only got weirder. Like when I was 12, a weird lady showed up at our door offering her fortune-telling services.
Wow, the universe must have sent you. Please, come in.
Mom and the lady sat down for a reading, and halfway through, the lady started communicating with spirits. The table started shaking, and Mom looked amazed.
What do the spirits want?
Oh, they're upset. So very upset. You burnt their old house down, and now they're homeless. They are invisible, right? They can stay in the White House and no one will know. Child, you make fun of spirits? How dare you?
The weird woman got up and started jumping on one leg, chanting things. Mom joined in too, and the whole thing just looked ridiculous. Anyway, soon after, she left, and the next day, Grandpa showed up for a surprise visit, and Mom told him about what had happened.
Now, I just need to find a way to please the spirits and...
I can't believe you're still looking into these things. I wanted to give you another chance, but you haven't changed a bit.
Saying that, Grandpa left, and Mom cried all night. Why can't you just let these spirits go, Mom? I really want to move in with Nana and Papa. I miss them.
No way. You saw what happened with the medium. I'm not putting them in danger again.
So you'd rather make us live like street rats? Come on, Mom. This is not real. That weird lady, medium, whatever, she was tricking you.
I'm not discussing this, Rose. Go to your room.
That's when I realized the only way to get Mom out of this paranormal world was to convince her that there was no such thing as ghosts. While she spent time and money on psychics, seminars, and meditation retreats, I did research to debunk her beliefs. There is no scientific basis for crystal healing. The Bermuda Triangle has finally been explained. Most ghost activities can be traced back to change in temperature, electromagnetic interference, or... Mom, are you listening?
Oh no, it's the unholy hour. I can't talk now. Bye!
Mom just wasn't paying attention to me, and things got worse when one day I invited a couple of friends over for a sleepover. Everything was going well until it was nighttime, and Mom walked into my room with candles and crystals.
It's a full moon tonight. Tell me, girls, when was the last time you got a cleanse?
She forced me and my friends to sit in a circle while she smoked us with incense. I was so embarrassed. Of course, nobody came to my place after that, and while I couldn't have my friends over, psychics kept showing up at our door. Some of them even became Mom's friend and stayed for days with us. I'd given up hope until one day while I was going home, I heard some kids talking about a dare at the local haunted house, and it gave me the perfect idea. If I exposed this local ghost story, then maybe Mom would finally believe me. I asked the kids if I could join in, and they agreed. And that night, while Mom was asleep, I quietly got into the house with the rest of the group. But 5 minutes into the exploration, I heard a blood-chilling scream from the upstairs room. I followed it, only to discover one of the boys panicking.
There's something here. It knocked that vase. It's a ghost.
That's not a ghost. It's a mouse. I picked up the mouse by its tail, and the boy let out a wilder scream. He went running downstairs, and the rest of the group saw him, and they all started running around like headless chickens. One by one, they all ran outside until I was left alone. So I sat on a dusty couch and took a nap. The next day, word spread around the school that I stayed in the haunted house all night, and I became popular overnight. Soon, other people wanted to join me on my ghost adventures, and so we formed a club. And by the time I was 15, my paranormal investigation club was super popular. I had a lot of fun with it and solved all kinds of stuff, including some alien and Bigfoot sightings. Life was somewhat okay, except Mom was still a lost cause. One day, Mom and I were coming back home from a shopping trip when we noticed a new store. Mom walked in, and I was talking to the woman who was running the place when a boy around my age walked up to me.
Bonjour. Can I show you something? Those stress lines do not look good on a pretty face like yours. How about some incense for meditation? An amethyst pendant to relieve stress?
No thanks. Oh, Rosie, that's a cute pendant. No, it's not. It's hideous. Let's go home, Mom. I stormed out of the store without waiting a second longer. The bad luck seemed to follow me because the next day at school, I ran into the same guy from the store. He was surrounded by some girls and was selling them weird little bottles. What's that?
Oh, hello, sweet Rosie. You smell divine. I'm Ed, by the way.
And I'm Rose for you. What did you give them?
Love potions to tingle the romantic bones that are clearly missing from your body.
Shut up! You're scamming innocent girls. I'll have to report you to the principal.
No, por favor. Why don't you see for yourself first? If they don't work, you know where to find me.
Saying that, Ed winked at me and left. What a weirdo. Anyway, I agreed to wait a couple of days just to see if the stupid potion worked, and to my surprise, all the girls who used that got a date with their crush. I couldn't believe it. I had to talk to Ed and found him in the cafeteria cracking a raw egg in his salad.
I was waiting for you, pretty Bella. Some salad?
No thanks, I don't want that. Tell me about the love potions.
It's a trade secret, obviously.
Or maybe that potion gave them a bit of confidence and everything else was pure luck.
You can't prove that, can you, Shelley?
I was furious. Now that I think of it, all of those girls were very pretty, but a bit shy. Of course it worked. A few days went by, and I decided to avoid Ed. I already had my fair share of weird with Mom, and I didn't want another piece of work in my life. Soon enough, it was time for college. I was sorting out my college application one night, and Mom walked into my room with the amethyst pendant from the other day. What's this for? It's pretty. It reminds me of your eyes. This was kind of expensive, Mom. Are you sure you can afford this? Of course I can. And while we're talking about money, I have something to talk about. That's when Mom told me that she actually had nothing saved for my college and suggested that I should ask my grandparents for my college fund. There's no way they'll listen to me, but I'm sure they'll help you. So all these years, you didn't consider that I had to go to college? How could you be so selfish? I gave you everything you need, and I know your grandpa won't hesitate to give you more money, but do you think I have any chance of getting more funds for my research? I can't believe you're still thinking about that, Mom. You're seriously crazy. I wish I could have just left with Dad. Don't use that tone with me, Rose. Actually, I'd rather not use any tone with you. Shut up. And don't forget, I'm your mom. You're the one who forgot. Saying that, I just stormed out of the house. I needed to clear my head. So I went for a walk around the neighborhood. When I felt like someone was following me, I turned around and saw Ed right behind me. What are you doing?
Trying to make sure the girl I like is safe. What are you doing roaming around the streets at this hour?
Wait, did you say that you like me?
Well, obviously the love potion doesn't work on you, and neither do my hints. So I'll say it directly. Yes, Rosie, I like you. Now tell me what's wrong. You look stressed.
Ed and I sat down, and I ended up telling him everything about my life, including my recent conversation with Mom. I was pleasantly surprised to see that he was a good listener.
That's tough.
I don't understand why Mom is so focused on the supernatural instead of trying to mend things with her family. It could really make our life easier, you know?
Maybe, but in her head, it's all real. I'm sure she has her reasons. She actually told my mom a while back how she heard knocking and scratching in the walls, threatening messages appeared overnight, and she saw a white figure in her room once. This happened for years.
Oh, please. It was probably just her imagination.
Whatever it was, she's your mom, and you're the only person she can fall back on.
Maybe Ed was right, but I couldn't just forgive Mom so easily. Being weird is something, and being an irresponsible mom is something else. The next morning, I took a bus back to the mansion, and it was completely changed. As I walked towards the entrance, I was filled with nostalgia for my childhood. Then suddenly, I saw my Aunt Angelica, Mom's older sister. She saw me, came running, and pulled me into a hug. You've grown so much, my pretty Rose. So have you. You look amazing, Auntie. How have you been? I'm good. But why are you wearing these weird clothes? Come in. Let me set you up with a beautiful dress. Aunt took me inside, gave me a bunch of things to eat, and as we sat down, I told her all about Mom's spending problems and how now my studies were at risk. That's terrible. I knew my sister was weird, but I would have never thought she was this irresponsible. Don't worry, child. I'll take care of everything. I was over the moon with joy, and I immediately got to work sending out applications. Ed helped me a lot with filing my applications, and the more I hung out with him,
the more I liked him. It was a bit weird, but at least he was there for me, unlike Mom, who still refused to come back to the mansion.
I'm happy you're having a good time there, but I don't think I'm welcome there.
You won't know if you don't give it a shot. Isn't family more important than your dumb psychic research? Why can't you just listen to me for once?
You have no idea what it means to be treated like a crazy person by everyone, including your own parents.
Stop playing the victim, Mom. You did this to yourself.
Mom's face dropped, and I could see she was hurt.
But I was so tired of her behavior, especially after seeing how amazing Aunt Angelica was with me. She had a very successful business and was willing to take me under her wing, and she spoke with Grandpa to renovate my old room. I was over the moon to get back to the mansion, wake up to breakfast in bed, take walks in the lush garden, and feel like a princess again. My college was nearby, and I even had a personal driver to take me there. Life was finally perfect, but I still missed Mom a lot. I only got to see her on weekends, and I tried my best to get her back home, but she wouldn't drop her stupid ego. Then one day, I was sorting out some old jewelry when I found the amethyst pendant Mom bought me a while ago. Suddenly, I felt my eyes well up. I decided to do something about the situation and turned to Ed for help.
Why don't you do what you're best known for? Solving paranormal stuff. You solved all the cases around here except that of your mother.
But that was years ago. How am I supposed to investigate that now?
You live in the mansion. Try looking around. Old artifacts, cold spots. Maybe something will turn up to prove that she was right, and her family will finally see that she wasn't crazy.
Even I'm not fully convinced with that, Ed. How will I convince others?
Have faith, pretty Bella.
Ed dropped me back home, and I got to work. I didn't expect to find much, but that night, I waited for everyone to be asleep and tiptoed out of my room. I spent hours searching around the place, looking in the library, around the hallways, outside the perimeter of the house, but there was nothing suspicious. I was returning to my room defeated when my nightgown got tangled in one of the statues in the corridor. I tugged on the fabric, but it bent the statue's arm, and a panel in the wall nearby started opening. What the freaking frogs? A hidden passage? I turned on the flashlight on my phone, started recording, and walked along the dark corridor, which led straight to Mom's old room. And suddenly, everything made sense. This door opened from the other side of the hall, so it was possible for someone to slide into Mom's room every night and make those weird sounds, and even disguise as a ghost to freak her out. But who would do that? I was still lost in my thoughts when a flashlight blinded me, and what I saw blew my mind. Auntie?
Rose, what are you doing here?
Oh my God, it was you, right? You knew about this secret passage. Were you the ghost that haunted my mother? I saw her surprised mask fall, and an evil smirk appeared on her face.
Well, what can I say? Your mom was always too stupid to figure it out. You probably took after your father.
But why, Auntie? What did Mom ever do to you? She took everything from me. She was always the favorite child because she was younger and prettier. I did everything to get our parents' attention, but they didn't have time for me. I could still let go of that. But then, she married the guy I liked, and I knew I couldn't take it anymore, and worked out a plan. All I had to do was to show everyone how crazy she was, and she was stupid. She actually fell for it. You were in love with Dad? Please tell me you didn't have anything to do with their divorce. I may have given him evidence of your mom cheating, and while she was busy moping around, I amped up the hauntings, but the fire and everything were all her. You hated Mom, but you helped me? Why would you do that? To take away the last thing she had, of course. Wow, you're evil. Wait till I tell Grandpa. You can try, but you won't if you want the funds for your college to keep coming. Oh, don't you worry. I've learned a trick or two of my own. After all, we are related by blood. I waved the phone in front of my aunt while she looked at me in shock. She tried to snatch it, but I was fast and ran out of the house. The next day, I asked Mom to come over and showed the video to her and my grandparents. They were shocked and decided to banish my aunt right there and then. I am so sorry, Mom, for never believing you.
I didn't give you a reason to trust me either, sweetie. So I guess it's a new start for us both.
My grandparents apologized to Mom and sent my aunt away to the ancestral cottage in a far-off village. They asked Mom to move back in, but she just looked at me with sad eyes.
I wish you could have trusted me instead of thinking I was crazy. It will take a while to forgive you guys. But Rose, I leave it up to you.
It's okay, Mom. Let's go home. My grandparents felt guilty and kept funding my college. Mom and I still live in our small house, and we were closer than ever. Ed and I started dating officially, and he offered me a job at his store.
But at one condition. You'll have to wear this pendant. Only if you want to, of course.
Have you spiked it with a love potion?
I don't think I have to.
A young Chinese couple moved to the U.S. with their baby, and for 4 years, they were struggling to make ends meet. So when the woman found out she was pregnant again, she was really upset. Another child? Even one is too much. Just then, her husband burst in and said he'd found an investor for his business. Oh, honey, our luck is about to turn. And it did. Within a few months, the man's business was booming. They moved to a lovely house where they welcomed their second child, who was me. Hi, my name is Gia, which means extraordinary. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents could spend hours gazing at me. They thought I was perfection itself, and they gave me everything. I literally grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. All was perfect, except for one problem. My older sister, Fen, she was weird. All she did was glare at me, or pinch me awake at night and make some strange faces at me. But this one time, she put me in a pram and pushed me down our sloping driveway. As my pram rolled straight onto the main road, Mom came running out of nowhere and stopped it, just in time. On my first birthday, my parents threw a huge party for the entire neighborhood. As everyone gathered around the table, Fen suddenly jumped onto it. I've never had a birthday party. I've never even had a cake. Why does she get everything? Is that girl your daughter? You never mentioned any other kid than Gia. Fen screamed, and then she went all Godzilla on my cake. She was banned from the party, and my parents arranged for another cake within minutes. As I got older, I started realizing that my parents were really unfair to Fen. When I was 5, I got all the presents I wanted for Christmas, but she looked really mad at hers. Why would you give me these ugly socks? And a geography book? What's wrong with the book? If you opened one sometimes, your grades would be better. Why are you guys always like this with me, and never with Gia? Because Gia is perfect. She's just easier to love. I felt terrible as Fen's eyes welled up, and she stormed off. She wouldn't even join us for the Christmas party, so I took food up to her room. Hey, Fen, I brought you all your favorite. She viciously slapped the plate out of my hand. Don't even bother, witch. Nothing you could ever do would make me hate you less. Well, turns out I could give her a reason to hate me more. The next day, I was flipping through Gia's geography book when Mom said, "Oh, honey, you won't understand that. You're too little." "Yes, I do, Mom. And I just learned the names of all 50 states. Want to hear them?" I rattled off the entire list, and everyone stared at me. "You little genius! You just keep amazing me. This has to be some kind of world record, right?" My parents called every newspaper in town to come interview their wonder kid. And I was suddenly famous. Mom and Dad were showing me off everywhere. But even worse, they enrolled me in a fancy private school. Not the public one where Fen was. As I was going in our limo on my first day, we drove past Fen walking to her school, and I felt sad. "Why can't she go to my school, Mom?" "Because she's dumb, sweetheart, and your school is so expensive. Why should we waste money on her? You're the one with the big, bright future, so you're worth it." Fen and I just kept growing further apart. Once in 5th grade, my parents were helping me prepare for the National Spelling Bee when Fen walked in and we gasped. She dyed her hair bright pink and was wearing the most amazing makeup. But my parents went bonkers. "What did you do to your hair? It was the one nice thing you inherited from me. And I never put on makeup till I was a married woman." "Everyone here wears makeup, Mom, and people tell me I'm really good at it. Maybe I could be a makeup artist one day." "Wow, we came all the way from China and struggled to give you an education so you can be some clown artist? Why can't you be more like Gia? You're an embarrassment to me and all our ancestors." She left angrily. "Guys, you need to stop this. She hates me because of you." "Oh, baby, who cares what she thinks?" "I care." I went after Fen and told her she looked beautiful. I expected her to be mean as always, but she kind of smiled at me. "Thanks, kiddo. You've always been nicer to me than the rest of them." Was I hearing some kind words from Fen? In this rare moment, I asked her if she'd like to come see me at the spelling bee, and she said yes. I was nervous at the event because it was being shown on TV, but I aced all the rounds and I won. Just then, I heard Fen screaming, "She's a cheater! She won by cheating!" She was shouting that my parents had been helping me by spelling out the words. My parents were furious, but when the camera footage was pulled out, we saw that they were mouthing the words, but I wasn't looking at them. I spelled the words myself, but the judges disqualified me immediately. The minute we got outside, I attacked Fen. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? You were born, and you took everything I deserved. My parents pulled us apart and told Fen she was grounded for eternity. Totally worth it. Fen, we can't go on like this. We're sisters. Wouldn't you rather have a fresh start instead of hating me forever? No, I'd rather hate you forever. It's just easier to hate you. As she stormed off, I decided I was done with her, and we hardly ever spoke after that. In the 8th grade, Dad announced one day that a friend's daughter, Sophia, would be coming from France to stay with us for some months. When she walked into our house, we were all awestruck by her beauty and style. She could also speak 5 languages and was a math wizard. Wow, you're the perfect friend for Gia. You're like the big sister we wish she had. Even though Sophia was 3 years older, we had a lot in common, and we got close. One day, we heard some voices from Fen's room, and we peeked inside. She was in front of her phone recording a makeup tutorial for TikTok. The minute she spotted us, she looked mad. Why are you jerks spying on me? Buzz off, and don't breathe a word of this to Mom and Dad, or else. We immediately checked out Fen's TikTok account, and to our shock, she had 1 million subscribers. She was really talented. Later at dinner, Fen came downstairs with a new hairstyle, and Mom just couldn't control herself. Is this what you do all day? Playing with your hair? What's going to become of you? Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Chang. Fen is practically a TikTok star. What on earth is a TikTok star? And then Sophia showed them Fen's account on her phone. I could just see Dad turning purple. I'm supposed to tell my relatives in China that my daughter is some internet idiot? We've been way too easygoing with you, Fen, and that was a mistake. He stormed off to her room, took Fen's phone, and flung it at the wall. Then he broke the tripod in half. What are you doing? Are you crazy, Dad? Stop it! Fen burst into angry tears and ran out of the house. When my parents stormed off, I turned to Sophia. Why did you do that? I didn't know they'd react this way. I was only trying to help poor Fen because they're always putting her down. I thought they'd be proud of her. Well, Sophia had no idea how crazy our parents really were. She tried apologizing, but Fen wouldn't even open the door for her. Weeks passed, and I was busy studying with Sophia for an important exam. The day before the exam, though, my parents had to go out of town. We'll be back tomorrow morning, darling. Good luck. The next morning when I woke up, it was super late. I'd set the alarm for 7, and now it was 11. The exam was over by now. My parents would be devastated. I ran downstairs when suddenly I stopped short. Fen was sitting in the living room with our parents and a very elegant woman. Your daughter has a supermodel's face, and people already love her. We want to collaborate with our makeup brand. When my parents saw the check she handed, their eyes almost popped out. As Fen signed the deal and the woman left, I saw something extraordinary. My parents started hugging Fen. Oh, darling, I had no idea you were so talented. I was still super upset about my exam, and I burst in. Mom? Dad? I missed my exam and... What exam? Oh, for that high school? Who cares? Didn't you just hear Fen's amazing news? Come, darling, let's go for a fancy brunch. What the freaking fish just happened? And suddenly, I was living Fen's life. My parents couldn't stop showing her off, and I was invisible. One day, they told me Fen would be using the limo, and I could take the bus to school. It's time you learned to be a grown-up anyway. One day, we weren't here, and you just slept through your exam. So irresponsible. Wow, who were these people? Sophia was my only ally here now. Mom and Dad threw a huge party to celebrate Fen's first modeling campaign. In the middle of it, the owner of the makeup brand burst in, and she marched up furiously to Fen. You stupid girl, how dare you post something like this about my brand? What are you talking about? This! It was a post on Fen's Instagram with some makeup and the caption, "These products are tested on rabbits who are kept in terrible conditions. Boycott this cruel brand." Fen protested that she'd never posted this, but the woman wouldn't listen and threatened to sue her. As she stormed off, Fen suddenly pounced on me. You did this, didn't you? You couldn't stand that I was getting the limelight for once. Get off me, you psycho! It wasn't me! my parents tried to calm Fen down, while they shouted at me for ruining her career and grounded me. This was crazy. Later that night, I was going down to the kitchen when I heard Sophia's voice from Fen's room. "You just turned 18, and you can leave these terrible people. Gia hates you, and your parents were awful to you before you became famous and rich. Forget them and come with me to France. You'll be even bigger there." And then suddenly, it all clicked. It was Sophia creating all this chaos. "Sophia, it's you! You made me miss my exam, and you posted that on Fen's Instagram." Sophia suddenly looked really evil. "Yeah, I did all that, but can't you see? I've only exposed the truth about your greedy parents. They've always treated Fen like dirt, till they thought she was worth something, and now they're treating you the same way. Well, you can stay here, Gia, and maybe you'll be their favorite daughter again. But Fen is going with me, because I actually love her, and I'll treat her like a queen." Fen and I were both stunned. "Sophia, you're crazy. You almost ruined my career to make me go with you? I don't love you, and I'm not going anywhere with you." Sophia started screaming and throwing things around like a complete psycho. Our parents came running in at the noise, and when we told them everything she'd done, they sent her packing to France on the earliest flight. But the whole fiasco was a wake-up call for me and Fen. Sophia might be crazy, but she was completely right about our parents. "Mom, Dad, you can't treat us like we only deserve your love if we're worth something. And you never let us have a normal relationship. This has to stop. I'm not even waiting for you to change anymore. I'm moving out. Gia, would you like to come with me? And maybe we could have a fresh start." I instantly said yes, and no matter how much our parents begged, we decided it was best for us to move away from them. Maybe we'd forgive them one day, but it was too soon for that.
Hi, I'm Princess Aurora from Monaco, and I was born to the most awful king and queen ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm sure everyone thought I was the luckiest little girl in the world, but I didn't. The royal palace was a prison. My only playmates were the maids, and I was never allowed to go beyond the palace walls. My parents always said the world outside was ugly and cruel.
But look at these pictures, Daddy. These places look beautiful. Why won't you ever let me see them?
Sweetheart, you'll understand when you're older.
Why can't you tell me now? Why are you keeping me here? You won't even send me to school.
You have the best tutors in the world, darling.
But I have no friends.
Of course you do. Us.
Jeez, who wants to be friends with their parents? Once when I was 8, I was reading on my bed when suddenly someone crawled out from under it, and I fell off in shock. I looked up, and my eyes met those of a boy my age.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. If you tell on me, I'll be in so much trouble. I won't. Pinky swear. Now, tell me where you've come from.
He was one of the maid's kids, and he'd sneaked into the palace, and he had the most amazing things to tell me about the outside world.
Have you ever been on a roller coaster? My mom took me once. It goes so fast, you want to throw up. It's awesome, like you're flying. I'd like to fly. Ooh, and that same day, I ate cotton candy.
What's that?
It's like a cloud of sugar. It just melts in your mouth.
Oh, wow! He wanted to see the palace, so we tiptoed down the hallway. But just then we heard voices, and we crawled into a vent. And soon enough, my maids discovered I wasn't in my room, and everyone was going bonkers looking for me. The two of us couldn't stop laughing. When it looked like the hallway was clear, the boy crawled out first, and he was instantly grabbed by some guards.
Hey, stop it! He's my friend!
He's not supposed to be here. He could be dangerous.
He's not! Let him go!
But they took him away, and I stormed off to my parents, who started crying as they hugged me.
Mom, Dad, I'm fine. I was right here. Now tell those stupid guards to let my friend go.
What friend? There was someone inside the palace?
Yes, a boy. But he's nice, I promise.
My parents said they'd look into the matter, but the next day, I found out that the boy's mom was gone.
What did you guys do to the maid and her son? Did you fire her? Or did you throw them in the dungeon?
Of course not. She just decided it was best for her to leave.
You're such a liar, Dad. I made one friend and you took him away.
You just don't want me to be happy. And I ran off in angry tears. I was convinced my parents had done something awful to them. I'd never even asked his name. And after that, I decided that I wasn't letting them rule over my life anymore. The next day, when my etiquette teacher was going on and on about the right way to hold a fork, I suddenly jumped onto the table like a monkey, snatched it from her, and started scratching my back with it.
What are you doing, princess? That's so uncivilized.
Why should I be civilized when I live in a cage? I'm no better than a gorilla in a zoo. I grabbed a banana and started chewing on it loudly.
That's enough. Please, get down this minute.
I threw the banana peel smack at her face. My parents were not happy when she quit, but I didn't stop there. I refused to study from my tutors. I wouldn't eat anything but junk food, and I refused to shower for weeks. Yo, what's up, friends? How about you read me a bedtime story?
Good God, that smell. Please, honey, take a shower.
What? It's not that bad.
Okay, I've had enough. Let's talk. What do you want, Aurora?
I want to go to school and have friends. To my shock, Dad actually agreed, but on the condition that I would wear a wig and a mask. Why? No one knows what I look like.
We have to be extra careful.
Fine, but no bodyguards. You don't want anyone to know who I am, right? Then let me be a nobody. And I couldn't believe it when the palace gates actually opened for me. And I was on my way to school. It was the most exciting day of my life. As I walked down the school hallway, I could see people giving me weird looks. When I entered the classroom, I noticed a bunch of kids gathered around a pretty girl who saw me and started laughing. Great. I wasn't gonna have an easy time making friends looking like this. Later at recess, I observed what the other kids were doing and saw them making their way to the food counter. I walked over straight to the lunch lady, when suddenly someone called out to me, the girl from my class. What do you think you're doing, weirdo? Get in line. What do you mean? See this line? Get your butt at the end of it. But why would I do that? Because you have to wait for your turn? What are you, some moron or daddy's spoiled princess? Daddy's spoiled princess. Well, high five, girl. My dad's really rich too and spoils me rotten. But even I have to wait in line. Oh, I see, but I'm pretty sure my dad's richer than yours. As I turned to walk away, the girl suddenly lunged at my mask. And the second she ripped it off my face, someone pulled her away and picked me up. I looked around in horror to see 10 bodyguards in plain clothes surrounding us. Everyone in the cafeteria was staring in stunned silence.
Princess Aurora, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Now put me down. And just like that, it was my last day of school. My parents said there was no way they could send me without security, and it was impossible for me to hide who I was. I just stayed in my room for the next 2 days and gave up on school. But the next day, Dad had some important guests for dinner, and when I joined them, everyone was staring at me.
Aurora, darling, why are you wearing a mask?
I just don't want anyone to see my face, Mom. Like, ever. But see? This hole I cut in my mask, I can drink with a straw. And I started slurping loudly on the soup. And from that day on, I refused to take the mask off in front of people. As I grew older, my parents expected me to go with them to boring ceremonies and parties. And no matter how much they begged, the mask always stayed on. Why are you doing this? There's so much speculation in the media about what you're hiding behind the mask. People think you're ugly or crazy. I didn't care. I didn't have control over anything in my life, but this I could do. This was my act of rebellion. Soon after, on my 17th birthday, my parents called me into their room one day and dropped a bombshell on me.
We have some really important guests coming this week, and one of them is Prince Fardling. You need to make a good impression on him, so you will not wear your mask, please.
Why?
We were hoping you two would get married one day.
I stared at them, and then I laughed so hard I fell off my chair. You think I'm gonna marry someone whose name is Prince Farting? It's Fardling. I think she's actually gone crazy. I'm the one who's crazy? You're the one telling me you've decided who I'll marry.
No one has decided anything, but you will give him a chance.
The marriage could be good for our country's relationship. And do you care about what's good for me?
That has always come first.
How can you even say that? My entire life, you've never cared about what I want.
I'm so tired of this. You're a princess, Aurora, a princess. Everything isn't about you. Being royalty comes with certain obligations.
Nothing is about me, and I hate being a royal princess. The next few days, my parents and I gave each other the silent treatment. But sure enough, the guests arrived soon, and I was ordered to come down dressed up for the welcome dinner without my mask. Well, I had other plans. I knew it was a busy night at the palace with most of the guards at the main entrance. So I climbed out my window and ran away. I couldn't stay there another minute. I was literally dancing down the street when suddenly I took my mask off and threw it in the trash. All of Monaco knew me as the weird masked princess, but hardly anyone knew my real face. It was the best disguise. But as it started to get darker, I decided to look for a hotel for the night. Just then, a dark figure came running at me and snatched my phone out of my hand. But the moron didn't know I was trained in martial arts. I had him screaming on the ground in pain, and then he ran away like a scared rabbit. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me.
Wow, that was... Hey, no, don't hit me. I'm harmless.
I saw that it was a boy my age. Okay, I'll spare you, but only if you find me a place to stay for the night.
Why? Where's your house? And why are you out alone so late?
Do you always ask so many questions? Just find me a place, man.
Fine. What's your budget?
What do you mean?
I mean, how much money can you spend on a hotel?
Money? I don't have money.
Then how are you going to pay for a hotel?
The government will pay for it, I guess.
Did you just run away from a mental asylum?
No, I didn't. Listen, I'm a tourist, okay? And someone stole my bag and all my money. And I don't know my way around the city. So can you please help me? The boy looked at me and then sighed.
Fine, you can crash at my place, but just for tonight, okay? You gotta figure something out tomorrow.
Yes, I will.
I didn't catch your name.
Oreo.
Your name is Oreo, like the cookie?
What cookie?
Oh God, never mind.
I found out his name was Andre and that he lived with his parents in a really small house. And then he led me to a dingy shed outside and said I could sleep there. Why can't I sleep inside?
There's no space, and I'm not telling my parents I brought some crazy girl home. I'll just get you some blankets. Stay here.
Are you sure the news is true? How could this happen?
Yes. I heard it straight from my cousin who's a palace guard. Princess Aurora has indeed run away, but they're keeping it very quiet. They've told the guests that she's really sick. They'll try to get her back before the news gets out.
Poor girl. She must have been so miserable that she ran away. I hope she's safe.
Hey, listen, you can sleep in my room, but my parents better not find out.
He helped me through the window into his room and told me that I could take his bed while he'd sleep on the floor. But once Andre switched the light off, I kept tossing and turning to get comfortable. Gosh, this mattress was so lumpy.
Will you stop moving? All that creaking isn't letting me sleep.
Sorry. I'll be quiet as a mouse now. I tried to stay still, but I just couldn't fall asleep. Hey, are you awake?
Obviously, you're so noisy.
Thanks for everything, Andre.
You're welcome, Oreo.
The next morning, Andre shook me awake at 7 in the morning and said I had to leave with him as he was going to school.
I'll take you around the city after school, if you want. You can stay a little longer till you figure things out. You do have some plan, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll call my family for some money and I'll be gone before you know it. Thank you. Andre even let me borrow some clean clothes, and we walked together to his school. I'd promised I'd stay outside and wait for him, but only minutes after he'd left, I sneaked in too. As I walked down the hallway, I quickly hid behind a wall when I saw Andre by the lockers, with a pretty girl leaning against them. Hi, handsome. Are my assignments done?
You'll have them in a few days, Selena. I've been busy, and you still haven't paid me for the last ones.
I'll pay you for everything, Snookums. Don't you trust me?
Not really. How about you pay me for those first, and then you'll get the rest?
Don't push your luck, Andre. You're cute, but not that cute. If I don't have all the assignments by tomorrow, well, you know how difficult I can make things for you. And with that, she left. What a witch! And what was she holding over Andre? When I met him outside school later, he said that he couldn't take me around the city because he had a lot of work to do. I told him I was happy to help, and we headed off to the local library.
Oreo, you're a lifesaver. And you're really good at math.
Andre, these assignments aren't yours, are they? I sneaked in and saw you with that girl. Why are you putting up with her? She seems awful.
You got that right. But her dad frickin' owns the school, and she knows I'm on scholarship. She could make her dad take it away from me. At first, it didn't seem like a bad deal anyway because she'd pay me for the assignments. But now, sometimes she doesn't.
That's so unfair. Is it really that important for you to be at this school?
Yeah, it is. Being here will give me some great chances for college scholarships. I need to do this for my family, Oreo, but sometimes I just want to run away from everything.
I know exactly how that feels. Suddenly, Andre leaned in a little closer, and for some reason, my heart skipped a beat. His eyes were such a lovely blue. He reached over and rubbed his thumb over my nose.
You got some ink. You look like a clown.
I dipped my fingers into the ink bottle when he wasn't looking and smudged them all over his cheek. He reached for the bottle as I ran, and soon the librarian threw us both out. The next day, I was hanging out on the bleachers at school when he joined me during recess, looking bummed out. She didn't pay you for the assignments, did she?
No, she didn't.
How much does she owe you?
520 euros. Wait, where are you going?
To teach that girl a lesson?
Oreo, no. You'll just make things worse.
I promise. She won't think it has anything to do with you. Meet me outside. And before he could stop me, I put a handkerchief around my face and ran off inside the building. I spotted her walking by herself into the bathroom, and I stepped in after her and locked it. Hey, who are you?
Your worst nightmare.
Oh, open that door right now, or I'll scream. I'll kick your butt real hard if you even try. I'm not kidding. And I showed her my best karate moves. What do you want from me, psycho? How much money do you have in your wallet? I don't know. 600 euros? Okay, that's not a lot, but I'll take it. Oh, you wait till my daddy finds out. I grabbed her wallet, locked the bathroom from the outside, and sprinted like a maniac. Andre was waiting for me outside the school, and he almost fell down laughing when I told him.
Man, I wish I could have seen her face. You're crazy, Oreo. Good crazy. Now, I gotta keep my promise of showing you around.
And we had the best day ever. We cycled all over the city, ate ice cream till our tummies hurt, and then he took me to an amusement park. I have to go on a roller coaster. I've never been on one.
You're really missing out. Let's go!
But as the roller coaster began to go up the slope, I started freaking out. Oh my god, I can't do this, Andre.
Open your eyes, Oreo.
Nuh-uh, not happening.
You can't do this with your eyes closed. Just take my hand, okay?
I opened one eye and we were right at the top. I squeezed Andre's hand really tight.
Oh, and if you feel scared, just scream!
And boy, did I scream, and all my fear suddenly left me. This was the most freeing experience I'd ever had in my life. As we got off the ride laughing, Andre walked over to a guy and bought some pink fluff on a stick. What's this?
Cotton candy. Never tried it?
No, never.
It's like a cloud of sugar. Just melts in your mouth.
My heart leapt to my throat. That's what the boy who'd sneaked into the palace had said all those years ago. Come to think of it, Andre did look like him. Could it be? But just then, I saw some royal guards burst in through the crowd. Oh my god! Don't ask any questions right now, okay? Just run! We dashed through the crowd and found a way out of a fence. I hopped onto Andre's bicycle and he pedaled away for dear life. He didn't stop till we were really far off, and then we both collapsed to the ground.
Is there something you want to tell me, Oreo?
Okay, you got me. I'm Princess Aurora, and I ran away from the palace. Andre, are you the boy who sneaked in once? Do you remember meeting me?
Yeah, that was me. And of course I remember.
Oh God, I was so worried about what had happened to you and your mom. What did my dad do?
The king? Nothing. My mom had started getting sick back then, and after that day, she just told your parents that she decided to find an easier job because she had me to take care of too. They understood and they got her another job.
And all this time, I thought Dad had done something horrible to them.
Why did you run away, Aurora? What was the plan?
There was no plan. I'm just so tired of all of it, Andre. My whole life, they just kept me away from this wonderful outside world. How could they?
You know why your parents are like that, right?
What? What do you mean?
I think you need to go back and talk to them.
Do I really have to go back?
Well, you are a princess, and that does come with some obligations.
Jeez, now you're starting to sound like them.
Aurora, listen to me. You are amazing. You're beautiful and brave and smart, and you have the world at your feet. Don't waste it all by being angry. Think of all the great things you could do for so many people.
Do you really think I could?
I know you can.
And suddenly, he put his hand under my chin and kissed me. It was the perfect first kiss. Later that night, I was in Andre's room while he was having dinner with his parents when suddenly his phone started buzzing nonstop. I peeked over at the screen and the word princess caught my attention. And the text I read left me shook. Stop messing with me, Andre. If you really have pictures of the princess, send them to me now. I looked through his phone with trembling hands to find photographs of me, sitting in the shed on my first night, stepping onto the roller coaster. More pictures around the city. What? Just then Andre walked in and his face turned white.
Listen, Aurora, it's not what you think it is.
Oh, and what do I think? That you're a creep who's been secretly taking pictures of me? Were you going to sell them to the press?
I do have a friend who works in a newspaper.
And you thought that you'd make big money by telling everyone I ran away. Oh, and even better, you'd be showing the real face of the weird masked princess. They must have offered you a lot of money for that. Will you just listen? No, I will not. Our loud voices had made Andre's dad come upstairs, and he looked shocked to see me.
Andre, who's your guest?
I'm the Royal Princess of Monaco, and I'd really appreciate it if you took me back to the palace now. And I left without another word to Andre. I couldn't even stand his face. I thought my parents would be raging mad when I got back home, but instead they just hugged me and burst into tears. Aurora, we were so worried about you. Don't you ever scare us like that again, love? I just have to know, Dad. Why did you keep me inside all my life?
Sweetheart, you have an evil aunt who kidnapped you when you were a baby. She wanted to get rid of you so that she'd be the next heir to the throne. Luckily, we found you, but she managed to escape. That's why we were always so paranoid. But we recently found out that she died, so the threat is gone. I'm sorry you were so miserable, Aurora, but I was only doing what I had to.
And my marriage? I don't want to get married right now. We just wanted you to meet the prince. We would never force you to marry someone. I'm so sorry that I've been so angry and difficult, but I wish you just explained all this to me. And I've seen some of the world now, and I know you can't trust everybody, but it's still a wonderful place, and I want to see more of it.
And you shall, my darling.
The guests were still at the palace, and they were informed I was feeling well now. A grand ball was arranged 2 days later, and when I entered the hall without my mask, people seemed to be stunned by my beauty. I was having a great time dancing when Mom called me aside and said that I had a visitor. I stepped out into the hall to find Andre? What are you doing here?
I just need you to hear me out, please. Yes, I took those pictures and I wanted to sell them to pay my mom's medical bills, but I just couldn't. I'm ashamed that I even planned to, and I'm sorry. I'm here to delete them in front of you. You will never see or hear of these pictures again.
Just as he was about to, I ran forward and stopped him. No, don't. I'd let an ear doctor, and she gave me a hearing aid that I could easily hide behind my hair. Mom had to work double shifts for months to pay for it. But when it was time for school, she put me in the best one in town. On the very first day as I walked in, I bumped straight into a girl and we both fell down. So did my hearing aid.
Watch where you're going, loser face.
I quickly picked up my hearing aid and ran off before the girl got up. But soon after, she walked into my classroom. Her name was Claire, and she just kept glaring at me the whole time. Later that day at the cafeteria, she came to my table and banged her tray on it.
This is my seat, Dumbo. Oh, wait.
What's that twinkling thing behind your hair? That's just a hearing aid. I have a... Ew! Didn't someone tell you this isn't the right school for kids with problems? With that, she suddenly pulled my hearing aid and threw it down on the floor. Just as she was about to stomp on it, a girl my age leapt out of nowhere and grabbed her leg. "Don't you dare do that, you bully witch!" Claire just kicked her off and laughed. Oh, how sweet. A poor girl defending a deaf girl? You two could complete each other. And do you think you scare me, idiot? As I was picking up my hearing aid, she pounced at me, but just then a boy stepped in and grabbed her hand. "You should be scared, because the three of us can really kick your butt." They both pushed Claire away and sat near me. How sweet. That's how I first met the twins, Chris and Lisa, who soon became my best friends. Years passed, but since that day, Claire was our sworn enemy. She was such a pain in our butts, bullying us all the time. Luckily, I had Lisa and Chris by my side, and we had the best times together. One evening in 8th grade, I was just hanging out with the twins at their treehouse, and I was the last one to climb down the rope ladder. Just as I had started to, the rope suddenly snapped. I went screaming to the ground, but before I could hit it, Chris caught me. "I got you. You're okay." "Chris, you just saved my life. You're my hero." Just then my phone started ringing, and it was my mom. She was crying. I told Chris I had to go, and I ran home to find Mom in tears. She'd lost both her jobs, and she hadn't paid rent for months. I had no idea things were that bad. There's only one thing I can think of now. I'll have to call Mom. Mom? You mean I have a grandma? Mom then told me that Grandma had never wanted her to marry Dad, and when she did anyway, Grandma cut all ties with Mom. She probably hates me, and I don't know if she'll help, but I have to try. The next morning, when we took a cab to Grandma's place, I was amazed to see the size of it. It was a huge mansion. Grandma looked like she was a millionaire. We were led inside to an elegant, strict-looking woman who seemed shocked to see us. I thought she was going to start shouting, but instead she pulled me close and gave me a tight hug. "Oh, how I've longed to see you. You're so beautiful and all grown up. Mom, I'm sorry I kept her away from you, but Grandma pulled her in too. We've been apart for way too long, darling, and I've been much too lonely. I'm sorry I was so stubborn too. I'm just so glad you're back." Wow, Grandma was cool. And just like that, my life completely changed. We moved into the mansion right away, and Grandma treated me like a princess. She took me and my mom to a fancy salon and then to amazing malls and restaurants. It was the best weekend of my life. The weekend just flew by, and it was time to get back to my own school. No, literally. Yeah, my grandma owned it. When I entered the school, everyone stood for a second to stare at me and the limo. And my classmates, their jaws dropped when they saw the different me. OMG, Dora, what have you done to your face and your hair? You look stunning. Yeah, right? It's all my grandma's doing, but I love it too. What do you think, Chris? Yeah, you look nice, but you always do. But just then, Claire walked past me and threw a whole bottle of ink on my new dress. Ugh, I lost it. I attacked her and pulled her hair really hard. Just then the teacher walked in and pushed Claire away, helping me up. "Dora, are you all right? I'm sorry for this misbehavior. I'll have the principal suspend the girl immediately. And class, let this be a warning to everyone. Don't mess with Dora. Her family owns the school." Everyone went, "Ooh," as the teacher took Claire to the principal. That felt awesome. Of course, the first thing I did was invite Chris and Lisa to my new home, and they were awestruck. We had the most amazing time in the pool and an in-house movie theater. But soon enough, my popularity in school started rising too. I was suddenly being invited to all the cool kids' parties. People wanted to sit next to me at lunch, especially the boys. And I had to admit, I was enjoying it. A few weeks later on a school trip, I got onto the bus and looked around for Lisa, but she wasn't there. Just then, Claire called out to me, "Hey girl, I saved you a seat." I reluctantly sat down next to her. Look, I know we haven't always gotten along, but maybe it's time to change that. I've seen you in gym class, and you have some natural cheerleading talents, so just come and audition tomorrow, okay? I knew she was only being nice to me now because I was rich, but I'd always wanted to try out for cheerleading. I told her I'd audition, and just then, Lisa walked onto the bus. Seriously? You're sitting with the witch? You could have saved me a spot. Thanks for nothing. Hey, come on, that's kind of rude. Oh, was I rude to your new friend? Sorry. And with that, Lisa got off to sit in the other bus. It took 2 days for us to make up after that. I was having fun being a cheerleader, but with the practices and the games and after parties, I got less and less time to hang out with Lisa and Chris. One day, I was sitting with them in the cafeteria when the most popular jock in school, Dave, slid right next to me and grinned. Hey, so I've got this awesome party at my place this Saturday. Think you could make it? You'll break my heart if you say no. You can bring your friends too, if you want. I said yes and turned to them excitedly, but Chris muttered he had to go somewhere and left, and Lisa glared at me and stormed off too. I followed her. Hey, what was that? Someone invites you to a party and that makes you mad? No, you make me mad. Flirting with that jerk and going to this stupid party this weekend? I mean, who are you? A few months ago, we were making fun of these rich, spoiled kids, and now you're one of them. Oh, really? What's bothering you, Lisa? That I'm rich or that I'm popular? That you're pretending to be someone you're not, and you can't even see who really cares about you? What is that supposed to mean? And I care about you guys. I want you to go with me. No thanks. You used to be pretty cool, and now I don't know who this pathetic loser is. What did you just call me? I pulled her back by her shirt and she started walking, and she turned around and attacked me. As we wrestled on the ground, Claire came running and pulled her off of me, but Lisa pushed her aside and left. And suddenly, I just felt really bad. Lisa and I had never fought like this before. I kept trying to call both her and Chris on Saturday, but neither of them replied. And then I was mad, so I went to the party that evening anyway. I was having a great time, especially since Dave was being so attentive and dancing with me. I went to use the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Dave with Claire and a few other kids, and they were talking about me. Listen, how long do I have to dance with the deaf girl? I mean, yeah, she's hot, but it's not like I'd ever date someone like her. I'd rather spend time with some other chick. Don't be a moron and ruin everything. I texted you the whole plan this morning. You dance with her, then you take her out for a walk, and then we'll come in masks pretending to attack you both. And we'll blindfold her, take her to the school, and lock her in the janitor's closet. It's not that hard.
I don't know, man. Don't you think it's a bit much?
No, it'll be fun. We're not hurting her. It's just for the weekend. The janitor will find her first thing on Monday, but her rich grandma will go bonkers in the meantime. It'll probably be on the news. Or maybe we should hide her somewhere for longer and ask for reward money. Oh my God, what? Thanks for letting me in on your plan, you psycho. I'll make sure you all pay for this.
Babe, it was all Claire. I was telling her it's wrong. She wouldn't listen.
But I gave him a hard slap across the face as I ran off to my car. I could hardly believe it. But instead of going home, I told the driver to take me to Lisa's. She'd been right. I'd been a fool to think these people could ever be nice. I already had amazing friends, and I couldn't lose them. But when I reached their house, I nearly died when I saw balloons at the gate. Oh my God, it was the twins' birthday today. That's why she was extra mad at me. How could I have forgotten it? I found Chris sitting on the porch outside, and he didn't look happy to see me. Chris, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a fool. I should have never gone to the party. I can't believe I missed your birthday.
Dora, you don't have to be sorry. You're beautiful, rich. You're surrounded by the most popular guys, but I've loved you ever since I met you.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me just fine. I've tried telling you before too, but you just never took the hint. It's okay if you don't like me that way. I'm sure there are better guys out there for you, but you do need to start being a better friend again.
He got up and walked inside, leaving me in tears. He was the best guy. How could I have been so blind? The next day, our school was competing in a big baseball game. But I had something more important to do. Lisa was having some of her amazing photographs displayed in a small gallery, and I had to be there. As I was admiring a photo, I heard her behind me. Wow, didn't expect to see you here. You're so good at missing things. Also, isn't there a big game today? What's the team gonna do without their star cheerleader? I don't care. I'm just sorry for being a terrible friend, Lisa. You were right about everything. Those people are awful, and I was so stupid for not seeing that. I'm sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me. And let me join the cool kids club again? Lisa slowly grinned and then hugged me so hard I nearly fell down. And when I told her all about the party, she was angrier than I was. Oh my God, that witch is so gonna pay for it. The next day during the last lesson, the teacher walked in and said the principal was calling me, Lisa, and Claire into her office. Claire looked shocked as the three of us made our way. And sitting there already was Grandma and Dave. What's going on here? You said my grandma would go bonkers, Claire. And she really did when she found out about your plan to kidnap me. What are you talking about? What plan? Didn't you say you texted the whole plan to Dave? And with that, Lisa whipped out Dave's phone that she'd stolen from his locker earlier. And luckily, the moron hadn't deleted the text. The principal was horrified, and they were both immediately expelled. As Lisa and I jumped around and hugged, I said, "Just got one more thing to take care of now." I ran down the corridor to see Chris walking out of the school building, and I caught up to him. As he turned around, I put my arm around him and gave him a kiss.
Whoa, what was that?
I was just curious. Listen, can I ask you out for dinner this weekend? Without Lisa, of course.
I think I'd really like that, Dora.
And we kissed again. Hey everyone, I'm Bella, and I get crazy when I'm angry. How crazy exactly? Well, you have to stick around to find out. And please, like and subscribe to MSA. My parents were stinkin' rich. We lived in a huge mansion, had tons of servants, and every spring break we'd go on the most luxurious vacations. I was one of the most popular girls in school, and my life was literally perfect. But as I grew older, things started to change. Dad got busier at work and hardly came home. Mom suddenly had tons of commitments and parties to manage. The three of us didn't spend much time together, but I was busy with my school and social life too. And at least we'd still have the annual family vacation on my birthday. I was really looking forward to my 16th in Tokyo. But then my parents ruined it by dropping a nuclear bomb on me.
Bella, your mom and I have decided to separate.
Separate what? Honey, we're getting a divorce. What? Why on earth would you do that? Because I haven't been happy in a while, and neither has your dad. What do you mean you're not happy? You literally own every piece Prada makes before it even hits the runway. And Daddy, what about all your yachts and sports cars? We have great lives. We're happy people.
We're not happy with each other, and we don't want to continue like this forever. It's better if we part ways now.
No way! I won't let you! That's not up to you, sweetie. This is what your dad and I want. I don't care what you want, okay? I want things to stay just as they are. Don't you see how badly this will affect me? How can you be so selfish? I threw my dinner plate to the ground and ran to my room. I heard Dad call after me, but I just slammed my door shut. I thought my reaction was enough to talk my parents out of their separation. But the next week, Dad moved out and they filed for divorce. The next few months were the most difficult of my life. But thank God for my best friend Eloise, who was always there to console me and keep me sane. I kept thinking about how I could get my parents together. But then one day, Mom had told me that Dad had already met someone else. He wanted to introduce us to her over dinner at his place. I hated the idea, but Mom had already agreed, so I didn't really have a choice. That night, when we reached Dad's new place, my heart dropped when I noticed an elegant woman at the door next to him with a girl my age. Hi, you must be Bella. Your dad has told me so much about you. It's funny how he's never even mentioned you. Not once, not ever. I mean, he did mention this morning that he had a girlfriend, which I thought was weird since he already has a wife. But other than that, nothing.
Bella has a weird sense of humor. You'll get used to it.
Don't get used to anything. I don't see you being a part of Dad's future too long.
That's enough, Bella.
It's okay, Dad. It's a lot to get used to. I'm Keisha, by the way, and I've really been looking forward to meeting you. Come, I'll show you the house. Did this girl just call my dad Dad? Before I could even speak, Keisha pulled me in. She showed me around, and I noticed how all the trophies in the house belonged to her. Even at the dinner table, Dad couldn't stop talking about how talented Keisha was, and it made me furious.
Keisha is not just great at studies, but she's an amazing piano player. Oh, and you should hear her sing. It's like a symphony to the ears.
Oh, Dad. You sound really needy calling him Dad. And literally everyone these days is a singer. What's so special about that? I'm a great gymnast and can do the perfect cartwheel. And with that, I jumped from the chair and did a cartwheel. But I lost my balance and ended up crashing into the dining table. My parents rushed to my rescue, and I was embarrassed. But then I noticed Keisha giggling in a corner, and it made my blood boil. I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, but I'd hurt my hand, so Mom excused herself and we left for home. And the next day, things took a turn for the worse when I walked into my school and saw Keisha in the parking lot. Are you stalking me? No. Dad just got me enrolled in your school. By the way, how's your arm? You crashed pretty bad last night. I was also a gymnast in my previous school, so if you're really interested in perfecting a cartwheel, I can help you. I don't need your help. Also, he's not your dad, and you can fool everyone with your sweet smile, but I won't fall for your tricks. You're evil, and soon everyone will know that. I walked off before she could even reply, and I was so annoyed because everyone seemed to be instantly in love with her. Girls couldn't get enough of her style, and boys were tripping over each other to talk to her. She's so fake. Look at her with her fake smile and fake bag and fake attitude. I just want to knock her teeth in. I understand why it's bothering you having her around, but I think you're giving her way more attention than she deserves. You're far prettier and smarter than her. Eloise was my BFF, and she was right. I didn't want to waste my energy on Keisha, so I decided to take the high road and move on. But then, I was passing through the girls' locker room when I saw Keisha giggling with some girls. It would be easier for everyone if she could at least play nice. I mean, it's not my fault if her mom and dad didn't want to live together, right? Totally. She's being a weirdo, but you're so sweet. And girl, I need your hairdresser's number. Keisha laughed again, and that's when I decided that I was gonna show Keisha her place. The next morning, as we all sat down for the biology class, I flashed Keisha the brightest smile. She looked a bit confused until she opened her bag and found a bunch of dead cockroaches inside. Keisha jumped up in horror before banging into the guy next to her. Both of them fell on a shelf, and all the beakers came tumbling down, and I couldn't stop giggling. Another time after gym class, I swapped Keisha's shampoo with blue dye, and she got out looking like a smurf. Everyone rushed to her in concern, while I stood in a corner laughing my butt off. Suddenly, Eloise pulled me to the side.
You did this, didn't you?
Of course. Keisha looked like someone pulled her out of a flask. Genius move, right?
No, it's called bullying. I get that you're annoyed with your dad, but Keisha doesn't deserve this. Stop being a jerk.
I'm not being a jerk. I'm just showing Keisha that she can't mess with me. I just want her and her dumb mom to leave our lives so my parents and I can be a family again.
That's not gonna happen, Bella. Just face the truth. Their marriage is over.
Oh, shut up. My parents aren't a lost cause like your parents. Instead of telling me to face the truth, when are you planning to tell your mom that you caught your dad cheating on her months ago? The minute those words Eloise had told me in confidence left my lips, I felt regret, and even more so when I noticed a bunch of girls behind us had overheard the conversation. Eloise looked shocked, her eyes tearing up. Listen, Don't even bother, you witch! Eloise just walked away before I could apologize. I was feeling really bummed out that evening, so I thought I'd try to catch Dad at his office and spend some time with him. But as I was about to enter his room, I saw stupid Hillary inside, pacing back and forth and talking to someone in a low, urgent tone. As I tried leaning in closer to make out what she was hearing, I suddenly lost my balance and fell right in. Hillary turned around in shock and cut the call immediately. Hey, sweetie, are you okay? Let me help you up. Ew, no, don't touch me. Where's my dad? I'm here to see him, alone. He's in a meeting. He should be done soon. I was just leaving. As she reached for her handbag on the table, she accidentally knocked it over, and thick wads of cash fell out. She looked panicked as she shoved them back in and quickly left. What was going on with her? Later, as I hung out with Dad, I couldn't help voicing my suspicions. Does Hillary know the combination to your safe, Dad? Does she have access to your accounts?
Why are you asking me these strange questions?
Don't you feel worried that she might be with you for money? I mean, I tried Googling her and I couldn't find anything about her or what she does. What if she's a con artist of some kind?
She isn't, and she loves me, and I love her. She makes me really happy, Bella. Bella.
The words cut through my heart like a knife. I wasn't exactly in the best headspace when I walked into class the next day and found Eloise sitting next to Keisha. It physically hurt. I walked up to them and slammed my books on the table. So what? Now you're just gonna try to make me jealous by hanging out with this moron? I thought you hated her. No, Bella, you hate her. The only person I hate right now is you. I'm sure you don't mean that. Bella, why don't you join us at recess, and I'm sure you guys can sort things out. Stop acting like you're some freaking angel. You're so fake. Just forget it, Keisha. Talking sense into Bella is like asking a donkey to solve a complicated math equation. Was that an attempt at humor? Because it pretty much sucked. Still sucks less than your stupid face. I'll show you, stupid. I pushed Eloise and she landed on her butt as Keisha rushed to help her. Just then, the teacher walked in and everyone around her told her that I'd pushed Eloise, and I landed in detention. It wasn't even the first time, because after that, I was often being rude to my classmates and teachers, and then I also failed a few tests. Mom and Dad tried to get me into therapy to help me cope with our family situation, but after several failed sessions, they gave up. If they thought I was just gonna forgive them and move on, they had it all wrong. And at school, the more I saw Eloise and Keisha hanging out together, the more determined I felt to get even with Keisha. And I found an opportunity when Dad invited me for Keisha's 17th birthday party, to which half the school was invited. Now all I needed was to find a way to humiliate Keisha, and I'd finally have my revenge. I was trying to figure out what to do when suddenly I noticed Hillary sneaking through the back door holding a thick envelope. I followed her outside, only to find her talking to a big guy wearing a hoodie. And suddenly, I noticed the gun he was holding. I quickly whipped out my phone as I inched closer to listen, my heart pounding. I told you not to come home.
You weren't answering your phone. I had to make sure you guys were okay.
We're fine. You're here for the money, right? There.
Thanks. And just so you know, you can't hide the truth forever, Laura.
I don't have a choice. No one can find out my real identity. So do me a favor, take this money and just zip your mouth. The guy nodded and left. Just as she turned around, Hillary saw me and nearly screamed in shock. I knew it. I knew there was something shady about you and your daughter. What else are you hiding besides your real name?
Bella, it's not what it looks like.
Of course it's not. You know what? Maybe you'll confess in front of the whole crowd. I've recorded everything, and now my dad will know what big imposters you and Keisha are. Hillary tried to stop me, but I ran inside and went straight to the huge TV screen placed in the middle of the room. I stopped the music and plugged in my phone. Everyone fell silent as the video played, and Keisha looked like she'd seen a ghost. Just then Dad jumped in, unplugged my phone, and threw it on the floor. Dad, why'd you do that?
Because I had enough of your nonsense, Bella.
My nonsense? These two lied to you. Her name's not Hillary, it's Laura, and she's paying someone your hard-earned money to keep some big secret. Aren't you even curious?
No, because I know the truth, and the money you're talking about is Hillary's, not mine.
And that's when Dad told me the whole truth. Apparently, Laura, or Hillary, was married to some mafia guy, and Keisha was their daughter.
I didn't want to bring up my child with a criminal. So one day when Keisha was 4, I stole money from my ex-husband's vault, grabbed Keisha, and just ran away. I changed my name, made a few investments, and things started picking up, but I was always afraid of being found out by Keisha's dad. And lately, I've been feeling more paranoid. The man you saw is an ex-FBI agent I hired to protect me and Keisha.
But you told me my dad was a surgeon, that he died before I was born.
Baby, I said that to protect you.
By lying to me all these years? And this is how I find out thanks to you, Bella. You ruined my party and you ruined my family. This must be the best day of your life. Keisha, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You know what? I tried to be nice because I could see you were having a hard time dealing with your parents' divorce. But now I know that you're just a vengeful, horrible person, and I can't stand your face. I felt so ashamed as Keisha cried and then ran to her room. I wanted to apologize, but Dad called the driver and sent me home. I couldn't sleep a whole night, and I kept thinking about how horribly selfish I'd been. I was so blinded by my hatred for Keisha that I crossed all lines. I just wanted to apologize and make up for my behavior. But the next morning, Mom told me that Keisha and Hillary were leaving for London. For good. I couldn't let that happen. So I rushed to Keisha's place and ran up to her room as she was zipping up her last suitcase. What are you doing here? I don't want you to leave. Listen, Keisha, I was stupid and jealous, and I thought you were stealing everything from me. My dad, my best friend, my life. You were right. I've just had a lot of trouble accepting my parents' divorce. But I know Hillary makes my dad really happy, in a way that I haven't seen him happy around Mom in years. You know, all my life, I've felt
really alone because Mom was always moving from place to place and I never had siblings or friends. I really did get excited thinking I'd finally settle down and have a family. I wasn't trying to steal anything from you. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say except that I want to make this work because this is the version of family I have now. It includes you and your mom, and I don't want to keep fighting this. You really mean it? I do. And then we hugged, and it felt nice. Great. Now that we have that sorted, I have to go and apologize to someone else too.
You mean me?
I turned around and saw Eloise walk in. Eloise, I was such a horrible friend. You tried to show me the right way, but I ended up hurting you. Please forgive me. I swear I'll be a better person.
I know you doofus. Now stop crying. You look hideous.
I know. Let me tell my mom we're not going to London, and then we can grab some coffee. Feels like a good place to start.
Hi, I'm Adley from Boston. Please like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next coming 7 days. My mom got pregnant many years ago after she married my dad, and they were both overjoyed to have a daughter. After my birth, they were waiting anxiously for me when the nurse walked in, looking nervous. I'm not sure if you want to see her. Oh my God, is she ugly? I'm going to have a heart attack if she's ugly. I think she's a dwarf. Mom leapt forward and took me from the nurse, and Dad stared at me in horror. I was really tiny and ugly, like a frog. I'll have you fired, you moron. I don't care what my daughter looks like. She's mine, and she's beautiful. So what if she's a bit small? But as years went by and my progress was monitored by doctors, I was diagnosed with slower growth than most people, which meant I'd always look younger than I actually am. Mom didn't care, as long as I was healthy, but Dad couldn't handle it. How is it even possible? Everyone in my family is practically a basketball player. Be honest with me, woman. Is she even mine? Mom started screaming and throwing things at him, and he went running out of the door, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Once, when I was 6, Mom took me to a birthday party at her boss's house. I was really excited to meet other kids, but the minute they saw me, they all started staring and then laughing. OMG, just look at it. It's so tiny. With that, the birthday girl Brenda took my hairband off. Hey, give it back, you jerk. Catch it if you can, shorty. Come on, jump a little higher. Suddenly, I lost it. I climbed onto a chair and pounced on her, and we went crashing into the pile of birthday presents, which landed straight in the pool. As Brenda screamed, Mom's boss came running and went ballistic. Who is this out-of-control toddler? Where did she come from? That's my daughter, Adley. But you said your daughter was 6 years old. I don't know who this child is. I'm calling the police. Her boss just picked me up and started carrying me away. Oh my God, she's mine. But her crazy boss wouldn't let us go till the cops arrived. Of course, Mom was able to prove I was her kid, but she was so furious. She flung a piece of cake at her boss's face. I'm not working for you, psycho. I quit. Even though Mom was struggling to find a new job, she soon enrolled me in the best school around. On the first day, I was about to go inside the building when a giant limo almost bumped into me. Hey, are you blind? You could have hurt me. A girl got down from the car, and it was that awful Brenda. Ow, shut up. You're hurting my ears. It's not our fault you're as tiny as an ant. Who can even see you? She spat on my shoes and walked off. And when I went to my classroom, I discovered she was in my class. Ugh. And all the kids were flocking around her like she was the queen of the school. Over the years, Brenda never failed to mock me. But it wasn't just her. It felt as if I walked into school every day wearing some ridiculous costume because someone was sure to point and laugh. Where's your lower half, shorty, buried in the ground? Which dwarf are you, sleepy, mopey, or grumpy? I was so sick of it all. So, in the 7th grade, I decided to do something about it. I Googled how to increase your height, and there were so many tips. One of them was hanging. I didn't have a pull-up bar, so I decided to stretch from a tree branch. But just as I stepped on it, it snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, hurting my leg. Oh, Adley, what are you doing? I just want to grow tall, Mom. Everyone else just keeps getting taller. What's wrong with me? Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. So what if you're not as tall as everyone else? It doesn't make you less smart or kind or beautiful. I waited so long to have you, Adley, and I wouldn't change a thing. You're perfect. Mom's words really stuck with me. It was okay to not be like everyone else. A few days later, when I was heading out for home, I suddenly saw the school bus leaving without me. I ran and waved and shouted, but it just went faster. The driver probably couldn't even see me. Just then, I tripped over something and fell face first into a muddy puddle. As I got up, I saw some kids on the side staring at me, and I snapped. What? What are you looking at? Didn't your parents ever tell you it's rude to stare? Is it so weird that I'm short, or do I have something on my face? To make things even worse, Brenda walked out just then, and she started cackling when she saw me. Ew, are you covered in poop, Adley? Because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running and told me he was her friend's son, Andrew, from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like one cheeseburger, extra large fries, and a Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I going to stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean, how do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that, Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal. You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda. And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.
I bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything, and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets in my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. You can date who we tell you to date, she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know. Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter, though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car, that was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him, or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
Hi, I'm Isla from Turkey. The night I was born, Dad held me close and said tearfully,
God, she's so beautiful. I will name her Isla, my moonlight.
Just then, the doctor came in with a grim face and told my parents that they couldn't have any more children. Dad immediately dumped me in Mom's arms.
You mean this is all I get? I won't have any sons? Ever? This is the darkest moment of my life.
Growing up, Mom adored me, but I knew Dad thought I was a burden. The nicest thing he ever said to me was,
You're just a stupid girl, but thank God you're pretty.
Dad owned a small tea shop in the city. Once when I was 10, he came down with the flu, and he was being such a big baby.
No one knows my suffering. If only I had a son to run my tea shop, but no, I got a dumb daughter.
He buried his head in his blanket and started to cry. Mom and I just rolled our eyes and went to the shop that day, and I thought we were doing great. Sometime later, a foreign-looking woman sat down at a table. When I asked her what she'd like, she said with a tired smile, Why don't you surprise me? I skipped off and brewed my favorite mixture of lemon and saffron. I make it for Mom when she's tired. It'll make you feel better too. And you don't have to pay for this. The woman's eyes flew open as she tasted it. My God, this is really special. And so are you. Thank you for this tea of kindness. She tried to pay me, but I refused, and she left. But a few days later, Dad came home from the shop and threw a newspaper at me.
What is this stupid tea of kindness that everyone's been asking me about?
It turns out the woman was some big journalist, and she'd written an article about the amazing tea at our shop. And now suddenly, tourists and locals were coming over asking for it. "I'll teach you how to make it, Dad, if you say please." All I got was a flying shoe, but I did teach him, and he even let me help out more often. Once in the 8th grade, I was serving customers on a really sunny day when suddenly my back and arms started to itch horribly. I dropped my tray and started scratching like crazy as people stared at me, and I just ran home. "Mom, what's happening to me?" My skin was all red and peeling off. Mom quickly took me to the doctor, and he said I had a condition called desquamation. My skin started flaking when it was too irritated by something. There wasn't a cure, but he gave us some expensive cream to soothe my skin.
Don't tell your dad about this, okay? I'll get the money for the cream somehow.
A week later, Mom came home with some great news. She'd gotten a janitor's job in a fancy high school, and even better, I could go there for free. But it was so much fancier than I'd imagined. The minute I entered the classroom, I knew I was being scanned from head to toe, and everyone was judging my clothes and shoes. And turns out, no one even wanted to sit with me at lunch because I didn't look a certain way. But I didn't care. I had a chance to study at a great school, and I wasn't wasting it. One day, I went into the bathroom, and I found some girls from my class there, and the meanest one, Zara, was screaming at Mom. "You moron! You spilled all that dirty water on my shoes. I get that you're a janitor because you're stupid, but are you blind too?" I pushed her up against the wall. No one talks to my mom like that. Do you hear me? Mom? Finally, it makes sense why someone like you is in this school. She pushed me back and pounced on me. As Mom ran forward to pull us apart, she slipped on the wet floor and fell really hard. Oh my God, Mom! The school staff rushed her to the hospital, and after hours of waiting, we found out that Mom had injured her back and she couldn't walk. I was devastated. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been fighting with Zara, none of this would have happened. The principal said I could still attend school at half the fee, but I couldn't afford that either. One evening, as I was working at the shop, I came across the journalist I'd met years ago. "Wow, look how lovely you've grown up to be. But sweetheart, why do you look so sad?" I broke down and told her everything. After I was done, she said, "I have an offer that might solve some of your problems. You could become a model. I could connect you to all the right people, and it pays really well." Me? A model? The woman told me to think about it, and I did. It could mean I'd still be able to go to school and even save money to get Mom better treatment. I decided to bring it up at dinner that night. "Dad, I'm taking up a modeling job, and..." He suddenly spat out his food.
Modeling? Where did you even get such a stupid idea?
What's wrong with it?
It's for morons who don't have any brains, and it's disgraceful.
Well, I do have brains, so I'm not gonna be stupid enough to waste this chance. I can make our lives better, especially Mom's.
I said no!
I already said yes! And with that, I angrily smashed my plate on the floor. Dad looked shocked, and I stormed off. I called up the woman and said I was taking the job. I put my cream all over my skin before going to the shoot. I couldn't let anyone know about my condition, or I'd never get the job. Everyone on set welcomed me warmly, and I was surprised that I was kind of a natural at this. 2 weeks later, I was on the front cover of a teen magazine, and Mom was delighted when I showed it to her. But of course, Dad still wasn't talking to me, and I found the magazine torn up in the trash later. But I'd been paid good money. I was able to buy some new clothes for Mom and myself, and I was back in school. And suddenly, it was a different place. People who acted like I hadn't existed before were smiling at me like we were best friends. And at lunch, I had a lot of company. A boy even asked me for my autograph. Of course, none of this was sitting too well with one person, Zara. I could see smoke coming out of her ears from a mile away. Soon after, we had a fundraiser modeling contest in school, and I was excited to participate. But as I was getting ready, I suddenly saw Zara come and sit in the chair next to me. What are you looking at? One magazine cover and you think you're the princess of this school? How hard can modeling be anyway, if you can do it? Turns out, pretty hard for her. Zara was so bad at it. She walked like a monkey and kept waving her arms like a freaking robot. And then suddenly she tripped on her dress and landed flat on her face. I ran forward to help her, but she just pushed me away. Get away, you witch! You'll pay for this! How was it even my fault? She was crazy. But a few days later, I was shocked to find her at a shoot, and I was told we'd be working together. Why are you even here, Zara? You're really bad at this. Oh, I know. But when you're really rich, you don't have to be good at anything. You just throw money at stuff and get what you want. And let me tell you, it's amazing. This girl. Also, she was so awkward, the shoot took us 6 hours. Later, as the makeup artist was removing foundation from my arms, I suddenly felt my skin sting terribly. OMG, your skin's coming off. What did I do? Oh, it's just allergies. It'll be okay. I quickly took the cream out of my bag and put it on, and then left as fast as I could. Thank God no one else was around. A few days later in the library, I was reading when someone pushed a note towards me. I looked up to see a cute, nerdy guy everyone knew as a math genius care to be my date at the spring dance. I didn't even know him, but just then I spotted Zara frowning at me like a creep. So I wrote yes and gave it back with a smile. I'd go out with a monkey if it annoyed her. But luckily, it turned out Omar was a sweet guy, and I was having a good time with him. Once he was over to help me with a math assignment, and suddenly he lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then my door flew open, and it was Dad. He leaped at Omar, who shrieked, and jumped out of the window faster than lightning. Dad, we were just studying.
Do you think I'm a fool? I knew you'd be out of control once you became a model. You're grounded for a month. No school, no modeling.
I slammed the door behind him. I had a really important show the next day, and he knew it. I had no choice but to sneak out with Omar's help. Backstage, he kissed me on the cheek and wished me luck. As I peeked out at the runway, I saw that the lights looked really intense. I quickly put some cream on my arms and legs before walking out. Suddenly, I felt crazy itching all over, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I tried to ignore it and go on, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. And then, I couldn't bear it any longer. I went wild, scratching myself and screaming as I looked at my skin, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. Then, I passed out. I woke up hours later in the hospital to Dad's worried face.
Oh God, Isla, are you okay?
The doctor came in holding my cream and asking me if I'd applied it before the show.
We tested it, and it had some unusual chemicals which made your condition 10 times worse.
What? But I'd been using this cream for ages. That's the first time Dad heard about my condition, and he was shocked I'd kept it a secret from him. I guess I didn't want to make you even more disappointed, Dad. He was just silent and took me home. The next day, I woke up to find that my video of going bonkers on the ramp had gone viral. I could just see my modeling career going down the drain. I didn't even go to school. I decided to go to the tea shop that evening, and I got the shock of my life. I spotted Zara on a table with Omar. Oh, hi, Isla. Back to being a waitress? Well, my brother and I will have some of your special tea, please. Brother? Yeah, brother. And I may have found out about your condition, and I may have asked him to mix something in with your cream. What? Are you guys absolutely insane? Why would you do that? Because someone needs to show you your place. Let me tell you something I discovered. Our dads are brothers. Yeah, we're cousins. Ugh, yuck. Cousins? You're making that up. I wish. But there's a big difference between us. I'm the daughter of a millionaire businessman, and you need to remember that you're the daughter of a loser tea seller and a crippled janitor. I was about to leap forward and attack her, but suddenly some of our customers jumped in.
Hey, we love this place and the owners. You can't treat them like trash.
They all started shouting and booing, and Zara and Omar fled from there. Dad had witnessed the whole scene, and I asked him about these secret cousins.
I've never seen them before myself. My brother and I haven't spoken in 20 years. He cheated me out of all my wealth and left me penniless. I had to start from scratch with this tea shop. That's family for you.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for him. I took his hand, but that's not your family anymore. Mom is, and I am. And for the first time, Dad actually smiled at me. I thought my modeling days were numbered, but none of my agents cared about what had happened at the show. They said I was one of the best models they'd worked with, and I'd never let my condition hold me back before. So why should it matter now? Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant, and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves.
Mom, why do you put makeup on people?
Because they want to look pretty, honey.
Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty?
When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it. My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down. I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people.
Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak!
I am so sorry. I didn't see you.
Oh, save it! You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it?
But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca?
Don't you dare act smart with me.
You messed with the wrong girl. Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No, no, no. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me.
Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly.
I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing. Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city, I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself, but as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat.
If we'd known what was waiting for us in Spain, we probably would have stayed home. But no, we just had to go. And that's how we ended up being chased by a mafia boss and meeting the most beautiful girl we'd ever seen along the way. The moment Max, Sam, and I, James, landed in Spain, chaos hit. After a grueling flight, our luggage had vanished somewhere between here and nowhere. Guys, where's the rest of our stuff?
Maybe they're just delayed? We should check with the airline.
After screaming at the airline's customer service for hours, the reality set in. Our luggage was lost. They told us they've been dealing with a lot of theft at the airport lately. What a lame excuse. How are we supposed to enjoy the trip? We each had only a backpack with some money in our passports.
Well, this sucks.
Who needs clean clothes anyway? We're in Spain! Let's hit the city! We can deal with this later.
Oh, Max is right. We're already here. I mean, how bad can it get? It got bad really fast. Like some unknown force didn't want us to enjoy the trip, because the moment we got to the sidewalk, 3 guys dashed by, snatching Sam's backpack right off his shoulders. Without thinking, we ran after them. The thieves were fast, running through the crowded streets like they knew every inch of the city. Max was ahead, shouting directions.
Left! They went left!
Sam and I struggled to keep up. Just when we thought we were gaining on them, the thieves pulled off some insane parkour moves and vanished.
Are you kidding me? They're like ninjas.
Max managed to jump over a wall, but Sam and I couldn't go any further. Darn, I know I'm not athletic, but I'd never felt so useless in my life. This is not how I pictured our first day in Madrid.
They're gone! Those thieves were pros!
Well, this sucks even more. Now what?
We're not going to let a couple of thieves ruin this. We'll figure it out. First, let's find some food and hit the streets.
Wait! Not all of them are gone! Look there!
We turned and spotted a pair of legs sticking out from a dark alley. The rest of the body was hidden in shadow. We walked slowly, carefully.
It might be a trap. What if they're trying to lure us in?
Lure us in for what?
I don't know. Maybe they'll drag us in and make us rob a bank or something.
You've been watching too many movies.
Shh! I think they're hurt.
We got closer. Max bent down and pulled off the thief's mask and froze. It was a girl. The most beautiful girl I'd ever seen.
Guys, who hurt her? Who did this to her? She stole our money. So what? She doesn't deserve this.
Hey, can you hear us? Are you all right? She didn't move, just stared at us, shaking a little, like she was too scared to breathe.
Maybe she's the shy kind. You guys go get drinks or something. You must get some rest. I'll stay here and talk to her.
Oh, sure. Maybe we'll play the violin too while you charm her. Do you think we're idiots?
Just then, the girl started coughing hard. I pulled out a tissue, but Max snatched it from me and gently cleaned her mouth. She tried to speak, but her voice was barely a whisper. It was like she wanted to talk, but couldn't.
She might be faking it.
But after 10 whole minutes of struggling to understand her, we realized something. She wasn't faking. She was mute.
Who cares? Let's just call the police on her.
She froze, then started crying. A second later, she clasped her hands together, begging without saying a word. She reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a pen and a small notebook, and scribbled something down in Spanish. No Spanish. No, nope, none, nada.
Speak for yourself. Sí, señorita. Sergio Ramos. ¿Me o qué? Tortilla. Yeah.
She gave him a look. You know, the one that says, "You're the dumbest creature I've ever met. Me, James. You?" She flipped the page and scribbled something. It was a drawing, and we stared at it, trying to make sense of what it meant.
Poop?
No, idiot, it's gold. Maybe her name means gold in Spanish? The girl just facepalmed herself.
Looks like a pile of rice. Paella, maybe? She's hungry. Let's grab food.
Wait, what should we call her?
We can call her Elsa. The girl looked at me and smiled. She liked it. We couldn't leave her there. I don't know why, but it felt wrong. So we bought some food by the roadside that tasted like stale bread, but that was the best our little money could get. As night fell, the city seemed to come alive in a whole new way. We stumbled upon a lively club and squeezed our way through a crowd to get in. This place is insane! Let's have some fun. Before I could blink, Max was already on the dance floor, pulling out all the moves, hoping to impress the girls, but only made a fool of himself when he tripped and fell horribly. Then he got up and continued like nothing happened. We were having fun, except Sam was too shy. He stayed close to Max and me and avoided contact with all the girls. Max pulled me aside and we made a plan to help Sam talk to one of the girls. Maybe even get his first kiss. You see, when Sam was in second grade, he offered a girl some flowers and got wildly rejected. Ever since, he's he's not been able to talk to a girl. Well, tonight, we were going to make sure that changed. We tried to convince Elsa to dance with him and give him a kiss. Max tried to explain it to her, and even pouted his mouth close to hers. She immediately recoiled and slapped him. Then, she hid behind me, like she wanted me to protect her. "It's okay, ma'am. He meant no harm."
Oh, wow. We're calling her ma'am now? The thief?
Maybe she was with them against her will. We don't know. Max gave her a sharp look. "Look, let's just focus on helping Sam right now." Max, being his smooth-talking self, managed to chat up a girl who seemed way out of his league. Turns out, she was the daughter of the club owner. She was so beautiful, like a supermodel sent by the gods.
Him? No way!
Just then, Elsa appeared behind her. The girl walked off with a dramatic hair flip, and we immediately noticed something in Elsa's hand. She had the girl's phone.
What the heck, man?
Wait, where's my phone?
She turned around just in time to see Max snatching the phone from Elsa's hand.
Aw, how sweet. Spain is full of these smug little street thieves like her. Thanks for saving my phone, babe. Wanna dance?
I will, but after you dance with Sam.
Fine, I'll do it because you're a chivalrous guy. American and chivalrous. Can't resist this.
She agreed to approach Sam and dance with him, and even kiss him on the cheek just for fun. We were all standing by the bar when she came by, and before Sam knew what was happening, Max, Elsa, and I bolted.
Hey, handsome. Wanna dance? Don't be shy. I'll show you some moves.
Before he could blink, she pulled him to the dance floor and started dancing. Sam was struggling to keep up, but she did her best to guide him. We made sure to take enough pictures. We were making history. "Hey, Elsa, why did you take her phone?" Elsa made a funny gesture by holding her neck and shocking it, as if she was saying the girl deserved it. "I know you meant well, but that doesn't mean we can commit a crime." Elsa nodded her head and smiled innocently like she agreed with me. Then it was time for the main event. The girl stepped closer to him, pouting her lips to give Sam a kiss on the cheek. Just as her lips touched his cheek, he froze. "Yeah, go Sam!" Then a huge guy appeared out of nowhere and punched Sam so hard that he sent him flying to the floor. I mean, it wasn't just a punch, it was like something out of a movie. Max and I rushed over trying to help Sam, but two other guys appeared and joined in, shoving us back. Suddenly, it was chaos. Max punched one of the guys, and before we knew it, all hell broke loose. Just then, this weird dude in a torn suit came out of nowhere and crashed right into Sam. He looked terrified, like he was running for his life. The guy suddenly grabbed Sam's hand and put a shiny ring on his finger really fast, like the Flash. Suddenly, more men in suits burst in, yelling and pointing at the guy, and he ran off like a terrified rabbit, disappearing into the chaos.
What the heck just happened?
Dude, why are you wearing a diamond ring?
Sam tried to pull it off, but it was stuck, like really stuck. Then, as if things weren't weird enough, the guys in suits who were chasing the dude stopped and exchanged looks like, "What do we do now?" And I kid you not, they decided the best plan was to kidnap Sam. Before we could react, they grabbed him, threw him over their shoulders like a sack of potatoes, and carried him out of the club. We ran after them, but two more guys in black suits suddenly blocked our path. I tried to shield Elsa before they totally knocked us out cold at the same time. The next day, I woke up to the sound of a speeding car. I sat up and looked around, trying to piece together. It looked like some dusty old storage garage, dark, quiet, and full of rusted junk piled in the corners. Max was lying beside me, snoring like a pig. "Elsa, you okay?"
Ugh, you ask about Elsa before you ask about me?
Where the heck are we?
Better question, what the heck happened? Oh no, Sam!
Where's Sam? Oh, this is really bad, man. And I don't have my wallet.
Sam, my pockets are empty. What the heck did we do last night?
I checked my pockets and found something in my jeans. Max, I've got something. Looks like some kind of ticket. I probably got it off one of those black suits yesterday. Oh, darn it, I can't even remember.
Why does it have the name El Toro Loco written on it? That doesn't sound like a friendly name.
This just keeps getting better. What the heck did we get ourselves into?
We need to find Sam. He could be in serious trouble.
Agreed, but we don't even know where to start. The ticket might be our only lead. First, let's find out where or who El Toro, whatever, is. I tried to walk ahead, but my legs felt wobbly, and I just fell to the ground. Elsa rushed over to help me.
We can't even stand straight. We're supposed to take on the mafia? And yeah, I thought about calling the cops, but what if that just gets Sam a bullet to the head?
Just then, Elsa stood up like a soldier in command. She gestured for us to wait, then turned and left. "Where are you going?" "Wait."
"Let her go. Maybe she's trying to make up for all the trouble she's caused."
"It's not her fault some weird dude slipped a ring on Sam's finger and a gang kidnapped us and dumped us here. Why do you hate her so much? Because she didn't choose you?"
Choose me for what? What am I, some sack of tomatoes? Don't act so smug. And for the record, the club owner's daughter was into me.
"She wanted you because you're American."
How do we know Elsa doesn't want the same thing?
"Max, all I'm asking is that you be nice to her. Is that so hard?"
Yes it is.
2 hours later, Elsa came back carrying 2 boxes of pizza and some blankets. Max lunged for the food, but Elsa stepped back and he stumbled, falling flat on his face.
God darn it!
"Thank you, Elsa, but how did you even get all this?" She just shrugged, handed me a blanket, and tossed the other at Max. Wow, green olives, green peppers. You really love the color green, huh?
Like the green card.
We ate until our stomachs were full, finally feeling like humans again. After a while, Elsa pulled something out of her pocket, a small, worn photo. She held it up to me. It showed a younger version of her, standing in front of the Statue of Liberty, with a man and woman on either side of her, arms around her shoulders. I leaned closer. Wait, is that you? Are you American? She shook her head. Oh, just visiting? She nodded once. I studied the photo. Are your parents still around? She paused, then slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. She blinked a few times like she was trying not to cry, but her eyes were already glassy. Hey, I'm really sorry. Thanks for showing me. She looked at me, quietly nodding. A few minutes later, we were curled up under the blanket she brought, and before we knew it, we were out cold. What we thought would be a quick nap turned into 12 straight hours of sleep. We woke up freaking out. I grabbed Elsa's hand and the three of us rushed back to the road to find anyone who could take us to the El Toro Loco address. We walked along the dusty road for what felt like forever. Every time we waved at a car, it just sped past us like we didn't exist.
Are we cursed or something? Do we look like hitchhiking criminals?
Well, you are wearing a bloody shoe on one foot and a sock on the other. Max ignored me and kept flailing his arms at passing cars, but no one cared. Then Elsa stepped forward. She barely just raised her finger. A truck slammed the brakes and stopped right in front of her. When she walked toward it, the driver noticed we were following her.
No, tú sola, see?
The idiot wants her alone.
Let her go. She's been nothing but bad luck.
Elsa glared at him.
I'm joking. Can you please convince him to give us a ride?
I pulled out the ticket and handed it to Elsa. She showed it to the driver.
Pamplona, sí, yo voy allá, súbanse atrás.
He gestured to the back of the truck, which was filled with sheep and goats. Max and I exchanged a glance, both of us holding our noses at the smell. He wanted Elsa to sit next to him. I was hesitant, but Elsa gave me an assuring look and held up her knuckle ring, like she was saying, I've got this. I gave her a nodding smile and climbed into the back of the truck.
And what if she punches him while he's driving? We all die.
Just get in, man. The animals were noisy, and the bumpy ride made it even worse. By the time we reached our destination, we were thirsty, hungry, and covered in a mixture of sweat and animal odor. The truck screeched to a halt in front of a giant, dusty ranch estate, and guards, all dressed in black, stood at the main gate.
This is it, El Toro Loco's place. We're probably about to die.
Play it cool.
We smell like goat pee. I don't think cool's on the table.
We approached the guards, and I pulled out the crumpled ticket we'd been given. We've got this. It's legit. We're here for a friend, Sam. He's short, nervous, and may or may not be married to a cursed ring.
What's the code?
No one gave us a code, just this ticket. No code, no entry. We have unauthorized visitors.
Okay, wait, code. Loyalty? Godfather? Paella? Jennifer Lopez?
She's Puerto Rican, you idiot, and your goat stink is giving me a headache. Turn around and leave, or else.
Elsa stepped forward calmly, then reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a notebook, and flipped it open to a page. It said, like and subscribe. Haha, joking. But seriously, like and subscribe. It was a detailed sketch of a man, shirtless, heroic, riding a flaming bull through a thunderstorm while wielding a sword. The words, El Toro, King of Fire, were written at the top in bold.
Is that the boss?
On a bull with a six-pack.
Elsa turned the page to show more sketches. El Toro sitting on a throne made of gold bars. El Toro arm wrestling a lion.
Do we show him? We show him.
He took the notebook and disappeared into the building. A few minutes later, he came running back.
He wants to meet her, right away.
The guards opened the gates and led us into the ranch. Elsa marched on forward while we followed in shock.
Did she just fan art her way into the mafia?
I have so many questions for her. We were taken to a room filled with rough-looking gangsters, and at the center was El Toro Loco. He was enormous, bald, had a mustache like 2 overcooked churros and a huge belly. He was holding Elsa's notebook and giggling.
Mira esto! Look at me! I am a god on this bull. I want to frame it. No, better. I want it on a cape.
Yeah, no, totally. You look very mythological, sir.
Majestic even, at your peak masculinity. El Toro leaned back and laughed, slapping his thigh, which jiggled for a full 5 seconds.
See, this girl is true artist. Many paint me, but no one get my essence.
So glad you love it. So we're here about a teeny tiny matter involving Sam.
Ah, you must be his friend. He's here, but he make big trouble. He stole from me diamond ring, and he kissed my precious daughter. This very bad.
Wait, what? We didn't know?
No excuse. Now, he put ring on finger. It must come out. Either he remove or we cut finger. Your choice.
The look on El Toro's face told us he wasn't joking.
What happened to the cape?
The cape is happening. Okay, a deal for you. Maybe I go easy on you if you give me this talented bonita.
Good deal.
No way. Don't touch Elsa. And don't go easy on us. Max, what's wrong with you, man?
I was just saying.
Just then, Sam was brought into the room, looking like he'd seen 2 ghosts. Sam, we're getting you out of this. You just need to, well, you know.
Dude, I've tried. This can't be happening. I think it's a cursed ring. This whole trip is cursed. I should have listened to Mom. She always said you two are walking disasters.
She said that? I thought she liked us.
She was pretending.
So she's a hypocrite. Wow, and she goes to church every Sunday.
Yeah, and she's always lecturing us to be better Christians. She once told me not to play Call of Duty because it's violent and God would torture me the same way I'm torturing those bots.
Can we please stop talking about my mom and just get this stupid thing off? God!
El Toro stood and snapped his fingers. One of the guards handed him a small plastic tub, which he tossed toward us.
Butter, you'll need it.
We caught it, confused.
Butter? Cool. Now we can butter our way out of this nightmare. What are we supposed to do with this?
You find out enough soon.
You mean soon enough?
Sure, fix my English. More importante.
You're right, sir. He's stupid. We'll just take this butter. Don't want you to kill people with greasy hands. They might slip away. Get it? Slip? Okay, sorry. I make jokes when I'm nervous. He gave us a crooked grin and pointed toward the hallway.
Bathroom. You have 15 minutes.
It led us to a small bathroom, and by that point, Sam was seriously freaking out. The ring was still stuck on his finger, and he was yanking on it like his life depended on it, because, well, it did.
Come on, Sam! You've gotta get that thing off!
Sam pulled the ring until his face turned red. It didn't budge. Max and I were pacing around trying to think of anything that might help. Try soap! Maybe that'll loosen it up. Sam tried rubbing his finger with soap and twisting the ring, but it was no use. It was like the ring had a mind of its own and wasn't going anywhere.
This is the worst day of my life.
Don't say that yet. Let's try cold water. Maybe it'll shrink your finger.
Or butter. I mean, he gave us that thing for a reason, and it might just work. We slapped the butter on his finger and pulled hard, but the ring was still there. By now, we were sweating. Sam's face was redder than a tomato. The clock was ticking, and I could practically hear the mafia boss sharpening his knife in the next room. Just then, Elsa grabbed my waist, and from her gestures, we understood. She wanted to help pull the ring off Sam's finger.
All right, this is it. One last try. On 3, we pull.
Max grabbed Sam's hand, and Elsa and I grabbed Max around the waist like a human chain. 1, 2, 3! We pulled with everything we had. Sam's face turned every shade of red, his veins popping like he was lifting a car. Max was straining so hard, and I held him like my life depended on it, pulling with all my strength.
Come on! Almost there!
We could feel the ring start to move just a tiny bit, so we went harder, gritting our teeth like we were in some epic battle. Finally, with a loud pop, the ring flew off Sam's finger, and all 3 of us crashed to the floor.
Did we do it?
We did it! We actually did it! Then, Max's face twisted into something like anger mixed with a wild idea.
You know what? We've had nothing but bad luck since we got here. I say we take this ring and get the heck out of Spain. This is the only good thing we've gotten so far.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Let's make a run for it.
I seriously have a bad feeling about this.
Trust me, we can do this if you just follow my lead.
We could hear footsteps outside. Max looked at me and I knew he was serious. We nodded to each other and quietly hid behind the bathroom door. The guards opened the door but found it empty. Then we burst out from behind the door, knocking the guards off their feet and bolting out of the bathroom like maniacs. Go, go, go! The guards were shouting and soon the whole place was full of black suits. We ran through the halls, desperately searching for an exit. Finally, we found a side door leading to a parking area.
There! Let's steal a car!
We picked the nearest one, an old but decent-looking sedan. Max jumped in, struggling with the wires. Elsa pushed him aside and managed to turn the engine on. We drove out of the parking lot just as more guards appeared, shouting and waving their guns at us.
We need to be at the airport within an hour, or we're done!
Just when we thought we were in the clear, the mafia boss and his men came charging after us in black SUVs, shooting at us like it was a damn action movie.
I told you I had a bad feeling about this!
Not now!
We were driving through traffic, dodging bullets and praying we didn't crash. But then, out of nowhere, the police showed up, probably because of all the gunfire. The police cars started chasing the mafia SUVs, thinking they were the main threat.
Thank you, Spanish police!
The mafia turned their attention to the cops, exchanging gunfire, which gave us just enough time to escape. But Max, being Max, felt the need to stick his head out the window and curse at them.
Burn in hell, you sons of witches!
And just like that, he leaned out a little too far, lost his grip, and tumbled right out of the car.
He fell! Someone's gonna hit him! He'll die! He's probably dying already!
Elsa didn't wait. She spun the wheel like a stunt driver and tore down the road in the opposite direction. Cars were honking like crazy, but she weaved through them like she'd done this before.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, take the wheel and Forgive my sins!
In seconds, Elsa got us back to where Max was lying in the middle of the street. I swung the passenger door open, and with Sam's help, we yanked him back inside.
Elsa, you saved me.
Are you gonna say sorry now, or?
Okay, fine. Sorry. She's cool. She's awesome. She's James Bond. Whatever. Drive. Get us to the airport.
We took the nearest exit, speeding toward the airport like our lives depended on it. Because they did. We reached the airport, ditched the car in a no parking zone, and sprinted through the hall like madmen. Travelers were dodging us as we jumped over luggage and pushed past security. But just before we reached the check-in gate, I looked over at Elsa. She was standing quietly beside me, hugging herself, her eyes wide as she took in everything around her.
We're never talking about this trip again.
Actually, I think I'm staying.
Wait, what?
Just for a little while. I'll call my dad, sort things out with the embassy. Elsa's got no one here, and honestly, I don't feel done.
You're gonna walk back out there with a mafia boss still loose?
Relax, I'm staying in the airport. I'll wait right here till my dad shows up. The embassy's already on high alert thanks to all the gunfire.
Wow, look at you. Romantic hero vibes.
Yeah, but like, quiet romantic. The strong silent kind.
That's my title. He's more like shy with good hair.
Shut up. We all laughed. Even Elsa smiled. They both turned to leave. I stood there watching them walk off, and then Elsa stepped a little closer, took my hand, and smiled. Despite everything we'd been through, I knew one thing. Spain had more to show me.
If you like this story, watch this next story from my friend who was being bullied at school all the time until he found his inner strength.
In every good comic book story, there must be a villain. And in the comic book story of my life, it was Rex. But the trouble with real-life villains is that they don't wear capes or monologue about their evil plans. They just show up every day and make your life a living hell. Rex and I weren't always enemies. There was a time when he was my neighbor, and we grew up playing together. But then one day, my dad won a lottery, got rich, and we moved to the richer part of town. And things just got weird between us.
Oh look, the rich guy's here in his big rich car with his tall rich chauffeur. What are you trying to do, huh? Make us all feel like we're losers and you're better than us?
That was the beginning of Rex's reign of terror. If there was an opportunity to shove me into a locker, trip me in the hallway, or call me names, he didn't miss it. I wanted to fight back, but that boy was massive. His biceps were like tree trunks, and his scowl could stop a clock. Next to him, I looked like an ant. Everyone was scared of Rex, and since he hated me, no one dared speak to me. I even tried to switch schools, but my dad told me to face my fears like a man. So yeah, I mostly spend my time alone drawing and staying far away from Rex, but he always found me.
Look everybody, Liam drew his imaginary friends.
No, that's Captain Teddy and his sidekick Ducky.
Looks like your mom, honestly.
His cape is blown over his shoulder as he holds off the meteorite. That's not a dress. Give me my book back.
Or what? You're gonna hit me, pretty boy? You can try, but you'd fail, and I'll puncture your face so badly, your rich dad will lose all his money to give you plastic surgery that won't work because it'll only make you more ugly.
That's enough, Rex.
I turned around and saw Poppy walk towards us. She was the prettiest girl in my class and my all-time crush. I saw her for the first time in middle school and instantly fell in love, but I never really had the courage to tell her that.
Stop bullying him. Pick on someone your own size. There you go. Are you okay?
I nodded my head like an obedient dog, and Poppy just brushed my hair and walked away. Wait, why did that feel insulting? She thought I was weaker than Rex, which I was, but I didn't want my crush to know that. I had to do something to redeem my image, so I decided to man up and ask Poppy out. I sat up all night and made a beautiful portrait for her, wrote a sweet message, and slipped the drawing in her locker while she was in her violin classes. After class, I rushed to see her reaction, but when I arrived, the portrait was stuck to Poppy's locker, and it had horns and fangs drawn all over it. Poppy,
I've never been so insulted in my life before. What did I ever do to you?
I didn't do this.
It has your name, doofus, and no one in this school can draw as well as you. I should have just let Rex beat you to a pulp that day.
And with that, Poppy just burst into tears and ran away. I was still confused when I saw Rex snickering in the corner. I walked up to him, my fists balled up. What's your problem, huh? Why do you hate me?
I just don't like your face. It reminds me of my old cat who scratched my hand. I hated that little thing, so I left her in the park one day, but she crawled her way back, and my dad went mental looking after her. He ignored me. Can you imagine getting replaced by a cat? Anyway, I hated that cat. You look like her, so I hate you too. What are you gonna do about it?
Rex would have hit me if the teacher didn't walk in. And 2 days later, I found out that he was dating Poppy. It made my blood boil. But did I do anything about it? Nope. I decided to ignore everything and carry on with my day. Life at school was miserable enough already, and I secretly poured my heart and soul into creating comics, and my most favorite one was Star Sketcher, about a boy who saves the world with his magic paintbrush from a menacing alien bully. I carried my work everywhere with me, so one day when my art teacher saw it, he was so impressed, he pushed me to apply to this top art school in New York.
You're one of the most talented students in our school. Show some confidence in your work.
Yeah, I don't think I have any. Besides, who would even want to read stuff like this? Turns out a lot of people, because the next day, my art teacher displayed one of my short comics in the school hallway, and everyone adored it.
Hey, Liam, love your comics. Please, make a character for me too.
And me, I don't even mind posing for you. Are you free this Friday?
I was basking in all the attention. I barely noticed Rex climbing into the elevator with me. Before I could get out, he pushed the stop button, took me by the collar, and shoved me against the elevator door. What are you doing?
Knocking sense into you. I saw your stupid comic, and this alien you wrote about sounds pretty familiar, right? Was it me?
Don't be silly. He's Dex, not Rex. And you're not green, are you? And you certainly don't have horns. You do have unusually thick brows, though. Have you considered going to a salon?
You think you're funny? You're nothing but a pathetic loser hiding behind your stupid comics.
My comics are not stupid. People love them. I'm popular now, probably more than you. Is that what's bothering you? That people think I'm cool and not the nerd you want me to be? Are you jealous?
Your mom's jealous, buttface.
And with that, he picked up my bag, took out my comic, and shredded it to pieces. How dare you?
This is just the start of what will happen if you don't stop writing your dumb comics. Next time, it'll be your head.
And Rex simply pushed me away and left. I was so angry, I couldn't stop shaking. And that night, I decided it was time to get even with Rex. He'd taken away Poppy and my comic from me. I was gonna take away everything that mattered to him, his girlfriend and football. With the school championship a week away, I wanted to wreck his game, and I knew just what to do. This cheerleader Ruby had a crush on me, but I'd held back because of Poppy. Now, nothing was stopping me, so I asked her out and she said yes. We hung out all weekend, and she bored me out of my mind.
You look distracted.
I'm not. Look, Ruby, I really like you, but if Rex finds out I like you, he'd make your life tough.
Oh, baby boo. You don't have to worry about me. As for Rex, he's a jerk face. You know, last night in the gym, he almost threw a dumbbell at his teammate because his squats weren't squatting. What does that even mean?
It means nonsense. Gosh, I wish there was a way we could get even with him. Actually, there might just be. Can you get me into the boys' football locker room before the match?
I can try. I know where the coach keeps the keys. What's the plan, though?
I told Ruby everything, and she seemed impressed. As promised, she sneaked me inside the locker room, and we sprayed itch powder all over Rex's gear. Throughout the game, Rex kept scratching his butt, which really slowed him down. The coach eventually noticed and benched him, and blamed him for losing the match.
Your scratchy butt cost us the match. Next time, shower.
Next time, coach better. So what if I was benched? What were the rest of these losers doing? Watching me scratch my butt?
Get out!
Coach benched him for the rest of the season, and Rex was so angry, he lashed out more at the coach and ended up getting suspended for a whole week. This was my chance to get Poppy's attention, but she was still not talking to me. I had to think of a way to get her attention, and one day, I saw her sitting alone in the cafeteria. Oh wow, that's the most appetizing pizza I've ever seen.
Do you want it?
No, I mean I'd love to, but I just can't. I used to have pizza almost every other night as a kid, and I got so fat, it took forever to shed all that weight. Not that you're gaining any weight eating this. You're not fat at all. You have a great figure. Cherry?
No, thank you.
Funny story. I can tie one of these into a knot using just my tongue. Watch me. I popped the cherry in my mouth and started twirling it around. But instead of a cool trick, I accidentally swallowed the whole thing and choked on it. I thought I was gonna die when one of the students came over and gave me the Heimlich maneuver. I coughed up a cherry and it went flying straight into Poppy's eye. I'm so sorry.
Stay away from me!
Okay, so that went to trash, but I didn't give up and decided to give my luck another shot. But this time, I knew I had to do something bigger, so I turned to Dad for help. I told him everything that happened, and he stared at me.
Wow, my son's stupid.
Dad, I don't need your judgment. I've got enough of that already.
Okay, fine. Let me tell you a story. Your mom was pretty popular in school, and I was just a geeky kid with a crush on her. I could never tell her. Heck, I couldn't even talk to her. Then one day, I saw some guys bothering her on her way home. I stepped in, saved her, and she called me brave and agreed to go out with me. She said I was her hero.
I never said that.
You don't remember, darling? Now teach me that cherry trick, Liam.
Some other time. Thanks, Dad. Talking to Dad made me realize I had to be Poppy's hero, but her boyfriend ate dumbbells for breakfast. What could I possibly save her from? So I hired some actors to fake trouble her, and I'd swoop in to save the day. She had violin classes near school, so we planned it for then. But on the big day, I got stuck in traffic and was 10 minutes late. By the time I arrived, the guys were towering over Poppy, and they were not the actors I'd hired.
Lose the money or lose your life!
Poppy looked terrified. I had to act, so I grabbed a rock and flung it, accidentally hitting Poppy in the leg.
Ow!
I'm so sorry. One of the guys came at me, but I kicked him in the shin, and he started limping. The other one attacked from behind, but Poppy threw a rock and nailed him in the face. He screamed, and I grabbed Poppy's hand, and we ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe, panting and hiding before those guys caught up to us. Close call. Are you okay?
My legs are on fire. But yeah, I'm okay.
You should sit down. I'll ask if they have first aid in the cafe. Thankfully they did. And while I was gently cleaning Poppy's wound, I caught her stealing glances at me. I'm sorry. I know I say that a lot, but
It's okay. After the way you jumped in to help me, even though you hate my boyfriend, I really can't hold a grudge. Thank you.
Poppy and I got closer after that day. She'd wave at me in the hallway, smile at me in class, and sometimes I'd catch her staring at me in the cafeteria. Rex didn't notice. He was too busy trying to find a way back into the team, but Ruby did, and she was not happy.
I hate the way she looks at you. It makes me so jealous. You know, I even messed up my routine today and chipped my nail.
So? Why don't you get new nails today? My treat. With Ruby at her nail appointment, I called Poppy and asked her if she was free to hang out. We decided to meet at this popular club, and I was pretty excited. That was until 10 minutes later, Rex walked in and pushed me away.
You little weasel! You were the one who ruined my game!
What are you talking about?
What are you? Shut up! Your dumb girlfriend told me about how you put itchy powder in my shorts.
You're lying! Why would Ruby do that?
Because you lied to me.
Suddenly, Ruby walked in and shoved her phone in my face.
My friend saw you walk in with this dumb twig and clicked this picture.
Excuse me? Mind your tongue.
And you mind your hands. He's my boyfriend.
Cool it, girls. This isn't about you. Hey, pretty boy, itchy powder? Seriously? What are you, 12? Why don't you fight like a man instead of hiding behind pretty girls? Or are you too scared? Do you still wear diapers? I hope you do, because you're about to pee your pants.
Rex threw a punch at me, but thankfully I ducked in time. I picked up a ketchup bottle and sprayed it into his eyes. He got distracted, so I pulled all my strength into one tight punch and smacked him in his jaw. He crashed into a nearby table and was about to charge at me when the manager showed up with the police and got both me and Rex arrested.
That looks bad.
Not as bad as your face. And stop talking to me. We're in this mess because of you.
Me? You ruined my future.
You ruined my life. You've bullied me forever, calling me names, making my life hell, insulting my art. You even went after the girl I liked, and don't pretend it was out of love. You're a selfish prick, Rex.
Maybe, but what about you? You got rich and forgot about me. The day your dad won the lottery, I came to congratulate you. You didn't even look at me. Do you know how insulted I felt? You hurt my ego.
Are you freaking kidding me? My place was packed that night. I might have missed you. You could have talked to me, and we'd have sorted it out.
I thought you didn't care.
God, I can't believe you bullied me for years over that. Now I'm here with my right arm injured, not knowing when I'll draw again, and I have my whole portfolio to finish.
Not like I'm in a better situation. I'm benched for the rest of the season. Do you have any idea how mad my dad is? He's already threatening to send me to military school if I don't work on my game. And now I'm in this stupid jail. My life is sealed.
Your dad was always kind of crazy, right?
Nothing's changed, except he's only gotten crazier.
We really messed things up.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. I won't trouble you from now on, and you can ask Poppy out if you want.
I don't think I want to. She clearly lied to you when she agreed to go out to the club with me.
So, what now?
I guess we stay out of each other's way and graduate in peace.
I'd like that.
Rex and I didn't talk much after that, and within a few hours, Mom bailed the two of us out. It took some time, but my hand recovered, and I decided to wait a year to apply for a better college in Paris. Rex was out of my life, but he left me with a very important lesson. Never let stupid people ruin your life. They are stupid for a reason.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please.
Don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul. And most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up. It's rotten tuna, isn't it? I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy! Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez. Can I ever catch a freaking break? The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine, but you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noelle. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. What the heck, man?
My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know?
Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here, but he didn't look familiar at all. Take it easy on him, Paxton.
I didn't even touch the dude.
And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair.
Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom, our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. And it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning him down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates, but what she did next earned some gasps around.
Ah, perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home, but she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon. Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara, and it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention, and he was succeeding.
One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess. Are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room. But the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake! My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool, my heart skipped a beat, but I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl!
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case.
Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but okay, let's give it a try.
All right, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black paints fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement. Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay. What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with the claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noel! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir. I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle. Where are you going? She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed. Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah!
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise. Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet, and it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around. Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese! Holy crap! What was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were gonna tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please, just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My lady knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually cancelled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine. Consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding. Inside the fridge. Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot! I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me!
What? So you were actually my fan turned hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear. I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier, and regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally leaned in for a kiss. But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
My grandfather started a superglue company centuries ago, like 1970 or something, and he made a fortune, because everyone uses superglue, right? You need it for school projects, broken shoe heels, fake eyelashes. I was raised by my single, adoring dad who inherited the family business, and growing up, my life was a fairy tale. I wore clothes from global designers, had food flown in from Europe, and an army of servants waiting on me hand and foot, and I went to the best private school, where I met my BFF forevs, Nicolette. She joined my school in the 4th grade, and and we were sitting together in art class when our teacher, Mrs. Humphrey, started laughing at my work.
Liana, why did you make your elephant blue? It looks so silly.
Why? Have you seen all the elephants in the world?
No, but I know there are no blue ones.
How can you be sure until you've seen every elephant? Maybe one is blue.
Nicolette, I said there are no blue elephants, and you'll listen to me.
Why? I don't even listen to my parents. Everyone, color your elephants blue, purple, yellow, green, the whole rainbow. Mrs. Humphrey carried Nicolette off to the principal, and she was fired. Apparently, Nicolette's dad was even richer than mine, and the principal wasn't about to piss him off. I thought it was cool of her to stand up for me, and we've been friends ever since. And yeah, she can be vain, and she's kinda bossy. Like, we always have to eat where she says or watch the movies she wants. But overall, she's a first-rate bestie. Together, we practically ruled the school. Everyone either wanted to be us or be with us. For my 16th birthday, Dad said he had a special gift for me. Did you buy me an island? Another car? The Eiffel Tower? Eee, a credit card!
Yes, darling. It's time for you to understand how things work and how much stuff costs.
Oh, thank you, Daddy!
And boy, did we make that card work.
Nicolette and I went on shopping sprees, got makeovers, then invited our friends for dinner to a fancy new restaurant. We ate till we were about to burst, but the next morning was not so pleasant.
How did you spend $30,000 in a day? $3,000 on a handbag, $2,000 on shoes, and $4,000 for a lock of someone's hair? Liana, why?
It's Himmen's hair from BTS.
$15,000 on 20 pounds of gold-plated onion rings?
Oh, those were delish. You have to try them. Okay, I hear you, Daddy. I had no idea it would add up to so much.
I gave you the card to learn exactly that.
I'll be more careful now, promise. It wasn't so hard because I had new shoes and clothes for a few weeks. Then Nicolette got us invites to a super exclusive costume party, and she'd already taken care of our wardrobe. We're going in some German princesses' gowns. Daddy pulled some major strings to borrow them from the museum. Oh, wow. But do you think that's a good idea? They must be worth a fortune. That's the whole point, duh. You should wear the green one. It'll bring out your eyes. Me? Well, who am I kidding? I can pull off anything. I think we're gonna make some headlines, babe. And we sure did. As we waved at the paparazzi, I didn't realize Nicolette was stepping on my dress, and I walked forward, and then I heard a loud rip. We came under fire in the media for being rich brats who ruined a historical dress, and my dad had to pay a lot in damages. Daddy, it was an accident.
No, it was a stupid decision to wear that dress. I'm not always gonna be around to clean your messes, and you don't have a clue about money. Do you think it grows on trees?
Well, money is paper, and paper comes from trees, so technically…
Liana!
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you.
Yes, you will. You'll start by paying off your credit card debt of $30,000, and you'll have to figure out how. Till you show me you can act like an adult, I'm cutting you off.
And he was dead serious. Why don't you just order another credit card to pay this off? It doesn't work like that. Oh, I've got it. Just start your own makeup line. I need money to start that? You've got to meet me halfway, babe. You're shooting down all my ideas. Okay, how about you get one of those job things? What are you qualified to do? Spend money? This is hopeless. And then suddenly, I had an idea. OMG, I should become an influencer and tell other people what to buy. This is perfect. I set up my Instagram page, and the first 300 likes were super easy, because that was everyone in high school. But I felt anxious when I posted the first makeup video with my favorite products. To my surprise, it was quite well received. I became obsessed with my channel and got really busy shooting videos. I was being approached by sponsors and finally started making some dough. Okay guys, we got these vegan, gluten-free bananas shipped from New Zealand. Highly recommended. Now I'll show you how I eat them. You guys, this snail cream from Korea is what you need for glass skin. Yes, snails are gross, but their mucus is everything. Someone sent me these delicious diet cookies. Oh, God, they taste like sawdust. Liana, when will you be done? I'm bored. Come on, let's go for sushi. I can't. I gotta shoot this video again. Fine, I'll order in. I was thinking of doing a video about eating on a budget. Can you order from some place that's not so expensive, please? Now I gotta eat bad food because of you? You suck. But when I posted that video, I was met with some outrage. You think the average person's meal costs $200. What planet are you living on, princess? I hope you rich brats lose all your money. My subscribers were going down. I had to do damage control. So I decided on a charity drive where Nicolette and I would give away some of our things at homeless shelters. Please take care of those shoes. Blind children in Milan made them. You know what? Maybe I'm not ready to part with them yet. Nicolette, I'm live streaming. Let the freaking shoes go. One girl looked really displeased when I handed her a makeup kit. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even have enough to eat. Well, it's better to be pretty and poor than ugly and poor, no? Gosh, you rich people are awful. She threw a cup of coffee at Nicolette, who had a total meltdown. What have you done? This is a real fur coat that my daddy got from Russia? Ugh, you are such a cruel creature. You've ruined the sacrifice of 1,000 squirrels. Oh God, why is life so unfair? Well, that was the end of my Instagram channel. No one wanted to work with me after that. I'd barely made $5,000. So I had to get a waitressing job at a cafe. Girl, are you saying you're not going to the concert because someone else can't wait on tables? Yes, my shift ends at 10 p.m. Also, I can't waste money on a concert ticket. You're crazy for doing all this work when all you need to do is cry harder to your daddy. Ugh, I'm out of here. Nicolette started hanging out more with our other friends, but with school and long shifts, I was honestly too tired to care. Waitressing was hard. I asked for a non-fat soy milk double shot cold brew Spanish latte with sweet foam and cinnamon. Well, that's a lot to remember. I'm just one tiny person. Here's your order, sir. I'll take this one away. Liana, you're needed at the counter. I looked up at this boy who just swooped in, and his dreamy blue eyes left me dazed. Just then, I tripped on something and fell on a customer's table. The manager sent me to the kitchen to do the dishes for the rest of the day. Hey, you okay? Accidents happen. Please, don't be upset. Oh, I'm not upset. It's just that, how should I put this? What? I don't know how to wash dishes. The boy smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He spent the next hour teaching me, and I found myself enjoying it. His name was Jamie, and he just joined as assistant manager. So, Jamie, how'd you know my name? Did you ask around as soon as you got here? No. Your name tag kinda gave it away. Oh gosh, of course. Ugh, I'm so dumb. Nah, you're cute. You got some soap on your nose. Where? There. Work got a lot more bearable with Jamie around, and he even asked me out. We had an amazing date by the beach after our shift, but Jamie had a request. I'm gonna tell you something ridiculous, but please don't judge me. A few months ago, my friend's sister confessed in front of a lot of people that she's in love with me, and she's super weird and smells like tuna, so I just panicked and said that I'm gay. Now, I've been living that lie, and I need to fix it, but till I do, please don't tell anyone that we're dating, not even your BFF. God, I'm such a dummy. Don't worry about it, I won't. Later when he dropped me home, he kissed me. I walked into my room humming, and then I screamed. Nicolette, you scared me. Why are you here? To put an end to all this stupidity? I can't watch you working like a donkey anymore. And she threw cash on my bed. I went into Dad's office and threatened his stupid assistant to give me money. And when he refused, I threw ketchup at him. He cried and said I made him feel unsafe. Like, what does that even mean? Anyway, I think he hates Dad because he gave me double of what I asked for behind Dad's back. So here, take the money. I knew I should have said no, but man, I was so tired of working. So I gave Nicolette a big hug and gave Dad the money, and he returned the credit card. I won't be keeping checks on you anymore, darling. You've proved that you can be responsible. Nicolette and I were back to hanging out, except some evenings I'd be busy with Jamie, and some nights she was away on dates. One day I went to the mall alone when I saw something that made my heart drop. It was Nicolette in Jamie's arms, and they were kissing. What's going on here? How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Oh, what? Have you hit your head somewhere, Liana? Jamie stared at both of us, then ran away at supersonic speed. What the heck? I've been dating Jamie for weeks. He works at the cafe. I know. I dropped by once to see you, but it was your day off, and I met Jamie there. We've been dating since. He told me not to tell anyone. Oh my God, I can't believe he played us both. What a weasel. Total jerk. But if he had to choose, we know who it would be, Avi. Oh, you think it's you? Why's that? You know, I'm prettier and richer and definitely more fun. Come on, you'd be so boring without me. Oh yeah? Remember that time I had to shut down my Insta channel because of you? Or how about that whole dress disaster? That was so fun. It's not like I forced you to wear it. Yes, you did. You're so bossy. You always decide things for me. It's not my fault you're a pushover. You've always had the backbone of a jellyfish. Remember in 5th grade when I had to defend you in art class because I felt sorry for you? Did you feel sorry because I'm a jellyfish or because I'm ugly? Or maybe you just acted like that because you've always been a spoiled brat. You're one to talk, Miss Gold Onion Rings. You ordered those. At least I was there on your birthday, unlike you. Oh my God, I missed one birthday in 8th grade because I was getting my appendix removed. So you say. Except I'm pretty sure you flew to Paris that weekend to buy the bag I wanted. I felt so annoyed that I tugged at her hair. She pulled hard at mine, and we broke out into a huge fight in the middle of the mall. We finally stopped to catch our breath. You know what? We can't be friends anymore. Why would I want to be friends with you? You've already told me that you think you're better than me, and anyone would choose you over me. Well, we'll see about that. After that, Nicolette and I went to war. We openly declared the end of our friendship in school, and our friends had to choose sides. We always decided the cafeteria menu together, but now we couldn't agree on anything. Liana, we are not eating salads 3 times a week. Fried chicken for the win, am I right, guys? Has no one told you that your butt looks bigger lately? I can tell just by looking at you that you've gained 5 pounds. You take that back, witch. And another fight broke out. We were co-managers of the dance club, and an important performance was coming up soon, but we just fought non-stop over the routine. We took a vote, and most members wanted to go with my ideas, so Nicolette gave in. But during the performance, half the team started doing a totally different dance. There was complete chaos on stage, with dancers bumping into each other in confusion, and Nicolette was cackling like crazy. Needless to say, we were both suspended from management, but things really got to a head when I announced a party at my place, and Nicolette announced one 2 hours later for the same time. There's gonna be a giant bouncy castle at my party. How lame. There will be exotic dancers at mine. I'll be serving the best food in town, and a mystery pop star will be performing. I knew Dad would be away that weekend, and I'd been really good with money lately, so I decided to go all out. The whole school ended up at my place, and I knew Nicolette's heart would burn. But then some kids started fighting, and it turned into a riot. They completely trashed my place, and our security team had to throw everyone out. I felt squeamish with guilt and anxiety. Dad was gonna kill me this time. But the next morning, I got a phone call from the hospital. Dad had been in a car accident on his way back home. My whole world had turned upside down. Dad was in a coma, and the doctors had no idea when he'd wake up, or if. His manager walked me through the hospital bills and explained Dad's finances, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Hey, Liana, I came as soon as I heard. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry, too, for everything. Me too. I can't believe that stupid Jamie set us off like that. FYI, I got Daddy to get him fired. He deserves that, but I don't think our fight was really about him. Clearly, we've had issues with each other that we just never talked about. Let's just call it a truce now, okay? Of course, and I'm here for you, babe. She did try, but Nicolette was Nicolette, and my responsibilities bored her soon enough. I had an entire household to manage, and I even had to learn more about the family business to make decisions on Dad's behalf. I had some serious growing up to do, and one day when I went to visit Dad, I screamed when I saw him sitting up and smiling. Oh my God, Daddy, please don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry you went through all this alone. My manager tells me you've been handling everything really well, and I am so proud of you, darling.
Dad recovered fully soon, and things went back to normal. Well, almost. Hey, babe, let's go to Hawaii to party. Actually, I just want to focus on school and college applications. I hear you, girl. I'm so serious about college, too. I need to get in to access my trust fund. But come on, a week away can't hurt. I'm gonna pass, Nicolette. See you around. A year later, I'm doing really well in business school. Nicolette and I keep in touch, but sometimes you realize you've outgrown certain friendships, and it's totally okay to go down your own path.
You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg! Lucky you! You just won a tuition discount from Dad! I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees! It has bees!
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was gonna kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
I
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course! You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next, but just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that, for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not a horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmentitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camillo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camillo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camillo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camillo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camillo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camillo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camillo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on, what do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Juan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Juan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Juan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Juan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it. I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Juan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Juan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Juan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Juan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Juan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Juan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Juan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But
no buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4.
The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top is mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of this story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Well, okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camillo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course, my inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys, I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi, they got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers?
Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but
But when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy. I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer. Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party? Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all. Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home. Summer, what are you doing here? I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out. I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you. Suddenly, my eyes went all wide. What, you don't like me? Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me. You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you. After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat? I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling. But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request. Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for? What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend? No, I just want you to pretend. Why would you ask me to do that? And you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you? Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money. Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale? No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me. I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked. Are you sure, Summer? Yeah, I'm sure. I can't thank you enough. You're the best. The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch. Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy? What? No. Jackson and I are just friends. Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then? Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck. Oh, really?
How are you gonna be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then? 'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you? None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired. He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't gonna make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was gonna be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him. God, who is that clown with you, Aiden? What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg. It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg. But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me, look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part. I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food. Seriously? What's wrong with you? A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment. You want money? Here you go. And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him. What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle. Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing? What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends. They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty, and I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and— Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you. Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch! Are you okay? Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me? I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry. What? It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work. What do you mean? My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you. I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me. What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend. Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me. You could have just walked. What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so— Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay? It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage.
Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
You see this mess? It's all my fault. Even though this may look like an action movie, this is actually a love story. When I was 15, me and my mom went on vacation. I basically didn't say a word the whole time. I had just gotten braces and I felt so ugly.
Come on, honey. Just try to enjoy your vacation.
How can I? I look like I just ate a fence.
But you need your braces.
I know I do. That's why I told you I didn't want to leave the house all summer. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat. But can you blame me? I was a moody 15-year-old girl and my smile looked like a meat grinder. I stayed in the vacation house all day and would only go out at night to take walks by the beach. One night, I was walking and I saw someone in front of me. It was a boy. I couldn't really tell what he looked like because we were both in the shadows. The moon was the only light we could see.
Can't sleep either?
Something like that.
Actually, that's not why I'm out here. I don't want people to see me during the day because I have braces and I look horrible.
You have braces too?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I look like I ate a can of tuna fish.
Well, your shadow's pretty.
We hung out for a while and talked about how we both loved musicals and theater. He was funny and I made him laugh a lot too. He told me his name was Kyle. The next night, I went out and I saw him again. We kept meeting up in the darkness every night. And then, on our last night there, the sun's coming up soon. We should go.
What if we stayed and waited for the light? I don't care if you have braces. I already think you're beautiful.
So we sat there and waited for the sun. And when it rose, I finally saw him, and he saw me. He was the cutest boy I ever saw, especially because of the braces. He leaned in to kiss me, but his mom called him, and then my mom called me. It was time to go.
Promise me something. Never hide yourself in the dark again, okay?
Okay. I watched him go. His words stuck with me, and from then on, I started auditioning for shows and didn't mind my braces. Pretty soon, I was the most famous dancer in my whole town. Kyle and I talked online for a while, but I got busy doing plays and eventually we lost touch. I never thought I would see him again. And then, a few years later, on the opening night of the play at my community theater, everything changed. I had a slow dance solo in a sad scene, but I was really nervous because at all of our rehearsals, the boy who was working the spotlight could never keep up with my dancing. I danced, and to my surprise, I didn't slip out of the light at all, not even for a second. It was like I was dancing in starlight. Everyone stood up and cheered when I was done. It was exactly what I had been dreaming of all my life. After the play, I ran upstairs to thank the boy for doing such a great job. Steve, that was amazing.
Thanks. Steve got sick, so I filled in.
Oh, hi. I'm Abigail.
Everybody knows who you are. I guess you don't recognize me without the braces.
Wait, Kyle? What are you doing here?
We moved a few months ago. I didn't know you were here either.
Steve couldn't keep up with me on the spotlight. How did you know where I was going at every step?
I didn't, but I figured you've been in the dark long enough.
Oh, good thing we both got our teeth fixed.
I'm just glad you couldn't see me. I've never cried at a play before.
You cried? I don't believe you.
Look for yourself.
Liar.
I guess they tried. Let me make it up to you. How about a celebration dinner?
My family's here, but tomorrow's good. The next 24 hours were the longest of my life. All day I tried on different outfits and experiments with makeup. The truth was, even though we lost touch, I never forgot him and never felt that way with anyone else. I rushed outside when he called. What I wasn't expecting was that he had a motorcycle.
Wow, you didn't even bother to dress up?
Excuse me, do you know how long—
I'm kidding. You look beautiful.
Yeah, I do. And don't you forget it. And you better have something good planned. I'm expecting a real effort and will accept nothing less.
I was planning on going to the Taco Bell drive-thru. Is that good?
You better be kidding.
0 points for the joke, but you have to admit, I have good taste. Ow! Don't worry, I have something planned. Not Taco Bell, promise.
We rode his bike and I felt just like I did when I was dancing, totally free. It was like no time had passed at all, like we had known each other forever. He actually took me to this amazing new restaurant, paid before the check even got there, and took me to the beach after where we got ice cream and went for a long walk. I didn't want to show it, but I was already falling for him. With Kyle, it was just
her. As it was such a lovely day, it was always one thing or another. The only option I was left with was to try looking for the documents at night when she was asleep. On my 3rd night at her house, I crept out of my room and looked down the corridor. The room in her light was off. Good. I quietly went down the stairs and headed straight to the library. I was really hoping I'd find a folder or something there. As soon as I turned the doorknob, oh my God, make that terrible screeching stop! I just stood there completely in shock as alarms blared all around me. In a matter of seconds, my mom had come running down and switched all the lights on. She had a baseball bat in her hand, and she looked pretty scary. "Mila, oh thank God, I thought it was a break-in," she said as she lowered the bat. I stammered, trying to think of something quickly. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd just come downstairs and grab a book to read. "Don't do that again, Mila. It would be better if you didn't leave your room at all at night," she said in a quiet voice. I just nodded and headed off to bed without saying another word. Okay, that was really creepy. Other than the fact that I was completely failing at my mission, I eventually found myself having a good time with her. I didn't want to like her, but I couldn't help myself. She was charming and funny. It would have been nice growing up with her around. The thought made me really angry too, and gave me the urge to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. My father was my priority, and I had to stick to the mission. On the last day of my stay, I was very nervous. My time here was about to end, and I still hadn't found the evidence. "Mila?" I jumped as Linda shouted from upstairs. "Can you get me some shampoo? I'm in the shower." I went into her room and handed her the bottle from behind the door. But as I was heading out, I noticed something that looked like a folder peeking out of the drawer near her bed. My eyes widened as I opened it. These were the documents I'd been looking for all week. I grabbed the folder and hurried outside with my packed bag. Andrew came to pick me up in seconds, and he started asking questions, but I refused to tell him why I was upset. I stared at the house with tears in my eyes as he drove off. I would have had a nice life, if only it were real. When I arrived home, my father greeted me with the joy of victory. "You're my little hero," he said as he looked through the documents I gave him. After my return, the court arrangements stopped abruptly. Linda knew that I'd taken the evidence, and she had nothing to go to court with. Now that my father was safe and my manipulative mother was no longer an issue, I thought things would be different between my dad and I. But I was wrong. The truth was, I couldn't blame him. How could he love me when I reminded him so much of her? After a few days, I was unpacking the bag I had with me at Linda's when I noticed an envelope inside. I opened it with shaking hands as I read my mother's words. "Dear Mila, in case we part ways before I get a chance to speak to you, I want you to give me one last chance. Go to your father's office. He has a secret drawer near his desk on the bottom left side. That's where he hides all of his secrets. You must remember, there are 2 sides to every story. Love, Mom." My heart started racing. How did she slip the note inside my bag? Suddenly, I heard loud knocking at the front door. Oh God, it was her. "Open the door right now." You scared the hell out of me," I shouted at Jason as he walked in, looking a bit angry. "I scared you? You're the one who disappeared for 2 weeks. What is going on with you?" I handed him the note and confessed that my mother was alive. His jaw dropped. I promised I would explain everything, but first I needed his help in finding my dad's secret drawer while he was still out. We both went to my father's office. We looked around for the secret place for a long time before we found it. What we found was shocking. Hundreds of old envelopes with my name on them. The envelopes seemed as if they belonged to a fake magazine subscription. As soon as I opened one, I found that they were secret letters from my mother. Quickly, I took everything out of the drawer and we ran to my room. I quickly told Jason everything about my past and what had been going on lately. As I started reading the notes, I couldn't stop. There was so much information to process. I started to understand a lot of things. How my mother was kicked out of the house, how my dad forbade her from ever contacting me, and how he even threatened her and demanded that she move to another state. She had left him after she found out that he was embezzling money. She wanted me to go with her, but my father was a very powerful man, and he knew dangerous people. She couldn't do anything about it. Just then, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was my dad. Quickly, I slid all the notes under my bed and pretended to kiss Jason. I needed to hide what I was actually doing. My dad opened the door and said angrily, "What is this?" I moved away from Jason and saw to my horror that my father had a letter in his hand. We must have dropped one by accident. My father smiled, and I felt a shiver down my spine. "You stupid girl. You just opened the gates of hell. Don't talk to her like that," Jason warned him. My father started laughing like a lunatic. "At least I can tell you now how much I hate you. You're just a copy of your terrible mother. I guess it's time that you know that the only reason I've kept you around was to make her suffer." I stood still as a statue as I tried to process what was happening. I remembered the way he was crying when Mom left. That was all an act? Jason grabbed my hand and said, "Mila, grab your stuff. We're leaving." I gathered my things quickly. I wasn't going to live with this monster anymore. I didn't even know who he was. "You can't leave," he laughed. "You're still in my custody. I'll have the police bring you back soon." He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, blocking our way. "It's too bad that you think the police will return her to a monster like you," Jason said, shoving him aside as we stormed out. Jason's car was outside. We got in fast and drove off. "This isn't over," my dad shouted. Shocked at what had just happened, I hugged Jason and told him I was sorry he had to witness all this drama and that I wished I'd told him the truth sooner. He wiped away my tears and said he was just glad he'd helped me get out of my evil father's clutches. Jason dropped me off at my mother's where she was waiting at the door, as if she were expecting me. I went inside quickly. My whole body was shaking. My life was a lie. For 10 years I despised my mother, while the real enemy was him. "He's gonna come for me, Mom," I said, shivering. "I know him. He won't let it go. He's gonna hurt us both, Mom." I was scared to death. "I won't let him, honey. I've been preparing for this." She held my hand tightly. Life with him was a nightmare from the start. Not only was he cheating on me, I found out that he was a criminal and a very dangerous man. I started to secretly gather evidence against him, but when he found out, I had to leave. I always wanted to come back to you, but he always had people looking for me to find the proof I had and destroy it. I was always on the run. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I had no idea you—" Before I could finish my sentence, the house alarm went off. "He's here," my mom said calmly. I hurried to call the police, but it was too late. My dad had already broken in with 2 of his men. "Oh, Linda, it's such a pleasure to finally see you after all these years. Boys, why don't we give her a nice welcome gesture, eh?" The 2 men grabbed my mother by the arms. "I'm not scared of you if that's what you think," my mom said, daring him. My dad came closer to her, smiling. He placed his hand gently around her neck and said, "You know what I'm capable of, Linda. Don't test me." "What if I do?" she said with a smile. My mother was acting insane. "I will finish you," my father said, not smiling this time, as he started to tighten his hand around her neck. "Father, no!" I cried while trying to get him off of her, but he was too strong. All of a sudden, everything went completely dark, and I felt my body hit the floor. I saw Andrew coming in before I lost consciousness. "Hey, honey, are you okay?" my mom said with her soft voice. "She's alive, but how?" I looked around, and the police officers were all over the place. My father and his men were nowhere to be seen, and one of the investigators was speaking with Andrew. "What is Andrew doing here?" I asked. "Did you really think I would leave you without making sure someone was watching over you?" Mom said. Andrew looked over at us. "Glad to see you 2 back together," he said with a wink. I was speechless. The only thing I could do was hug my mom and cry. I was so glad she was okay. Andrew came along and joined us. I couldn't thank him enough for what he did for me. As for my father, he was going to be behind bars for a good long time. If he were to come back for revenge one day, my mom and I were strong enough to face him. He didn't scare me anymore, but I do know him well. He said this wasn't over, and he's a man of his word.
I was just a month into my freshman year at college, and I never in a million years would have guessed that the night I was pinned against the bleachers of the school football field by bullies was the night that would change my life forever. Well, Sydney, you have two choices. You can kiss my shoe or lose your hair. I have a rule that I never kiss cheap shoes. Now get away from me. Oh, look, she's gonna cry. I have a lot of practice holding in my tears, and these bimbo bullies weren't gonna break me. Hair grows back. I guess you've made your choice then. After they threw me to the ground, I prepared myself for what was coming, but a voice boomed from behind them.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Leave her alone.
The girls turned around and sprinted away. The person walking toward me was silhouetted by the field's lights, so I couldn't see him. When he got close and helped me up, I saw who it was, and my jaw nearly fell off my face.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
It was Ian Gallagher, the son of the president. He also just started at my school and was the image of perfection. Flowing blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and deep green eyes. Other than my pride? No, but there wasn't much of that to begin with, so I'm good. Thank you.
Maybe you and Sydney should go get some food, Ian.
Who was this guy, and how did he know my name?
Yes, absolutely. Are you hungry? Joe Jr.'s Diner is just up the street. I'm Todd, Ian's assistant. Our driver will be happy to take you and then bring you back to your dorm room afterward. Right, Ian? Yeah, absolutely. Please stop saying absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, right.
I wasn't sure what was happening here, but whatever it was really frickin' weird.
Okay then, shall we go so you two can eat and get acquainted?
Can you two hold on for just a minute? I need to pause this here. As you already guessed, my name is Sydney, and it would be awesome if you clicked like and subscribe. And while you do that, I'm gonna fill you in on some quick backstory. I grew up in a huge house with everything a girl could want. Giant stuffed animals, so much chocolate that Willy Wonka would be envious, and an arcade packed with every video game that ever existed. There was only one thing missing: my parents. Sure, I had an amazing nanny who hated children and would lock me in my room when she wanted to be left alone. But all I wanted was to spend time with my mom and dad. They ran an international hotel business and traveled the world visiting their properties. Even when they were home, all they would do was criticize me and compare me to others, like my spoiled brat of a cousin who screamed whenever she didn't get what she wanted, or their friend's daughter who was forced to perform at the most ridiculous beauty pageants, or even the little girl on the cereal commercial who ate the cereal, acting like it was the best thing ever.
That little girl appreciates her life. I've never seen you enjoy your cereal that much, Sydney.
I felt so bad about myself that I developed this nervous facial tic where I would squeeze my eyes shut and then open them really wide. Yeah, weird facial tics are like catnip for bullies at school. And when you're the smartest kid in class, it just adds to their joy when they stuff you in the garbage can. So I kept to myself and didn't care about my appearance because there was no point. No makeup, big glasses, and my hair in a bun. I looked like a mini version of the school librarian. Okay, I did have one friend, Monty. We were friends since kindergarten because he was as awkward as me. He was also really smart and had asthma, so he was always walking around sucking on his inhaler. Also catnip for bullies. Okay, that's enough backstory. I think you get it. I thought college would be better, but clearly I was mistaken. Once an outcast, always an outcast, it seems. Now, back to the night I met Ian, because it just gets weirder from here. He took me to the diner, but our table was guarded by his two big, serious-looking Secret Service agents. His tiny assistant, Todd, sat in the booth across from us, just staring.
Sorry about all this. It must be really weird for you, Sydney.
This? Weird? Nah, I'm used to it. Happens every time I meet a president's son. He laughed. Someone actually thought I was funny besides me. And then he leaned in.
Just imagine that your whole life is like this. It was manageable when I was a minor because the media left me alone. But now that I'm 18 and my father is running for re-election, it's like every move I make is under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to disappear. In a weird way, I completely understood. I felt the same way, except I always wanted to disappear. Just then, reporters swarmed into the diner and started taking photos of us. Todd signaled for us to smile, so I did, but I had absolutely no idea what was happening. Okay, that's enough. Everybody out.
Why do they want pictures of me with the president's son? My own parents didn't want pictures of me.
I think it's time you head back to your apartment, Ian. If it's okay with Sydney, I'd like to stay and chat some more. Considering all the insanity of the last couple of hours, the one thing that didn't feel completely nuts was the connection I had with Ian. It's like we instantly got along. I'd like that. Yeah, no. Sorry, we're leaving. Car's waiting outside to take Sydney home, so it's time to say goodnight. I couldn't believe how Ian's assistant was treating him like a child. And then I felt something touch my hand underneath the table. Ian slipped me a piece of paper with his cell number. But then, Tiny Todd stuck his face in mine. Listen to me carefully, Sydney. Under no circumstances are you to try and make any contact with Ian unless you check with me first. Is that clear? Sure. Good girl. And if he or the press tries to talk to you, you call me. Wow, this little man just good-girled me. Yeah, no. Maybe I won't feel like it. Well then, I'll make a single phone call and have you expelled, which I will also do if Ian learns about this conversation. So we're gonna keep this between you and me, right? I was frozen. If I got expelled, my parents would disown me. All I wanted to do at that moment was to wrap my fingers around Todd's throat and choke him. But instead, I just nodded. When I got back to my dorm room, the first thing I did was call Monty. Yeah, we both applied to and got into the exact same colleges. And then, like the weirdos that we are, we chose to go together. That's crazy. So you hit it off with Ian Gallagher, like for real? I wouldn't say we hit it off, but I feel like we kind of get each other. You mean like you and me? Yeah, but the difference is, he's the president's son. But why me? Because you're amazing, Sydney. You're like the smartest person I know. You're funny, you're not deserving of Ian's attention, that's for sure. That's not true. You're deserving of anyone's attention. You're just saying that because you're my best friend. I want to call him, but I'm scared his tiny jerk assistant will find out and get me expelled. So, don't let him find out. I stared at the number on the piece of paper for like an hour before I got the courage to call Ian. And then, late that night, he snuck out of his apartment and picked me up. I am so glad you called. Now hold on to me. They let you have a motorcycle? Nope, they have no idea. And then we sped down the road, and it was thrilling. I actually had to pinch myself to believe that I wasn't dreaming. We raced up to a narrow, twisting road to a spot that looked out over the city below. Wow, this view! I found this spot when I first got to school. I needed a secret place to get away from everything. My dad, his re-election campaign, Todd. He was so sincere. When he looked into my eyes, I thought I would melt into a big puddle. He's such a jerk. He really is. Why do you let him treat you like that? Why don't you just fire him? I wish I could. My dad hired him to manage me, and now you're in it too. I'm so sorry. What do you mean I'm in it too? He then handed me a copy of the morning newspaper. On the front page was a photo of Ian and me at the diner with the headline, Ian Gallagher's new college girlfriend? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. If you never want to see me again, I totally understand. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours. I had spent my whole life avoiding attention, and here I was, about to be on the front page. My instinct was to run away as fast as I could, but Ian needed someone, and for some reason, that someone was me. We just sat on a rock and talked and laughed for hours. But as the sun came up, Ian looked at his watch and panicked. Oh no, they're gonna be looking for me. We have to go, now. We sped down the road, but suddenly there were flashing lights behind us. It was the police. At that moment, I knew I was gonna get expelled. My life was officially over. But instead of being pulled over, Ian floored it. We raced down the road away from the police car. Forget about being expelled, I was going to jail. Ian pulled behind a tree and shut off the motorcycle lights. We watched as the police car sped by. My heart was racing, but Ian looked at me, and we both just burst out laughing. The next day when the papers came out, I walked through campus and everyone at school was just staring, including the 3 bullies. All I could do was smile. For the first time ever, I cared about how I looked. Monty went with me to get a prescription for contact lenses, then to the salon to get my hair done, and finally to Sephora to get a makeover. Listen, Sid, something feels off about this whole thing with Ian. Wow, is somebody getting jealous because someone else is taking up my attention for once? No, that's not it at all. You said it yourself. Why did Todd know your name? But I wasn't listening. All I could think about was seeing Ian again, and then the cosmetologist turned my chair around. So, how do I look? That bad, huh? You're beautiful. I hugged him as hard as I could. I don't know what I would have done without him all these years. For the next few months, Ian and I snuck out nearly every night and went on crazy adventures. We went to a closed amusement park and turned on one of the rides, did a Ouija board in an abandoned house, and went for a midnight swim in the park fountain. During the day, I struggled to stay awake in class and my grades went down, but I didn't care. I was falling in love. I was so caught up in Ian that I barely ever saw Monty anymore. I didn't even care that Todd kept posing us for the press. Until one day, when things took a dark turn, Todd had Ian and I meet. Well, look at you two lovebirds. It just warms my heart. I didn't know you had one of those, Todd. Every day there's a new surprise. Ian tried to contain his laughter, but Todd was not amused. When the press gets here, Ian, I want you to kiss Sydney. Ian and I hadn't kissed yet, which I thought was strange, but I felt like he was just taking it slow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Monty sitting alone on a bench eating his lunch. Is that necessary, Todd? Of course it's necessary, Ian. And I want you to kiss her like you mean it. Understand? What the heck was that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't he mean it? And like clockwork, Ian's bodyguards ushered a dozen reporters over to us. But Ian looked so uncomfortable. He gave me the most awkward, quick kiss. Now, I'm no kissing expert, but I would have to say it was pretty terrible. I looked over and Monty was gone. Ian and I got to the back seat of his limo. Todd got into the front and just exploded. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Todd. I'll do better. For your father's sake, you better. For your father's sake? What does that mean, Ian? What does it matter to you, Sydney? You're not bullied anymore. People admire you, which I'm guessing is a first. So be a good girl and keep your mouth shut. Hey, don't talk to her like that. Or what, Ian? You gonna fire me? I was waiting for Ian to defend me, but he just went quiet. When I opened the door to my dorm room, Monty was waiting. I had given him his own key at the start of the year. I was so happy to see him. Monty! But that happiness didn't last long. You're being played, Sid. Played? Oh, stop it, Monty. You and Ian? It's a setup because his father is running for re-election, and Todd was hired to craft his image for the public. You're just jealous because I fell in love and I'm spending my time with someone else. And then, Monty held up a printed photo of Ian embracing another boy. I did some digging and this was Ian's high school boyfriend. Boyfriend? You're saying that Ian is... Yes, I'm so sorry, Sid. And they're using you to give off the image that he's straight, so it doesn't affect his father's re-election campaign. Wow, Monty, you are pathetic. I was a loser until I met Ian, and you're just upset that you're still one. I can't believe I was ever friends with you. Now get out. Monty looked like I just slapped him as I slammed the door in his face. That night, when Ian picked me up, I told him I wanted to go to our spot on the cliff overlooking the city. I'm so sorry about today, Sydney. The pressure to perform in front of the camera just... Before he could finish, I held up the photo. Have you been lying to me, Ian? Where did you get that? Who cares where I got it? This is the reason why you've never kissed me, isn't it? Todd says if the world finds out about this, my father will lose. I was furious at myself. Monty tried to warn me, but I didn't listen. And now I've probably lost him forever. But it all suddenly made sense. Right. Choose a girl with low self-esteem who wouldn't question what was happening, who would be so thrilled with the attention that she would just go with it. And these adventures at night, were they part of it? Not at first, but the police officer that first night ID'd me, and Todd thought it was a great idea to keep them going. He threatened to tell my dad if I told you. I'm so sorry, Sydney. I never wanted to hurt you. Your dad doesn't know about you? No. That was the only photo ever taken of my boyfriend and me in high school, and Todd found it too. Goodbye, Ian. Sydney, you need to see this through until the election. My dad is coming to campus tomorrow, and if you're not there, Todd will have you expelled. Doesn't matter. I'm dropping out anyway. I'm done. Ian dropped me off in front of my dorm, and I turned to him one last time. If you want to live your life trying to be someone you're not just to prove yourself, it will crush you. Trust me. The next morning, my face was puffy from crying. I loaded up my car with all my stuff and was preparing to head home, back to a life where I wasn't worth anything, back to face the judgment of my parents who already thought so little of me. I got into the car and tried to close the door, but it didn't budge. Monty was standing there holding it. what are you doing here? Stopping you from making a huge mistake?
Didn't you already try that?
Yeah, well, that's what best friends do, right?
And then I just lost it. I am so sorry. I was such a huge jerk. Why do you even want to talk to me after those horrible things I said? I don't deserve you.
Because I love you, Sid. I always have. Why do you think I chose this school? It was to be with you.
And then he kissed me with a passion that I had never experienced before. My body felt like it was plugged into an electrical outlet.
The president's about to speak. Shall we go watch?
Why would I want to watch? And so we went to the football stadium, where Ian was standing on the stage next to his father. Todd was standing behind them.
And as I stand on the cusp of the next presidential election, I want to hand the mic over to my son Ian, who means more to me than anything in the world. During my dad's first election, nobody paid attention to me because I was only 14 years old. But now that the world is paying attention, I want them to meet my true love.
And suddenly, the boy from the photo walked onto the stage. The whole stadium burst out into applause. It was incredible. And then Ian turned and hugged his father. Todd looked horrified. After the speech ended, the Secret Service let Monty and me backstage, just in time for Todd to walk out.
I hope you enjoyed your time here, Sydney, because you're as good as expelled. Nah, but you're as good as fired, Todd.
Ian walked over, and for the first time, Todd looked terrified.
You can't fire me, but I can. Mr. President, I was only doing this for you. Who told you to do that? You harassed my son for years and misused the power I gave you. Get him out of here.
And the Secret Service dragged him away, kicking and screaming. It was glorious. I forgave Ian, and 4 years later, he and his boyfriend became the best men at Monty's and my wedding, at the White House. My parents were there, glowing with pride, but winning their approval didn't matter to me anymore. I was happy that at least they were there. And finally, I was just happy being me.
Sophie, honey, your bun is crooked again.
Mom stood behind me in her crisp military uniform, every hair in place. Sometimes I wondered if she came out of the womb perfectly pressed and polished. Maybe if I cut it all off.
Absolutely not. A ballerina needs proper hair. You need to be perfect to get into Juilliard.
That was Mom, always pushing and expecting more. When I got an A, she asked, why not an A+? When I won silver in the regional dance competition, she reminded me gold was better. Even my little sister Rose's social media following wasn't enough. It had to be purposeful content that would look good on college applications. Dad used to balance her out, bringing chaos and laughter into our world. He'd tell us wild stories about his combat missions, teaching us survival skills just in case, and sneaking us junk food when Mom wasn't looking. But then he was deployed again, and this time he didn't come back. So I became what Mom needed, the perfect daughter. Straight A's, perfect pirouettes, student council president. I made sure Rose did her homework, kept her room clean, and stayed out of trouble. Our house ran like a military operation, and I was second in command. Until that morning when everything changed. I was helping Rose edit her latest YouTube video, a review of some new mascara. Even though she was wearing falsies and pretending it was all the mascara's magic, when Mom walked in, she looked scared. And Mom never looked scared. Girls, I need you to pack a bag. You're going to stay with your Aunt Catherine for a while. Aunt who?
Is she Instagram worthy?
Catherine, my sister. She lives in Arizona.
The sister she never talked about? The one whose name I'd only heard during late night arguments with Dad? Always with that edge in Mom's voice that meant danger, keep out? Mom, I can't leave. I have summer intensives, college prep courses, the youth leadership program.
This isn't a discussion, Sophie. I'm being deployed on an emergency medical mission. Something's come up.
Mom, what's really going on? She just looked at me as if measuring her next words carefully.
Sometimes doing the right thing means breaking the rules. Your father understood that, and now I need you to understand it too.
Then she pulled me close.
Trust no one and keep your sister safe.
24 hours later, we were in a black SUV with tinted windows, being driven by one of Mom's old friends through the Arizona desert. Rose was live streaming the cacti, turning our exile into content for her followers. I was trying not to throw up.
Oh my God, Sophie, look! Is that a lion?
I've been obsessively checking Mom's last known location on my phone, but when I looked up, my heart stopped.
There, sprawled across the front porch of what looked like a junkyard crossed with a fortress, was a full-grown male lion.
The next chapter of Love in Deep Space is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into the futuristic city of Lincoln and the wider cosmos, where love and destiny collide in the cinematic 3D dating sim. Available worldwide on mobile with the version 5.0 update. The brand new limited banner Throne of Eros is now live, featuring all love interests with new identities. You rise as the queen of the Alor Galaxy, standing at the center of interstellar power. Fight alongside Zane, the Grand General of the Cosmic Empire. Meet Raphael, Santark of the Sanctide Court. Face Caleb, High Marshal whose path opposes yours. Rule with Silas, Sovereign of the Rising Power Chaosy. And reunite with Xavier, the Crown Prince lost to time. Version 5.0 also introduces the long-awaited home system. Build and decorate your own house, unlock the garden, and share daily moments together. From quiet routines to unexpected interactions, your home comes alive. This is the best starter experience for new players. Claim livestream rewards, join version 5.0 events, and enjoy new gameplay to enjoy 10 grand, luxurious gifts, villas, 1,000 plus furniture, memory crates, 5-star memories, wishes, diamonds, letters, paper cuts, outfits, props, journals, and more. Many people worry that games will consume too much memory. This update introduces a new quick resource cleanup feature, so you can download without any burden. Enjoy smooth and seamless gameplay. Perhaps you've played this game before, but were plagued with memory issues. Now is the perfect time to be back. Download Love and Deep Space now and begin your journey beyond the stars.
The driver hit the brakes so hard our suitcases went flying. This has to be a mistake. Mom would never.
Oh, that's just Maple. Don't mind him. He's a big softie.
I turned to the voice behind me to see a woman limping down the path. She looks like Mom might have looked if Mom had been raised by wolves.
I'm your Auntie Caddy, in case you were wondering.
A softie? It's a lion! Is that even allowed?
Are you a stickler for rules and regulations?
Rules and regulations keep people safe.
Is that what Angela told you? Funny. You shouldn't take everything she says so seriously.
What do you mean? But she was already turning away, whistling for the lion to follow her.
Come on, girls, let's get you settled. We've got a lot of work to do.
Week 1 was hell. Bad Wi-Fi, no ballet, just lions, chaos, and an aunt who loved wrecking my world.
Sophie, the cubs need feeding.
I'm practicing my routine.
Life doesn't wait for perfect timing, kiddo. Sometimes you gotta dance with the lions you've got.
She was insane. She had to be. Who lets teenagers handle lions? Who builds a fortress in the desert? Who takes in dangerous animals and treats them like oversized house cats? And then Aunt Caddy dropped another bomb on us.
By the way, I enrolled you both at Desert Ridge High. You start Monday.
I paced the dusty yard that night, trying again to reach Mom. Nothing. 3 weeks of radio silence. Dad would have never dumped us in the desert with a stranger in a pride of lions. The morning of our first day, I woke up at 5 a.m. out of habit. I found Aunt Caddy already up, standing over a desk covered with maps and photographs. What's all this? She quickly rolled up a map marked with shipping routes and pins.
Conservation work. Nothing for you to worry about.
She tossed me a set of keys.
There's an old Jeep in the barn. Not pretty, but it runs. It'll help get you and Rose to school.
You're trusting me with a car?
Your mom said you were responsible back home. Besides, we're 20 miles from nowhere out here.
Desert Ridge High looks like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. The moment Rose and I walked in, the conversation stopped. In our old school, we'd been well known. Perfect Sophie Chen and her influencer sister. Here, we were aliens.
You must be the new girls! The ones living with the crazy cat lady!
I think you meant eccentric.
Whoa, sorry. No offense. I'm Rolla. My dad's the local vet who helps your aunt sometimes. I think what she does is awesome.
Wanna be in my vlog? I'm documenting desert life.
Sure? What's a vlog?
Rose stared at him as if his teeth had turned to fangs, and I almost smiled. By lunchtime, everyone knew we were the Lion Girls. For a second, I was almost feeling like a celebrity. But my delusions were cut short when a girl with expensive highlights and designer jeans stopped at our table.
I'm Kylie Montgomery. My dad's on the town council. He says your aunt's sanctuary is a dangerous eyesore that needs to be shut down.
Her lions are rescued. They'd be killed otherwise.
Whatever. Just don't get too comfortable there, freaks. And tell your crazy aunt that my dad always gets what he wants.
And with that, she walked off. Ignore her. Her dad wants to build luxury homes on the land near your aunt's sanctuary. He's been trying to force her out for years.
I felt a strange surge of protectiveness. Aunt Caddy might be chaos personified, but those lions needed her. And for some reason, I didn't like the idea of anyone calling her crazy but me. Back at the sanctuary, I found Rose sitting on the porch steps with her phone, but she wasn't filming.
Do you think we'll ever go home, back to our real lives?
I sank down beside her. I don't know. Mom's gone dark, and this place?
It's like we've fallen into some alternate universe where Mom has a secret sister who's basically Lion Mom, and we're the weird new kids, and nothing makes sense anymore.
Exactly.
But is it weird that I kinda like it? Not the school part. Those kids are total zombies compared to my followers. But the lions, they're actually amazing.
I had noticed that Rose's content nowadays was less makeup tutorials and more behind-the-scenes sanctuary life. Her captions were less about herself and more about conservation. Since when do you care about wildlife preservation, Rose Chen?
Since a lion named Maple purred like a motorboat when I scratched his ears. Since I realized these incredible animals are being hunted to extinction. Is that so weird?
And then one day, Aunt Caddy got sick. It started with her brushing off a fever and insisting it was nothing serious. But by the third day, she couldn't get out of bed.
It's just a bug. I'll be fine.
You have a fever of 102. You need to see a doctor.
No doctors, no hospitals. They ask too many questions.
About what? The lions? She didn't answer, just closed her eyes.
There's a notebook in my desk drawer. Feeding schedules, medication routines, everything you need to know.
I can't run this place, Aunt. I'm not qualified.
Sophie, you're a Chen. We adapt.
Suddenly, the sanctuary was on me. Feeding schedules, medical routines, fixing fences. Just me, a crumpled notebook, and a pride of lions counting on me. At first, I panicked and second-guessed myself over everything. But slowly, something shifted, and I started to hear the rhythm in the chaos. When Maple paced around with his tail flicking sharply, I figured it meant his water trough was empty. When Shadow gave a low, throaty rumble, I knew she was calling for her cubs to stay close. I even started watching Sage for signs of an incoming storm. He always seemed to sense it before the first cloud appeared. And then one night, I witnessed one of the lionesses giving birth to a cub no bigger than my hand. I don't know why, but something about seeing that fragile, helpless creature nuzzling against his mom brought me to tears, and I cried like I hadn't allowed myself to in years. When Aunt Caddy finally staggered out of bed a week later, she just grinned at the sight of me covered in dirt and lion hair.
Well, look at that. Turns out you can dance with the lions after all.
I'd grown closer to all the lions, except Wishbone, who was clearly quite different. He kept to himself, his scarred face and ragged mane telling stories of a harder life. But sometimes, I'd catch him watching me with those ancient, knowing eyes.
He was a fighter, that one. Rich folks used him in illegal matches, betting on which lion would kill the other. Took us 3 years to track him down.
I found myself sneaking out one night to the vegetable garden where Wishbone liked to sleep, and one night, I caught him destroying Aunt Caddy's carrot patch. You're really committed to ruining this garden, huh? Wishbone didn't dignify me with a response and just flicked his tail. That night, I heard voices from Aunt Caddy's office. I crept down the hallway, stopping outside the door left slightly ajar.
Angela, it's been 3 weeks. The girls need to know what's going on. Yes, I've been careful. No one's asking questions yet, but it's a matter of time. Fine, another week. But then I'm telling them.
Mom had been in contact with Aunt Caddy all along, but ignoring me as if I was some annoying fly? Back at school, things were changing too. Rose had become something of a minor celebrity. Her videos about sanctuary life were gaining real traction, and Kylie Montgomery looked as hostile as ever when she saw Rose walking by with her growing entourage.
Your sister's videos are actually making a difference. My dad said the sanctuaries received more donations in the last month than in the whole past year.
Yeah, I heard.
Also, I was wondering, there's this bonfire thing Friday night. Nothing too fancy. Would you and Rose want to come?
Oh, I'm not sure.
And before you say no, I should mention that Rose already said yes. And she's bringing, quote, awesome footage of baby lion playtime.
The bonfire was at an abandoned quarry outside town, and while everyone else seemed to be enjoying the fire and music, and Rose had her own audience, I hung back, feeling oddly disconnected from this ordinary teenage scene. Just then, Rolo appeared by my side.
You look like you're planning an escape route.
That obvious, huh?
You know, it's okay to not be okay. Moving across the country, living with an aunt you didn't know existed, surrounded by deadly predators, that's a lot.
When you put it that way, I sound pretty well adjusted. I was beginning to actually relax and have a good time when Kylie walked over, a big smirk on her face.
Hate to be the party pooper, but I had to tell you this. My dad's getting his way, and your crazy cat lady aunt is finished.
What are you talking about?
Daddy says she's operating without proper permits, and he has proof. Once he presents it at the county board meeting, they'll be packing her up, and we can finally develop that whole area. Luxury homes with a view.
We'll see about that. I've got 300,000 followers who might have something to say about it.
Like anyone cares what a bunch of internet losers think.
Before Rose could respond, I pulled her away. We need to tell Aunt Caddy. Back at the sanctuary, we found Aunt Caddy in her office, poring over documents at her desk.
Already ahead of you, kids. Montgomery filed a complaint with the county. Claims I'm operating an illegal exotic animal exhibit without proper licensing.
That's ridiculous! This is a sanctuary!
Legally, it's complicated, and Montgomery has friends in high places.
The same high places Mom is investigating? Aunt Caddy gave me a sharp look, then glanced at Rose.
What? What's Mom investigating? What aren't you telling me?
She pulled out a worn photo album. Inside were pictures I'd never seen before. Mom and Aunt Caddy in jungle gear, receiving some kind of conservation award.
Your mother and I were wildlife biologists. We specialized in tracking animal trafficking networks, the people who smuggle endangered species across borders. We were good at it. Too good, in fact.
She flipped to a newspaper clipping.
We uncovered evidence that high-ranking military personnel were involved in a smuggling operation. Your mother wanted to go public. I wanted to gather more evidence first. We fought. She left. Joined the actual military to change it from within, she said. Then she met your dad, had you girls, and never looked back.
The image of my perfect, rule-following mother was fracturing before my eyes. But now?
Now she's found evidence that the same network is still operating, bigger than before. She's gone undercover to gather proof.
And we're here because...
Because you're a leverage, kiddo. If the wrong people knew where you were, they could use you to get to her.
So our entire lives have been a lie? Mom's perfect military nurse persona was just, what, a cover?
Not a lie, a choice. Your mother chose security for you girls over the crusade we started. Can't say I blamed her, especially after your dad.
But now she's back in it, and we're here because we might be in danger?
We both nodded. Rose was quiet for a moment, then pulled out her phone.
I'm deleting all my location tags, and I'm going to start a campaign about the sanctuary. If Montgomery wants a fight, we'll give him one.
Over the next few days, Rose mobilized her following like a general commanding troops. Meanwhile, I dove into the legal side, researching sanctuary regulations and permit requirements. The night before the county board meeting, we were up late preparing our case when suddenly we heard the sound of an engine approaching.
We're not expecting anyone.
We went to the security monitors, then froze.
3 vehicles coming fast, no headlights.
My stomach dropped. Not county officials, not this late.
Get to the safe room, now.
But what about you?
Now, Sophie, take Rose.
I grabbed Rose's arm, pulling her toward the reinforced storeroom that Aunt Caddy had said we could use in case of emergency. Behind us, Aunt Caddy was grabbing a tranquilizer gun from the cabinet. We'd barely made it to the hallway when the first crash came. The sound of the front gate being rammed. Then there was shouting and flashlight beams sweeping the yard.
I'm calling 911.
Bad signal out here, remember? We huddled in the safe room, listening to men's voices echoing through the sanctuary. Then we heard lion roars, frightened, angry.
They're going after the lions!
Before I could stop her, she'd run past me out into the hallway. I followed to find Rose crouching by a window, filming the scene outside in the yard. Men with cages, loading tranquilized cubs into trucks.
We need this proof.
Through the glass, I spotted Aunt Caddy confronting one of the men, tranquilizer gun raised. But before she could fire, another man emerged from the shadows behind her. A flash of metal, then Aunt Caddy crumpled to the ground.
No!
I clamped a hand over her mouth, and as the men went back to capturing the lions, I turned to her. Stay here. Don't move. I need to see if Aunt Caddy is okay. I slipped out and stealthily made my way over to Aunt Caddy. She was alive, but unconscious. Just then, I looked up, and my stomach lurched. Rose had come out too, and she was hiding in a bush capturing evidence of the men up close.
But she was too close. And then, it all happened so fast. One of the men suddenly spotted her, and suddenly, she was being dragged away as she fought and screamed. I ran towards her as they threw her into the truck along with the caged cubs. And before I could get close to her, they were driving off into the desert. Panic washed over me in a wave so strong I could barely breathe. Oh my God. They'd taken my baby sister. That's when I heard Wishbone's low growl. He stood in the carrot patch, those knowing eyes fixed on me. And suddenly, I understood what Mom meant about breaking rules. I need your help, please. They took Rose. He lowered his head, and I did the craziest thing I've ever done. I climbed onto his back. We followed the truck's trail, Wishbone's powerful stride eating up the miles. I thought about Dad, about how he'd always said courage wasn't about being fearless, but about being scared and doing it anyway. The chase led us straight into Phoenix, where, unsurprisingly, riding a lion through the city caused absolute chaos.
All units, be advised. We have reports of a teenage girl riding a lion down Central Avenue.
This is Sky 5 with breaking news. I can't believe I'm saying this. An actual lion sprinting through downtown with a girl on its back.
We followed the truck's taillights into an industrial warehouse near a private airstrip. A jet sat waiting, cargo doors open, minutes from takeoff. Wishbone skidded to a stop behind a stack of crates just as I spotted Rose. I got off of Wishbone, holding him by his mane, and then I looked into his eyes. Wait here for my signal. Then I sneaked in as quietly as I could. I found Rose locked in a cage.
Took you long enough.
But as we fell to the ground, I looked up at the menacing bad guy.
Get him.
We heard a huge roar out of the frame, and both the bad guy and I turned our heads toward the direction from which the roar came. And there he was, our hero, Wishbone, standing proudly at the warehouse entrance. He had heard my signal, and then he made a run at the traffickers. Things got chaotic pretty quickly after that. Rose and I opened the rest of the cages, and cubs spilled from open crates, bolting in every direction. Lions stepped from the shadows, sending the traffickers into blind panic. One guy tripped over a metal bucket, taking 2 others down with him. 2 others made a break for it and landed straight into an empty holding pen, slamming the doors behind them.
Lock it! Lock it!
Wishbone let out one final earth-shattering roar, and that was enough. The remaining traffickers fled just as police sirens wailed in the distance, and in a few hours, they had rounded up all the culprits. But the real shock came when we got home. Aunt Caddy was awake, and Mom was beside her. Mom! She pulled us into a fierce hug and held us for a while. Then she explained that she was here because she knew the trafficking ring would be making a move tonight at the sanctuary, and they had to be caught in the act.
Sometimes the only way forward is to take a risk. Your father taught me that. And you girls, you proved it. Sophie, I'm so proud of you for being...
Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. While Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down. You'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me, and there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me, but on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie, why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different, except it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment, so let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when—
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you gonna play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering
staring at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me.
Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday. And what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, "Hey, bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey?" What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh wow, look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me, it's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
No, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you. I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with A were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, Make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right, I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her!
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book, The Whack.
Ow! You break my heart, and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you. Hi, my name is Amy, and this is my crazy story of how I became my parents' rich favorite child after just being a stupid teenager. But before I continue, hit the like button and subscribe for more crazy stories. You idiot, my mom yelled at me. Can't you do anything right? Before I could respond, a voice behind me said, Of course not. I turned around to see Mr. Mason laughing at me. You know, not everyone can be as amazing as you, Nurse Janet. My mom giggled like a silly schoolgirl and asked him why he was here. Mr. Mason looked at her and sighed, I have a heartache. He never stopped flirting with Mom before they could continue with their gross conversation. I said angrily, Leave now. Mom yelled at me to mind my own business. Then she left with him. At home, I found my brother Ben passed out on the couch. He started to wake up as I came in. As soon as he saw me, he shouted, Make me a sandwich, loser. Make yourself useful. Suddenly, I heard Mom yelling her head off. I rushed out to find her screaming and throwing things at Dad. You cheater! How dare you bring her into my house? I saw someone else in the room. The girl, whose name turned out to be Anna, walked over to my mom and said, How could any man put up with you when you scream like that? Then, right in front of Mom, she started hugging Dad. You all right, sweetie? She asked. Mom was furious. She ran to her room, and 5 minutes later, she was already in a cab with all her suitcases. As she walked out, she said, That's it. I'm done with you and your kids. I'm going to live with Mason from now on. The very same day, Dad's girlfriend moved in. She started taking over everything and forced me to do all the chores. She said she was training me to become a proper lady. To make matters worse, with Mom gone, there was no one earning anything. Dad didn't want to work, of course, so Dad said I had to take over Mom's nurse job at school. I said, I'm not a certified nurse, Dad. But he didn't want to listen and threatened to kick me out. For a few weeks, I managed to avoid any major events. If anyone came looking for Mom, I'd help them and say Mom had just stepped out. One day after school, I was in the office when suddenly Paul rushed in. Paul was a senior and also my biggest ever crush. He had a huge cut on his leg. He was crying. He yelled, Burns! Then he fainted. When he woke up, though, he took my hand and said, You're pretty cool for a junior. I was going to be a nurse for the whole year if Paul thought it was cool. But, of course, the principal found out soon enough. He was furious and demanded to know why I had been lying to everyone. He even called my dad, who pretended he had no idea what I was up to, and encouraged my principal to suspend me. Luckily, I begged my way out of it. When I got home and confronted Dad, he said time off from school would be a good idea. There's lots of cleaning and chores at home to do. The next day, I went to school and found the nurse's office open. Was Mom back? I rushed inside, only to be sorely disappointed. There was a new nurse, Her name tag read Susan, but she looked really young, barely a few years older than me. She also wore a very tight uniform. A huge line of guys was already forming outside her office. Amy, I asked her how she knew me, and she took out something from her bag. I gasped when I saw what it was. My diary! I must have forgotten it here. Then she turned to the boys, who were all making up fake diseases to get her attention. She batted her eyes and said, "Will you all please leave us alone?" Immediately, they disappeared. Susan turned to me and grinned like a maniac. She said I had to come here to work with her every day. She giggled and said, I'm just here for the money. I hate this job. I hate everything. I knew she looked too young to be a nurse. I refused to help her, but she said if I didn't, she would show everyone my diary and tell everyone how sickeningly obsessed I was with Paul. Just then, Paul came in. Of course, he'd heard about the new attractive nurse. She told me to get out of the office and she started flirting with him. The next few weeks were horrible. Susan didn't know anything. If anyone came in, she would just tell me to deal with it or Google the symptoms. I was so scared she would accidentally kill someone. This one time, Mr. Davis came in to get an aspirin. Susan just said, "Oh, I've got the worst headache. Is it okay if Amy helps you out?" And then she accidentally tripped in front of him. He ended up giving her a foot massage. Worst of all, the one person who was always in the office now was Paul. He had completely forgotten I existed. One day, she looked at me and said, "How come you're never invited to any of Paul's parties? They're so cool." My jaw dropped. I looked at him in shock. He was inviting the school nurse to parties? Was that even legal? At the end of the day, I went home so pissed. And to my surprise, Susan was there chatting away with everybody. She was flirting shamelessly with my brother. I rushed in and demanded to know why she was there. And my dad said she was Anna's sister. I was shocked. Susan started laughing and said, "Your dad was the one who told me about the job. I was just having some fun with you." I was furious and I started yelling at her to get out of my house. But of course, Dad started yelling at me and said if I didn't behave, he'd kick me out. The next day, I got to school and was immediately called into the principal's office. He started saying that I had really crossed a line. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Your stupid games may have ruined his life forever." Susan suddenly ran into the room crying and said she was so sorry that she had trusted me. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said angrily, "Oh, so you don't know what you've done to poor Paul?" I gasped. "Paul?" He said the nurse told him that I was so mad at Paul because he didn't like me, that I had switched his aspirin with some different and way stronger medicine. Now, he couldn't move one of his legs. "You did this, you witch! You hurt my Paul?" As I was shouting, Paul rolled in. He was in a wheelchair. I rushed over to him and he yelled at me to stay away. "I hate you. I never want to see you again." I was heartbroken. I rushed out and ran home. At home, I found Dad's girlfriend on the phone. She saw me come in and started laughing like a hyena. Clearly, her sister had told her what she'd done. That was it. I went to my room, packed my bags, and left. Outside, I took the first bus going out of town. I got off the end of the line and looked for a homeless shelter. With time, I got a job and enrolled in a local high school. Life was okay for a while, but I was always really busy and short of money. One day, as I was leaving my job, a guy came up to me. He introduced himself as Martin, and he said he wanted to offer me a job. "I'll pay you a lot," he promised. I asked him what he had in mind, and he told me that he had an uncle who had been caught in a gold digger's trap. He said, "She's after his money. She forced him to run away with her, and she won't let him spend a penny on himself or anyone else." I agreed to the job, and he said all I had to do was help him expose her. I asked him to take me to them. He was psyched. He took me to his uncle's place. I had agreed that I would tell his uncle that I was her daughter and that she had abandoned me. As soon as I saw his uncle, though, I almost passed out. It was Mr. Mason. Just then, my mom walked out too. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were fighting. My mom was saying to him, "I would never cheat on you." They stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw me. "You!" he yelled at me. Mom started screaming at me too. She wanted to know why I was stalking her. "His nephew thinks you're a gold digger and wants you two to break up." Mason screamed at her. "So you're a gold digger and a cheater? I can't believe I ever loved you." Within 10 minutes,
this, he had kicked us both out. Martin hugged me. "Thank you so much," he said, handing me an envelope full of money. Mom started yelling at me for trying to ruin her happiness. Martin looked at me in shock. He asked if I really was her daughter. I nodded yes. He snatched back the envelope and said, "Like mother, like daughter. Gold diggers." After that, he walked away. Mom was still angry and she wouldn't listen to me, so I decided to leave. But she said, "Since you're the reason I'm homeless, I'm coming with you." She followed me to my shelter and was a real pain the whole time. As soon as we got there, she dumped her bags onto a girl standing near the door. "Take these to my room," she said. The girl threw Mom's stuff on the ground and walked away. Then, my mom saw Mr. Dawson, the kind manager, and immediately tried flirting with him. His wife jumped out from behind him and glared at Mom. Mom took one look at her and stepped away. But the next day, she put on a red dress, went over to him and asked, "Do you need any help? I'm a qualified nurse." "Yes, your daughter was a very good nurse too." Mom laughed and said, "Her? She doesn't know anything." Everyone around us looked angry. They all liked me here and thought Mom was annoying. I dragged Mom away and told her, "They'll kick you out if you don't behave." But Mom wasn't willing to back off. She decided to follow me to work and told my manager that she was a much better server than I could ever be. I'd had enough. I yelled at her in the middle of the crowded restaurant and told her to get out. I had to ask security to take her outside. I went back to the shelter hoping she'd gone away, but I was in for a shock. At the shelter, there was someone else waiting for me with Mom. Dad. This was the last thing I needed. I started yelling at him and demanded to know why he was there. More importantly, why are you holding Mom's hand? Mom just sat there blushing like a teen. "Anna ran off with my money. He wanted us to come back and live with him." I burst out laughing and told him he deserved it, but Mom was suddenly ready to forgive him. I told them to do whatever they wanted, but that I was done. The two left the shelter and moved back home. At first, they would call me every day to ask for money, and when I refused, they sent me a gift. One day, I returned to find my room completely trashed. My roommate was inside crying. I was horrified and asked her what had happened. She angrily looked at me and said, "Why do you keep bringing your crazy family here?" The door flew open and my brother barged in. He demanded that I give him money and said, "I've got a kid now. I gotta feed him too. Give me money or else." I was furious. I kicked him out and said if he ever came back, I'd call the cops. Then I decided to move away. I applied to a college far away from my parents' town. I thought the drama was finally over, but I was so wrong. On the very first day of medical school, I saw someone else I'd hoped never to see again. Paul. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up and started waving at me. He came up to me and said, "Amy, I'm so sorry. All these years, I've been looking for you." He explained that a few weeks after I had left, he had found Susan making out with some guy. When he confronted her, she said there was no way she was dating a guy with a bad leg. She also said she'd only pretended to like me because you liked me. I told Paul it was okay, and I was over it, but he held my hand and said, "But I'm not over it. I love you." I couldn't believe Paul wanted to be with me. We started dating, and after a few months, everything was perfect. Until one day, Paul stopped talking to me out of the blue. At first, I couldn't understand why he was acting this way. But then, one evening, I saw him at a college party with another girl. But the real shock was when I saw who it was, the nightmare nurse. I was furious. I rushed up to him, and before he could say anything, Susan cut in. "Get away from him. He's my fiancé." Then she said something even worse. "We have a child." I was shocked. Paul reached for me, but I pushed him away. As I ran away, Susan called after me and said, "We're getting married next week. Come see the wedding." On the day of the wedding, I got a call from my brother. I hung up the first time, but he kept calling and said, "I can't find my son." He said his fiancée had disappeared with their son. I asked him who it was, although I had a pretty good feeling I knew the answer. I had to stop Paul. At the church, the crowd had gathered, and the girl was walking down the aisle. As the ceremony started, my brother burst through the door screaming, "That's my son!" Susan gasped and tried to hurry through the vows, but it was too late. Paul pulled back and, well, long story short, they didn't get married. In fact, my brother grabbed his son and told her never to talk to them again.
I was brought up in an orphanage by nuns who found me on their doorstep one night, wrapped in a soft blanket and wearing a gold pendant shaped like the sun. The nuns were never able to find out anything about my family, or maybe they never even tried. But I had all kinds of theories about my past.
Maybe I'm some princess stolen by an evil witch and sent here because she was jealous of my beauty. Or maybe you stole me and you keep me here because of the magical powers of my hair, just like Rapunzel. You touch my hair a lot, you know.
Yes, to pick lice. And trust me, this mousy nest on your head has no magical powers.
Maybe I'm from another planet, like Superman. And my parents dropped me at the orphanage because I wasn't safe on my planet. This necklace has to mean something. I probably have superpowers. Look, I can stare directly at the sun.
I went half blind trying to prove that I could. All the kids thought I was a bit of a weirdo, and I guess I was. I never really felt like I belonged there. The only person I was close to was Anna, one of the janitors. She was the sweetest lady who'd always paid extra attention to me since I was little, and we had a special bond. One day when I was 10, I was going on about a new theory regarding my parents over breakfast when this kid named Brett flung oatmeal in my face.
Can you just shut up for once? We don't care where you came from. You're nobody special.
I'm special to someone out there. That's why they gave me this precious necklace, dummy.
But suddenly, Brett lunged at me and pulled at the necklace, breaking the chain and sending the pendant flying across the floor. I stood frozen in shock. Then fury took over and I pounced on him. Brett was rescued by some nuns soon enough, while Anna pulled me away to her room where I sobbed over my broken necklace. I can't fix the chain, sweetie, but how about I put the pendant in this thread so you can still wear it? Anna, do you think I'm special? Everyone's special in their own way, Cass.
That's just another way of saying no one is. Well, I guess it's true in my case. My parents wouldn't have left me here if I was special.
Or maybe they loved you so much that they gave you up because they wanted you to have a better life than the one they could give you. Also, you're special to me. Anna's words made me feel better, and something in my head shifted that day. If my parents wanted me to have a good life, I needed to get adopted by a nice family living in a nice house. They wouldn't want me spending my life here, but my attempts to get adopted didn't go well.
Why does my head look like a jelly bean?
And why do I look pregnant?
I was wondering about your head too. Maybe your brain is too small? And I thought you are pregnant and wanted an older sister for your baby. I'm totally up for it.
I guess I offended them because they didn't adopt me. I tried to impress more couples visiting the orphanage. I cracked jokes, sang them songs, memorized a bunch of science facts so they'd think I was super smart, but every meeting ended the same way. They left, always choosing someone else. And eventually, I gave up on the idea of ever getting adopted. I wasn't going to put myself through the pain of rejection again. Then one time when I was 15, I was reading in the common room when I heard loud voices in the corridor. I stepped outside to see a new boy surrounded by a bunch of kids, including Brett. They'd taken his thick glasses and were passing them around and laughing. Then Brett threw them to the side and the poor boy dropped to the floor, blindly searching for them. What is wrong with you guys? Leave him alone.
Oh, chill out, loser. Unlike you, I'm getting adopted next week, so we're just having some fun before I go.
Do you need a reminder of the time I made you scream for your life? Do your new parents want a bald son? Brett gave me the stink eye before he and the others left, and the boy turned to me with a grateful smile. He told me his name was Mateo. Mateo and I had tons in common. We both liked pickles and super spicy food and scary movies, and we were both misfits as kids.
The only difference is that you don't let anyone bully you, and I can't stand up for myself.
Yes, you can, because you have me by your side now. You don't have to do it alone. Mateo and I became best friends, and my life was just better with him around. Of course, I started including him in my hangouts with Anna, but I could just sense he didn't like her at all. Like this one time, I asked Mateo to play board games with me and Anna after dinner, and he flat out refused.
I just don't like the way she keeps looking at me.
She has a slight squint in her eye, dude.
Then I guess it's just her vibe.
She's perfectly lovely.
Just yesterday, I saw her screaming at some little kids for spilling juice on the floor. I mean, they're kids. And the other night, I woke up and was getting myself some water when I saw her sneaking out. It was 2 a.m. Trust me, there's something shady about that woman.
It's her job to keep the floors clean, and those kids can be brats. And Anna is an adult. She doesn't have a curfew. Stop being so weird about her. But Mateo refused to hang out with Anna, and if she ever came to check up on me, Mateo would just leave. Of course, it didn't escape Anna's notice. I don't understand why Mateo feels so uncomfortable around me. He's just an introvert. Just give him time. He'll warm up to you.
Are you sure? I don't want you losing the only friend you have because of me.
Mateo had totally misunderstood Anna, and I was hoping I could knock some sense into him soon. But a few days later, I was summoned to the warden's office. I walked in and saw Mateo there with a young couple, and then he came running to me excitedly.
She's the girl I've been telling you about. She's been so amazing to me since I came here. If you're looking to adopt someone, it should be her, not me.
Mateo, what are you? But Mateo just shushed me and went on singing my praises as the couple smiled, then turned to the warden and told her they wanted to adopt us both. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally getting adopted, and Mateo was gonna be my brother. Anna was thrilled for me too, and we spent the whole week packing. But on the last day, I was told that I wasn't getting adopted. Only Mateo was. What? Why?
They didn't give me a reason, but for now, you'll stay here. And Mateo, your new parents will pick you up soon, so you guys can say your goodbyes.
The warden walked away, and I broke down in tears. I don't understand. What changed?
I know you don't want to hear it, but I think Anna is behind this.
Mateo mentioned that a few days earlier, the couple's lawyer had come by the orphanage to drop some paperwork, and he had spotted Anna talking to him.
She said something about you having bipolar disorder and being a troublemaker.
What? You heard her say this exactly?
Well, not exactly, but I'm good with lip reading, and that's pretty much what she said.
Are you kidding me, Mateo? Accusing Anna for no good reason? No, your parents probably just decided it wasn't worth the trouble to adopt two kids after all.
Why don't we ask them?
No, thank you. I don't need to be humiliated to my face. Are you sure you want to go with these people? What if they change their mind about you one day too, huh?
I think you're wrong about them.
You know what? Just leave. I can see you're dying to go, but don't ruin the one good thing I have in my life, and that's Anna. I stormed off before he could say more, tears pouring down my face. We didn't have a proper goodbye, and I didn't stay in touch. A couple of years went by, and I started a job at a local grocery store to save up money for the future. One day, as I was heading out, I realized my uniform had a tear in the back. I went to Anna's room to ask for help, but she wasn't around. As I looked around for her sewing kit, my foot got caught in the carpet, and I fell on my face. As I groaned, I suddenly spotted a large wooden box under her bed. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. There were stacks of cash inside, but my hands trembled as I picked up a picture of Anna with a woman who looked a lot like me, wearing my necklace. I went through the other documents in the box and saw my birth certificate, along with letters from someone asking about how I was doing. It didn't make any sense. Anna had my birth certificate, so she knew exactly when I was born and to whom. She actually knew my mother, and she'd lied to me about all this my entire life. I wanted to confront Anna immediately, but something stopped me. If she'd kept such a big secret, she would only lie to my face now. I took pictures of everything with my phone and quickly left her room. And later that night, I ran away from the orphanage. I messaged Mateo on Instagram saying it was an emergency, and thankfully, he agreed to meet me at a cafe. As he walked in, I instantly registered that he looked different.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm so sorry for not believing you, Mateo. You were right. Anna isn't who she seems. I told Mateo about everything I'd discovered.
I just knew it. My parents confirmed that Anna had said things about you to their lawyer, but I didn't reach out to you again because I didn't think you'd listen.
I wasn't ready to, but I do believe you now. I couldn't think of anyone else to go to, and I know you aren't happy to see me, but...
Cassie, of course I am. You're my best friend, and you are not going back to that orphanage.
Mateo took me to his mansion, which was beyond amazing. He had butlers and maids, a movie theater in his basement, 3 pools, a chef, and a masseuse. His parents were welcoming, and Mateo helped me hire a private investigator to follow up on the leads I'd found in Anna's room. He even lied for me when some police sent by the nuns showed up asking about me. With me, he was still great, but I could see he'd really changed. I couldn't ignore his pretentious wardrobe and his slicked back gel hair, and he always seemed overeager to please his parents, thanking them for every little thing, basking in their praise over his good grades, and taking an interest in everything they liked. Dude, did you even know anything about the painting your parents just just bought you were praising so much? It looked pretty weird to me.
Of course I know. I researched the artist and all his works, and it's not weird, it's genius. Takes a refined eye to appreciate art.
His condescending comment annoyed me, but I brushed it off. The painting was ugly, period. And soon after, Mateo invited me to one of his school parties. He'd even picked out a dress for me, which looked expensive. He introduced me to his friends, each richer than the next. They all bragged about their money and their cars and made mean jokes about other kids in school. Then halfway through the party, a girl passing us by suddenly tripped, spilling her soda all over Mateo's shoes.
Oh my god, are you blind? These are limited edition Nikes.
I'm so sorry.
Meh. Is your apology gonna replace my shoes? I would insist that you get me new ones, but I'll let you off the hook. Just because I know your dad's monthly salary wouldn't even cover it. Am I right?
As he and his friends laughed, something inside me snapped. Seriously? When did you become such a jerk? Have you forgotten your humble beginnings? Have you forgotten what it's like to be bullied? Mateo's face turned red as he tried to laugh it off, and he dragged me to the side.
What do you think you're doing?
Who have you turned into, man?
It's just an act, Cass. That's how everyone in my circle talks and acts. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. And the least you can do is not embarrass me in front of my friends, especially after everything I'm doing for you.
Wow, I don't even know what to say, except that I'll be out of your hair very soon. And with that, I just walked out of the party. I was so angry, I kept walking without thinking. But after a while, I realized I had no idea where I was. While I was hopefully waiting for a cab to turn up, I suddenly heard something behind me. But the second I turned around, a masked figure grabbed me and put a damp cloth on my face. And as I was dragged into the van, I blacked out. When I finally came around, I found myself on a chair, and I was somewhere familiar. Then I realized it was the horse shed at the orphanage. And minutes later, Anna appeared in front of me. Anna? How did I get here? What's going on?
Please, Cassie, you need to calm down.
Calm down? You don't get to tell me that after lying to me my whole life. Tell me the truth about everything in that wooden box under your bed. Anna started crying and then revealed the whole truth to me. She told me how my parents were millionaires who had met a boating accident when I was just a baby. As their only daughter, I was the sole heir of their massive fortune, business, and properties, which I would have full control over when I turned 18.
Your dad's younger brother was put in charge of you and your finances till you turned 18, and he would get a portion too, but he got greedy. He knew that in case something happened to you, the entire property would get transferred to the next of kin, which was him. That's why he asked me to move you to this orphanage on the other end of the country, then claimed you'd passed away due to some illness and faked the documents. And he's been paying me to look over you in the orphanage, making sure you didn't leave and start poking into your past.
So caring about me was all an act? You were just doing it for money? And why do you have a picture with my mom?
I do care about you, but I had to do it. My life is difficult. I've needed this money to take care of my own family. Also, I have that picture because your mom and I were friends a long time ago, but then we had a huge falling out.
So you haven't just been a lousy friend to me, but also my mom? You're despicable, and I won't let you or my uncle get away with this.
I can't let you go. If your uncle found out, he'd kill me.
I tried running out of there, but Anna was too fast and strong for me. I'd almost given up fighting her off when the door burst open and Mateo walked in with the police. Anna let go of me and tried to make a dash of it, but she was caught immediately and taken away. How did you even find me?
When you left the party, I followed you soon after. I figured you wouldn't know the way back, and I was looking for you when I saw you get kidnapped. I immediately called the police and told them the car's number, and they tracked it down.
That was quick thinking.
Listen, Cass, I'm really sorry. I know I've been such a jerk lately. I think what you said in the orphanage really stuck with me. What if my parents changed my mind about me too? I've been so afraid of losing them and my new life that I've been trying a little too hard to fit into this new world, but I hardly recognize myself anymore.
It takes courage to accept your mistakes, and I'm glad you could do it.
So, friends again?
Weren't we always? Oh, also, I won't be crashing at your place for too long. Apparently, I have an uncle to track down and a fortune to inherit. I turn 18 next week. Let's go home. I'll tell you all about it. When I was 14, I woke up one day in a soft, comfortable bed that wasn't mine. I slowly got up. Oh, my head was really hurting. I looked around the huge room, and I had no idea how I'd gotten here. My eyes grew wide as I looked up at the walls, flecked with gold, and the heavy velvet curtains.
One whole wall was taken up with a huge flat-screen TV. Where was I? All of a sudden, this old couple I'd never seen before came into the room, smiling at me. Who are you? Where are my parents? The woman said, "Don't be silly, Jihan. We are your parents." And she kept smiling at me like a lunatic. "What are you talking about? My name is Lisa, and I can't remember who my parents are, but I know that you aren't them." The old man started laughing. "Oh, what an imagination. Your name is Jihan Kanan. You're our daughter, and you live here in this house with us." I lay back on the crazy soft pillows. I was so confused and my heart was pounding. I looked for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket. Just then, this old white-haired doctor came into the room. "You must rest, Miss Kanan. You took quite a hit on the head when you fell off your horse." Horse? I'd never sat on one in my life. Just as I lay back to fall asleep again, I saw the doctor winking at the old couple before he left the room. Something strange was going on here, but I was too tired to work it out at that moment. "Hi, I'm Lisa from Turkey, and this is the crazy story of how losing my memory made me a wealthy billionaire." But before I continue, please click like and subscribe. The next morning, I left the bedroom and went down the grand staircase to the breakfast room. The house was like a palace. There was a maid in the room, and she actually curtsied and said, "Good morning, Miss Kanan." I started to wish that this was actually my life. I figured I might as well eat before I left, so I sat down to have some salmon and poached eggs with some freshly squeezed orange juice. If I had a breakfast fit for a princess every day, I think I would remember it. Once I was full, I started to walk towards the huge front door. I had to get out of this house of weirdness and figure out what had happened to me. Just then, a young guy came to me and said, "Hey, Jihan, where are you going?" This guy was so gorgeous. I basically swooned. He was smiling at me, and for a second, I almost thought about staying, but then I remembered that I wasn't Jihan, so I pushed him out of the way and went out the front door. The garden was the size of a football field. I started to run towards the massive gates at the end of the drive, still wearing the silk pajamas I'd woken up in. I could hear that boy shouting behind me, "Come back, Jihan!" But I kept running. Just then, I heard the roar of an engine. My dad was coming down the driveway towards me. "Please, Jihan, come back inside. You're not well." I had no choice. I walked back to the house and pushed the door open. With its solid gold door handle, the woman said, "You've taken quite a bump to the head, Jihan, so it's normal that your memory will be affected. I'm your mother, Mrs. Kanan, and this is your father, Mr. Kanan." He smiled. "This is our home, and yours too. As you can see, we are quite comfortable." That obviously meant that they were billionaires. Maybe this wasn't the worst thing to have happened to me. The hot boy said, "And I'm Oliver. I'm your cousin, just visiting from Switzerland. I'm going to help you until your memory comes back, okay?" He smiled, and I melted. They all seemed really nice, actually, even if they were weird. I mean, who cares? They were rich, and I didn't even know where else to go. Over the next few weeks, I slowly began to accept my new life. My name was Jihan, and I was now one of the elite. I was driven to school in a fancy limousine with 2 personal bodyguards. Turns out, Jihan was really popular at her school. The boys would fight over getting me food at lunch and asking me out on dates. The girls obviously saw me as the leader of the pack and were always getting me gifts. I loved all my teachers here and was acing all my exams. I even went abroad for an international math competition and brought the trophy home. My hair was colored by a celebrity hairstylist twice a month, and a makeup artist was part of the team that got me ready for school every day. I had a wardrobe full of designer clothes and shoes. The maids and the butler brought me snacks whenever I wanted, and my personal trainer kept me in shape. I didn't remember what dreams I had before, but this was the life of any girl's dreams. The mansion was a really bizarre place, though. Every other day, I'd lose my way and stumble into a strange new room. Once I walked into a room where a bunch of women were weaving yarn on spinning wheels. When I asked them who they were, they only looked at me and smiled. I ran off feeling rather creeped out. I could go anywhere in the mansion, except the last room in the west wing. I'd been told it was off limits, but my curiosity got the better of me one day, and I sneaked into it when no one was around. I looked around the huge room and felt a shiver go down my spine. It looked like an abandoned nursery. There was a wall covered entirely with a faded painting of baby cupids flying in the clouds. On a huge bookshelf were lots of stuffed animals and a collection of dolls.
In one corner, there was a crib that looked like it had been recently polished. I picked up the pink blanket lying in it. Who did these belong to? You're not supposed to be here. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Mrs. Kanan standing in the doorway with a strange smile on her face. I quickly mumbled that I'd lost my way and walked out. As she locked the door, I could feel her eyes following me. These people were definitely weirdos. I was riding my horse one day with Oliver when a man I'd never seen before approached the stables. I could hear him arguing with Oliver, and I rode my horse closer to hear what they were saying. The man was shouting, "I have to see her. You can't stop me." When I got closer, I could see the man was about 50 and looked half crazy with his torn clothes and bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he spotted me and started staggering in my direction. "There you are. I know what you're doing. You're not getting away with this. Get away from here, or I'll call the police." Oliver pushed the man away roughly, but he wouldn't leave. When some guards started to approach him, the man turned and started to walk away, but he kept looking back at me for a while. When I asked Oliver who that man was, he said it was just some crazy homeless person. He pulled on the reins of my horse and we started to ride away. A year or so had passed of my amazing life as Jihan. One day when I walked into the living room, I found my parents talking to each other in low voices. They stopped the minute I entered the room. "There you are, Jihan. We were just discussing that we want to move you to an elite private school, which will get you on track for going to the right university." I was really happy to hear it. And the best part was, Oliver was coming too. He was officially my best friend by now. The weird part was, they added 2 new bodyguards. I literally had my own entourage now. Oliver explained that if people realized I was related to the Kanans, someone might kidnap me for ransom. I shrugged. I always thought they were way too paranoid and weird about my security. I hit it off with everyone pretty quickly at my new school. The boys were swarming as usual, but I had my sights set instantly on a particular cutie, Ben. I was busy daydreaming of my first date with Ben when the teacher walked into the classroom with a new girl and introduced her as Brittany. She looked around and smiled at everyone, and suddenly our eyes met, and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. All the color just drained from her face. She stared at me for a few seconds before she walked to her seat in a daze. I could feel her glancing at me through the lesson. I wondered why she was acting so weird. During recess, I walked over to her and said, "Hi, I'm Jihan. I'm also kind of new around here. Want to come sit at my table?" She looked at me strangely, but after a few seconds, she smiled and said she'd love to. Brittany and I became friends pretty quickly. I found out that she was from a poor family and had made her way to this school on a scholarship. She'd often ask me about my family and would look at me in wonder as I told her about my life. I pretty much had everything she didn't. I decided to take Brittany under my wing. "You're so pretty, Britt. I'm gonna let my team do their magic on you. And I know just the place to get you a cute new wardrobe." I took Brittany to my favorite designer stores. As she was trying clothes on, I had to admit, she looked really good. As we were leaving the mall, I saw Ben from school walking towards us. I quickly stepped in front of Brittany to hide her from his view and said hi to him with a big smile. But he just said, "Can you move aside, Jihan? I came over to say hello to Brittany." His face looked like a heart emoji while he was talking to her, and I felt furious. The next day at school, I could tell how everyone was noticing Brittany a lot more than usual. Normally, when I walked in with my outfit of the day, I had girls oohing and eyeing over me, but today they were all over Brittany, telling her what good taste she had. She just smiled and accepted all the compliments. Like, "Hello, I handpicked that dress for you." At school a week later, we got a math test back. The teacher handed me my paper and said, "Brilliant work as usual, Jihan." But then he handed Brittany her paper and said, "And even better work from you, Brittany. Top of the class." I tried to look like I didn't care, but I felt like I'd been slapped. Was Brittany actually smarter than me? Ugh. I felt so mad at her. At lunch, I decided not to sit with her, but then I noticed that a lot of my friends were going over to her table, and if Ben was any closer to her, he'd be sitting in her lap. As I went through my phone, I saw a selfie she'd just put up with Ben 2 minutes ago, and it already had 300 likes. Seriously? Was she an influencer now? Just then, Oliver came and sat at my table, laughing. "Man, that Brittany sure is funny. Oh, guess this riddle she just told me. 10 fat ladies tried to fit under a small umbrella, but none of them got wet. How did they do it?" Ugh, I don't care. It wasn't raining. And he burst out laughing while I rolled my eyes. That wasn't even funny. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for this witch. I really needed to put Brittany in her place, and I knew just where to do it. The tennis court. All those private lessons from Serena Williams' coach were about to pay off. I playfully challenged Brittany to a one-on-one game, and she instantly agreed. Half the school had gathered to watch us play. I knew she played tennis, but I had no idea she was this good. She was giving me a really hard time out there, but I had the lead. I smirked at her across the court as the crowd cheered for me. She served the next ball so viciously, I couldn't even react as it headed for me at bullet speed. It hit me straight in the forehead, and I flew in the air and fell backwards. My head hit the ground, and everything went black. When I came around, the coach and a bunch of people were gathered around me, looking anxiously. I spotted Brittany's worried face, and suddenly it felt like a switch had been turned on in my head. I suddenly knew exactly who I was, and I also knew exactly who Brittany was. The competitive little witch. I drifted off to unconsciousness again. Later that night, as the Canaans flew about here and there to get me food and make me comfortable, I couldn't help smiling to myself. I'd finally figured everything out, but I wasn't letting them in on my secret. Not yet. The next day at school, Brittany ran over to me, looking really sorry. Listen, Jihan, I never meant to actually hurt you, but I simply ignored her and walked away. I kept ignoring her every day for the next 2 weeks. Then one day, she stopped me in the hallway. What's going on? Listen, you creep, I know you, and I know what you're doing. You got your memory back? Yeah, and there's no way I'm coming to live with you and your crazy family. I'm staying with the wealthy old couple. Listen, I know the Canaans have many connections, but you know I have a way to ruin you and them, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you want? I want to live with the Canaans. You need to convince them to keep me. I swear, Lisa, you'll regret it if you don't. A few days later, Brittany moved in. It wasn't hard to convince my parents. They agreed immediately. The Canaans gave her the bedroom next to mine. I was so angry to have her with us. After putting up with her snooty behavior both at school and home for the next few weeks, I'd had enough. I wasn't going to let her hold anything over me, even if it might cost me my perfect life. I went to see my biological mother to tell her everything the Canaans have been doing. The house was old and dirty, even worse than what I remembered. The door was already opened, and I entered to see my mom asleep on the couch. Mom, it's Lisa, your daughter. Half asleep, Mom mumbled, "Yeah, what do you want?" Mom, I'm back. Mom got up lazily and looked at me like nothing had happened. You're not supposed to be here. I sent your sister to you. Enjoy her company. Now leave and shut the door behind you. I was super shocked. She gave me away? What was going on? I decided to ask the Canaans about all this. When I reached home, I found everyone celebrating Brittany's birthday. They were having the biggest party ever, and all the important and wealthy people were there. They didn't even think about letting me know. I spotted Brittany, and she was all over Oliver. She was hugging him and touching his face. I took her aside furiously. Stay away from him. He's mine. Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it? Listen, I don't know what you and Mom are up to. I went to our old house and she kicked me out. Oh yeah, she gave you away to the Canaans when you lost your memory. Dad left and she was poor. She had to give away her least favorite child, and that's you. I yelled at everyone to stop this stupid party. The Canaans looked terrified and asked everyone to leave. When the guests were leaving, I heard a familiar voice. As the crowd parted, I saw Mom. Oh, I invited her. Mom entered, glaring furiously at the Canaans. Where's my money, you thieves? Let's just discuss this privately. I don't give you my daughters for free. It's not my fault that you can't have children. You want children? You pay to have them. Okay, so Mom gave me a way to get money from them? Mom, it's okay that they're late to pay this month. I spent a lot of their money recently. Be a little patient, Mom. A monthly payment? What on earth is going on? Suddenly we heard a loud noise, and a huge old man entered the room with our bodyguards trying to stop him. He smelled so bad, and then I saw his face. It was the man who had come years ago when Oliver and I were riding our horses. I remember exactly who he was now. He was my dad. Mom looked shocked and furious to see him. What on earth are you doing here? Dad glared at her. Oh, you thought I wouldn't find out what you've been up to? If you're making money off our daughters, I want my share. Mrs. Canaan turned to me with tears in her eyes. Can't you see how crazy your parents are? We're sorry we lied to you, but we really love you and we can give you everything you truly deserve. Looking at my own parents and then at the Canaans, I made a decision. I want you to legally adopt me and Brittany. These people don't deserve to have us, and you don't have to pay them another lira ever again. Brittany looked ecstatic, and the Canaans hugged us both in delight as the guards carried away our screaming parents. Brittany and I improved our relationship and became closer. We both graduated from the best colleges in the country. Today, 8 years later, we are celebrating Brittany's wedding. And no, our biological parents weren't invited. Hi, I'm Maria from Monterrey, Mexico. Please like and subscribe. I don't mean to brag, but I'm the front woman for the coolest band in town. Okay, I meant to brag a little bit. We rocked. There were 3 of us, me on guitar and lead vocals, Pablo on bass, and Noemi on drums. Crowds loved us. Or at least the crowds at our local high school and the music clubs did. We hadn't been on a big tour or anything like that yet, but I really wanted to show the world what we could do. I imagined us playing in front of sold-out crowds in Tokyo, LA, Buenos Aires, Paris. We just needed someone who believed in us enough to pay for it. Pablo didn't care about fame or record deals like I did. He was in it for the love of music. I was too, but I wanted to share our music with everyone everywhere. Pablo just wanted to rock out for our local fans. After school, we were rehearsing in my garage for our show that night. We had this year's Battle of the Bands coming up too. We came in second last year, and Pablo's still mad about it. The band who beat us, the Pink Ponies, were really good though. Plus, the girls were nice, so I didn't mind. But this year, we were gonna win. Did you guys hear? There are supposed to be some VIPs at the concert tonight. Like who? Who cares? We don't play music for those guys. We play for our fans. Why not both? I think Noemi regretted bringing it up, but I'm glad she did. That night, I wore my most fire outfit. If there really were gonna be some VIPs there, I wanted to make an impression. In the green room, we put our hands in like we always do before starting a show. Then we lifted our hands at the same time, cheered, and strutted out onto the stage. The venue was packed. There must have been a few hundred people there. You'd probably think I was nervous, but I wasn't. This was where I felt most at home. On stage with a guitar in my hands and a mic in front of me, I strummed the first chord and the crowd went nuts. It wasn't always like this. When I was younger, I was super shy. Even my parents thought I was a wallflower. All the other kids seemed so free and joyful, but I didn't know how to be myself like that. I was always stuck in my own head. Then one day in class, we were reading a play. It was a musical, but all my classmates and even the teacher were just reading the words in a monotone voice like a robot. When it was my turn to read a part, I started to sing. I don't even know why I did that. I wasn't planning to or anything, but in the moment, inspiration struck and the notes just poured out of me. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The sleeping students woke up to listen, and the ones who were already awake sat up straight. When I finished, the whole room burst into applause. Later that day at recess, Pablo approached me. He had never said a word to me before then. Not because he was a jerk or anything, I just kept to myself mostly. He said he was starting a band and wanted to know if I would join. Fast forward to now, and here we are performing together for a sold-out crowd. Pablo slapped the bass while I busted out a guitar solo. Noemi played her heart out on the drums. After the show, we stayed at the club to hang out and meet some of our fans. Excuse me. A man in a fancy suit approached us. His suit looked like it cost more than my guitar. He stood out from our other fans. He didn't seem like he was from around here.
I'm Darren Smith. I work for MSA Records. You guys put on one heck of a show.
Thanks so much.
I'd love to have you guys drop by for a meeting. We have a lot to discuss.
We do?
Absolutely. I see a very bright future for the band. With my label's help, your name will be in the lights.
He handed me a business card, flashed a $1 million grin, and left. Wow. I had so much fun playing that night that I had completely forgotten about the VIPs. But now, a big shot at a hot new record label wanted to collaborate? Things were really working out. At the record label building, Noemi, Pablo, and I all sat down for our meeting. There were plaques and awards on the walls and glossy photos of some incredible artists and bands. I had always aimed to be in the same league as those artists, but now someone important thought so too. Pablo wasn't nearly as excited as I was. He seemed skeptical, but that's just how he was. He had a hard time trusting people. Noemi was much more chill. She was the type to go with the flow.
I'll cut to the chase. I think you guys are the real deal, and I'd like to sign you. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing.
We need to see the contract first.
What they said.
Of course. I think you'll find it's more than generous. Your tour, equipment, sound guy, roadies, all of it will be fully paid for by the label, along with generous compensation.
The 3 of us looked over the contract.
My eyes bugged out at 2 words. Global tour. Hold on. What's this part about a 4th band member? That's part of the deal. You guys are good now. But imagine how great you could be with a 2nd guitar player. It'll really round out your sound.
Do we get to choose the new member?
I'm afraid not. The label's already picked someone, but I have no doubts he'll be a fantastic addition to your band.
Just then, maybe the hottest guy I'd ever seen walked into the room. He had a pierced ear and this floppy hair that covered one eye. I wanted to brush it for him.
Guys, I'd like you to meet your new rhythm guitar player, Tommy. Tommy is a killer musician. He also happens to be my son.
Tommy jammed his hands in his pockets, nodding to us casually. Noemi and I made moon eyes at him, while Pablo gave him the death stare.
What do you say? Do we have a deal? We'll think about it.
Yes, we have a deal! The next day, we had our first rehearsal as a 4-piece. Tommy was late.
Unbelievable. This jerk hasn't even been in the band for a full day and he's already late? How do we even know he can play? Why doesn't he have his own band? He needed daddy to pull some strings?
Pablo, at least give him a chance. What if he's great? Just then, Tommy appeared. He already had his guitar plugged in. He didn't say a word. I was mortified. Had he heard what Pablo just said about him? I wanted to throw something at Pablo, but I needed to keep my cool. What if Tommy went back to his dad and said we weren't ready and they canceled the tour? Tommy started to play. He was shredding. I'd never seen fingers move that fast before. It looked like little lightning bolts were coming off his guitar. Noemi nodded along, then kicked in on the drums. I strummed some chords, and even Pablo was impressed and joined in on bass.
That good enough for you?
Noemi and I definitely thought so.
Not bad, man. You've got some chops. Sorry I judged you.
We were all feeling great after the rehearsal. Now that we had Tommy on guitar, there was no way we wouldn't win the Battle of the Bands this year. Tommy hung back after Noemi and Pablo left.
Hey, I was hoping we could talk alone for a minute.
I could feel my palms start to sweat. Maybe he wanted to practice one-on-one.
My dad told me to say this to you before sharing it with the rest of the band.
Of course, he was only talking to me because his dad asked him to.
He wants to make some changes to the band's image, punch things up a little. If we're gonna be performing all over the world, the band can't wear the same clothes on stage that they do in geometry class.
I don't know if Noemi and Pablo will go for that.
He thought they might resist. That's why they should hear it from you. You're the leader of this band, Maria. They'll listen to you.
I had never thought of myself as the leader before. We were all equally important. But Tommy wasn't wrong that Pablo and Noemi listened to me. And besides, what harm could it do to dress up a bit? It's not like he was asking us to change our music. And at the end of the day, that's what really mattered. I'll talk to them.
Thanks, Maria. I knew I could count on you. Just one more thing. My dad wants to move up the dates of the tour. We leave Saturday.
But the Battle of the Bands is Saturday. We've spent all year preparing for it.
Who cares about some local competition? It's a bunch of townies who will never go anywhere. I'm talking about a global tour here.
He took my hands just then.
Maria, my dad thinks you could really be a star.
And what do you think?
I think he's right.
That night, I called an emergency band meeting at our favorite club. I hoped that would soften the blow, but I was still nervous to break the news. So, it looks like our tour dates have changed. They want us to leave for Europe on Saturday.
You told them no, right? We can't miss the Battle of the Bands.
I said we'd do it. And not only that, they have these new outfits they want us to wear.
Sorry, who made you dictator? Last time I checked, we all got an equal vote. And I vote we play Battle of the Bands like we planned, in our normal clothes. Noemi, what's your vote?
Battle of the Bands.
Sorry, Maria. Can I see the outfits, though?
Guys, this is a global tour, just like we always wanted.
No, that's what you always wanted, not us. You've changed, Maria. Some new guy joins the band and suddenly you don't care what anyone else thinks but him? It's selfish.
There's nothing wrong with having big dreams. Sorry I have higher hopes for the band than just playing in the same old clubs all the time for the same old townies. I felt guilty immediately. I really loved our fans. I didn't mean to insult anyone. Pablo just made me so frustrated sometimes. He stared at me. He was mad, I knew that. But there was something else there too, like he was hurt.
Have fun in Europe.
Pablo stormed off. Noemi looked guilty. I felt bad for getting her caught in the middle like that. You know I always support you, Maria. Just be careful. Tommy doesn't know you like we do. He might not have your best interests at heart. She hugged me. Text me when you go to the Eiffel Tower. At the record label the next morning, I broke the bad news. I told Darren and Tommy that Pablo and Noemi weren't coming. There was no way we could do the tour without them.
What are you talking about? Of course you can. Drummers and bassists are a dime a dozen. The label will just hire new ones. You and Tommy are the faces of the band anyway.
I didn't like him talking about my friends like that, like they were replaceable. Had this been the plan all along? To get rid of Pablo and Noemi? Stop it, Maria, I told myself. You're about to live your dream. Pablo and Noemi chose to stay behind. You tried to convince them, and they said no. That Saturday, I watched the planes take off as we arrived at the airport. I started to get excited. This time tomorrow, I would be in Paris. Later, Tommy and I were waiting in the terminal for a flight to start boarding. I glanced over at Tommy's phone. He was browsing photos of our recent rehearsals. I looked closer. Every single photo was of himself. You couldn't even see me or Pablo or Noemi. Doubts started to nag at me again. I thought back on all the great times my band and I had shared together. The day Pablo approached me at recess. Our first jam session, the three of us at that late-night diner after our shows. The new guitar strap Pablo gave me for my birthday. Suddenly, I stood up.
The plane's not boarding yet.
I grabbed my guitar case and started to run.
My dad spent a lot of money on this tour.
Looks like you're playing solo. I raced outside and took the first taxi I could find. I just hoped I'd get there in time. The venue was crazy busy when I got there. People were squeezed in shoulder to shoulder. I could barely move. The Pink Ponies were playing up a storm on stage. The good news was, that meant our band hadn't played yet. The bad news was, the Pink Ponies sounded amazing. They were gonna be hard to beat. Backstage, I found Noemi and Pablo getting ready. Guys, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a decision without asking what you both wanted first. I got carried away, but this is what matters. Right here, us. They were silent. I was scared. Maybe they wouldn't take me back. Maybe it was too late.
Come on, we've got a competition to win.
Welcome back, Maria. Noemi spun her drumstick and grinned at me. It was our turn to take the stage. We played the best show of our lives. It felt so good to be back on stage with my friends. Afterwards, we waited to hear the judge's verdict. Pablo asked to speak to me privately.
Sorry if I was a jerk. I just remember how quiet you used to be before you started singing. And then you found your voice, and you were incredible. Don't let anyone ever take your voice away.
I'm sorry too. I guess I really believed for a second that I could be a star one day. That's what Tommy said.
He was wrong.
Of course you don't think I could be. To you, I'm just plain old Maria.
Maria, he was wrong to say one day. You're a star now.
And then something crazy happened. Pablo leaned in and kissed me. It turned out he had had a crush on me since forever, but he was worried acting on it might hurt the band. But I was glad he did. There was nothing that could stop us now. Noemi joined us as the judges stood to announce the winner, the Pink Ponies, in second place. And in first place, us. We jumped up and down and hugged each other. One day, we would play a show in Europe. But right now, I couldn't have been happier to be where I was.
Hi there. My name is Angela, and ever since the 9th grade, my life has been one wild ride. Everything literally changed for me overnight. I never thought that a single fall could completely change my luck. The day I'm talking about started like any other. At school, things were exactly how I liked them. No one spoke to me, and I didn't speak to them. That is, until I got a message from my friend that she was waiting for me outside the debate room. I remembered the meeting we had scheduled, so I ran like crazy. Guess who I ran headfirst into? The king of football, Ross. As if that wasn't bad enough, I spilled my juice on his white shorts, but he grabbed his things and stormed away. I looked down at all of my things scattered around me. That's when I noticed something wasn't mine. I picked it up. A lottery ticket. I jumped to my feet and turned to call Ross's name just as he turned the corner. He turned around and looked me straight in the eyes. He shook his head and scoffed before continuing on his way. I wanted to give him back his ticket, but there was no way I was facing him again. Not in this lifetime. I spent the rest of my classes trying to devise a clever way of getting the lottery ticket back to him when a great idea came to me. I'd slide it into his locker. That way, I wouldn't have to talk to him. After school, I put the ticket in a small white envelope. For fun's sake, I stuck a small heart onto it. It's not like he'd know I sent it, I thought gleefully as I approached his locker and headed straight into the most embarrassing moment of my life. Just as I took out the envelope, Ross and his girlfriend Maria appeared. She snatched it out of my hand and looked at the heart. Oh no, I thought. Please no. But to my utter horror, she began laughing and said I was trying to give him a love letter. I tried to tell her that it wasn't a letter at all, when Ross looked at me and literally snarled, "Get out of here, you idiot," he yelled. He said I was a weirdo and a stalker. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten this morning's event. He snatched the envelope from Maria and threw it in my face. I was humiliated. When I got home, I threw my backpack on the ground and the lottery ticket fluttered out of the side pocket. I snatched it up off the ground, crinkled it up, and threw it in the trash. Stupid ticket. As luck would have it, I was late for school the next morning. I rushed to school and saw something that left me speechless. Ross and his girlfriend had gone crazy. Or so it seemed. They were emptying trash cans all over the place, and other students were laughing at them. I hung around in the shadows, trying to figure out what had happened when I overheard a kid say that someone in our small town had won the $1.2 billion jackpot last night. My mind went straight to the ticket I had thrown in the trash. He then said that nobody had claimed the ticket yet, and Ross had lost one, which could be the winner. I walked away with my heart racing, wondering if I could possibly have the winning ticket. And then I remembered something horrible. It was trash day. Panic took over. I needed to get back home as soon as possible. To get out of school, I faked being ill. But the nurse didn't buy it and suggested that I just rest for a little bit in her office. I knew if I was going to get back home before the garbage man came, I needed to do something drastic. So I pretended to faint, but I ended up actually hitting my head really, really hard on the bedstand. On the bright side, though, I got sent home. Once home, I rushed upstairs as quickly as I could while pretending to be ill. I tried to convince my mom that the best thing for me would be fresh air, but she wasn't falling for it and sent me back to my room. I tried to think of another way to get out when I heard the garbage truck down the road. I had to do something right now. I had no choice but to sprint out of the house and deal with the consequences later. I rushed down the stairs, tiptoed out of the back door, and ran towards the dumpster as if I were being chased by bees. Things were about to get really dirty. I jumped straight into the dumpster and started going through the bags like a maniac. Oh God, whose trash is this? No one eats stinky tuna out of the can at my place. And what's this weird pink stone? I just chucked it all out and moved on to the next bag. I couldn't see that lottery ticket anywhere. I climbed out of the dumpster feeling completely defeated and covered in gross stuff. The garbage truck had pulled up by now, and clearly the driver thought I was insane, but he just picked the bags up and drove off. I went to my room, slammed the door, and kicked my wastebasket over. And that's when I saw it. The lottery ticket. It must have fallen out when my mom emptied out the wastebaskets. I snatched it up, then went straight to the lottery website on my phone. My heart was racing. The first number matched, then the second, the third. Oh my God. Now I just needed the fourth number. Wait, what? The fourth number didn't match. Just like that? I couldn't believe it. I was this close. I stared at the numbers again and again, but they weren't about to change. I had lost, and I had a concussion, and I stank like fish. Officially the world's unluckiest person. Later that night, I was skimming through my Instagram feed when I saw a post that made me sit straight up in bed. It was an ad offering $2,000 to the person who found a weird pink stone. Now, where had I seen one of those today? I tiptoed out of the back door quietly, again, and made my way to the dumpster again, and looked around the ground with my phone's flashlight, and my heart skipped a beat when the light caught something shiny. It looked exactly like the stone in the ad. And if someone was willing to pay $2,000 to someone just for finding it, I wondered how much it was actually worth. I quickly picked it up and went back inside, hardly able to sleep that night with excitement. The very next morning, I got off the school bus midway in town and headed straight to Mr. Clark's jewelry and antique store. I'd worked there last summer, and if anyone could tell me the value of this stone, it was old Mr. Clark. His eyes sparkled as he held it up and inspected it in the light. Then, under a special microscope he had, he was taking his sweet time. Finally,
He told me that it was a really rare and valuable stone, probably worth millions. I tried to act cool, but I actually wanted to jump up and down for joy. I was going to be so rich. He asked me curiously where I'd gotten it from, and I said casually that it was my grandma's, and I was just having it checked out for her. Then I was out of there. Only millions, eh? You liar. I could tell it was worth more just by the look in his eyes. He called me the next day and asked me if I could meet him again at the store. I wasn't surprised. I knew he wanted this stone, but I wasn't going to let him trick me into settling for less. And he could certainly afford to pay whatever price I asked for. Everyone knew how crazy rich Mr. Clark was. He lived in a 50-acre mansion, and he had a tiger for a pet. And holding on to the stone in my pocket tightly, I told him that I wouldn't accept a penny less than $1 billion. He looked at me for a moment, whipped out his checkbook, scribbled something, and handed me a check. My eyes were about to pop out of my head. He'd actually given me $1.2 billion. I handed him the stone. We shook hands, and I walked out, completely dazed. What? I was a billionaire. Life changed for me overnight. I went from Lady Unlucky to Lady Luck. I went on secret shopping sprees and hired a personal driver to be on standby and take me anywhere I wanted to go at any time. I obviously had to be careful not to get caught by my parents, so I lied a bit. At school, though, things were wild. I could throw the craziest parties and take everyone to the coolest concerts. Everyone loved me. Within a year, I had become the queen. I could buy little things here and there for people, and because of it, they all worshipped me. Best of all, Ross wanted to date me. Ha! He was still a big meanie to others, though, so I played him a little. I knew I could get away with it now. I made him write me a love letter, and then humiliated him for it in front of everyone. The tables had turned. I would much rather date Kevin. Kevin was a total babe. Everything was great. But towards the end of the year, I overheard my parents crying in the kitchen when my dad got home from work one evening. I stuck around to eavesdrop. They were talking about how my dad had lost his job. They didn't know what they were going to do and were concerned about not being able to pay for the house anymore. I couldn't believe it. What was the point of their fancy college degrees if they didn't even ever use their brain? It's up there for a reason, you know. That's why poor people stay poor. I had the smarts to know what something was worth, and I knew how to make the money for it. I could help my parents, but then I would have to tell them that I sold something that wasn't mine. And even worse, my money might get taken away. I couldn't risk it, so I snuck away. I'd deal with this later. At the end of the school year, all the popular kids were planning to go to the Bahamas for a trip. I told Mom and Dad that I was going away for a summer vacation, and they were glad to have time to work a few more odd jobs. I kind of felt sorry for them, so I snuck $100 into my dad's wallet. It ended up being 7 of us in total, and I paid for everything. I mean everything. From hotels to room service, we even had 24/7 butlers and a private jet. I bought everyone the best food and treatments. I even paid for a few folks, including myself, to get private surfing lessons. It was awesome, and I was totally happy. At least, so I thought. One day, while I was surfing, I sprained my ankle. I was in terrible pain and freaked out. My surf teachers and 24/7 butlers all came to my aid and rushed me to the hospital. But only Kevin came to see me. I was pleased to see him, but he could only stay a bit, and then he went out to take his mom's call and didn't come back till the next day. I needed some time to heal before going home, so I called my parents and told them that I had won a contest and got to stay for an extra week. They were so preoccupied trying to figure out how to keep paying the bills that they didn't even question things too much. I assumed my friends would want to stay a while longer, but everyone except Kevin said they had to leave. At least I had Kevin, but he had been acting a bit weird. He was always outside. He barely stayed in with me, and when he did, he was always smiling at his phone. It was difficult to always be limping around. When I finally got better, I thought I'd surprise him at the beach, but I was in for a real shock. At the beach, I found him making out with a local, and she was wearing my clothes. This was why he'd stayed. I was devastated. I rushed home the next day. Once I got back home, I was too embarrassed to tell everyone how heartbroken I was, because everyone seemed happy. When they all insisted I throw a big party that weekend, I rented out a huge warehouse and hired interior designers to decorate everything.
I even hired bouncers. The whole upcoming senior class was invited. It would be epic and would finally show Kevin he was a sucker for cheating on me with some dumb, broke girl. As expected, the party was absolutely insane. Just about everyone showed up. People were dancing everywhere and the whole warehouse was full. It started off great, but as the night went on, things got out of control, and I stopped having fun. The cops showed up and busted the party. We were all underage, so we were all in deep trouble. But the worst thing wasn't getting caught. It was when everyone blamed me and told the cops I was to blame for it. Traitors. After everything I'd done for them, of course, the cops took me to a police car and called my parents. And needless to say, my parents were livid. At first, they couldn't believe the cops had the right people, as there was no way in hell Mom and Dad could afford such a wild party. I was so dead. I had to come clean. But I told them there was no way I'd give up my money. They said I was grounded, and I laughed in their faces. I told them I could move into a house easy peasy. In fact, I told them I could pay rent to stay here. Mom was so mad. She almost choked, but Dad looked at me sadly and said he needed the money, so he agreed. Ha! For a whole week, they didn't even speak to me. I came home and went as I pleased. And after the police incident, everyone knew I had won the lottery. Life at school was back to normal. I was throwing parties, and I didn't have to worry about Mom and Dad at all. That's when I noticed my money was beginning to dwindle. I figured I'd have to learn to be more careful, and that's when the worst thing imaginable happened. I was on my way back from school when a van pulled up next to my car, and 3 armed men jumped out and banged on the doors. They broke the windows and hit my driver on the head. It knocked him out. The 3 of them grabbed me and dragged me out of the car. They quickly pushed me into the van and we sped off. They put me in a dark room where I was blindfolded. They said they wanted the $1.2 billion. I told them I'd spent it all, but they knew I was lying. They called my parents and demanded the money, but my parents said they had no idea where I kept it. The kidnappers didn't believe them. They said I would rot here forever if I didn't give them exactly $1.2 billion. I asked them why they needed the exact sum when I didn't even have it. When finally one of them pulled off their mask and lifted my blindfold, I gasped. It was Ross. He said he knew I'd stolen his ticket. I tried to explain that I hadn't, but he punched the wall. This jerk thinks the ticket was the winner. Man, I have to deal with this now? He said he had needed that money to go to college, but because I'd robbed him, he couldn't go anymore. I cried and said I was sorry, but it was useless. He wouldn't let me go. When he finally believed that I'd spent most of the money, he left the room with the others and said I would rot there. He locked the door and left. I was petrified. I banged on the door, but no one opened. I started crying. What have I gotten into? Why wasn't anybody looking for me? Where were my friends? I was sure I would never escape. I fell asleep crying. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a bright light. Had I died? Mom and Dad would be heartbroken. They still loved me, even though I'd been such a horrible person. That's when I heard Mom sobbing. I finally managed to focus on everything around me. I was in a hospital, and there were all sorts of tubes running through me. I asked what happened, and they said Ross had tried to break into the house. As they had expected it, the police managed to catch him, and he told them where I was. The police inspector said if I'd been there any longer, I would have lost my life. I had been in that room for 3 days without food or water. He said I was the luckiest person he knew.